sorry for the delay. Hello, I'm here. I'm finally here. Hello, hello. How's everyone doing? I meet you all. Hi, 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 hi. Like I've said before, it wouldn't be an Emmy stream if there wasn't at least a little scuff at least once. Hello. Hi. I meet you all. Let's get girls. Let's go. Yep. Hello. Yeah, sorry for the delay there. My morning has been very messy. I've been like preparing and everything, but I had a few different like errands and stuff I had to go do, and then like I was like doing those and I was like, okay, I have time for this, and then I looked at my phone and I was like, oh, I've got more shit to do. Fuck. So been a little bit all over the place, and I had to account for that. Hello. Don't just go hide the from one of the Miko was like, oh yeah, it's a new thing that I got. Yeah. I probably won't keep it forever. I just wanted to use it because I had the chance. But an artist that I'm following on Twitter and stuff now, they make stingers and stuff on VGen, and they had this Miku one that was free to use for Miku Day. Otherwise, you had to pay for it, but they made it free for Miku Day, and I was like, that's cute. Yeah, I'm gonna use it. So now we have that little transition. Look how cute it is. Look how cute it is. Boing 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 boing. It's so cute. One day I'd like to make my own stingers and stuff, my own little animated transitions and all the different screens that we use, but for now I think it's really cute. I think it's silly. Because it was Miku Day yesterday. Did you guys know that, well, you should get one for yourself. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'd like to make one for myself one day, rather than have them done by other people. Since a lot of what I stream is also, wait, also, is the game, like, too loud or anything? I should check that, because it's really loud on my end, but I don't know how it is for you guys. But since a lot of what I do for stream is art stuff, then when it comes to, like, art things, I prefer to make them myself. So it's like, you can see, it's like, yeah, this is Emmy art. This is what this is what you're coming to watch. But I thought I'd use that for now, because I think it's cute. Mate. I'm still doing my little, hey, I'm alive post on everything. Fuck. Last thing. There we go. Okay. I'm all good to go. That was too quiet? Oh, that's interesting. I can turn it up a little bit. I did like turn it off entirely when I said that. Like when I asked, I turned it off altogether. But let me know if it's too loud or quiet at any point. Because especially when we're playing games, it's tricky for me to tell if everything is like good for you guys or if it's too loud or whatever. Because like I'm hearing the game itself while you guys are hearing it through OBS. So if I change the volume in OBS, that doesn't change how it is on my end. So I can't like check because I'm already hearing it a second time and I can't like mute that. Anyway. Sounds good now? Okay, cool. Well, let's get back into it then. I am fucking terrified, by the way. I'm so scared. I'm so scared. Because last we left off, we met my absolute beloved, whose name I might have kind of forgotten right now. We met my absolute beloved and that fucking priest and everything, and that's awesome, but also, like, I'm scared they're gonna kill my beloved Magdalena. Well, let me sip you some of my water and we will get into it. We get to celebrate Women's Day with lesbians! With vampire women. With my mic. Sorry. Another week passed, a week which, for Henny, was spent in anticipation of the full moon, where she would when she would travel once more into the woods with Johan and Heidemarie. For Micah, however, this week seemed very uneventful indeed. Magdalena had continued to drain Micah already can't read, off to a great fucking start. Micah of her blood in the nights with her silvery knife in the ceramic bowl used to catch her blood. They talked a little during these sessions, though their dialogue was always clipped, Micah wincing from the pain while Magdalena winced at inflicting it. Magdalena had stopped sitting with Micah when she ate her dinner, and their turn in the garden seemed a thing of the distant past. Oh no! No! What? I'm celebrating Women's Day with lesbians! Why are my lesbians doomed? What the fuck? Ah, fuck. Micah feared their relationship would continue thus, stoic and uninvolved save for the regular bloodletting, until one overcast Monday morning when Magdalena again brought Micah her breakfast in person. Magdalena had been depositing Micah's breakfast upon her bedside while she slept during the last few days, as she had when Micah first took up her unwilling residence in Magdalena's home. Oh, I need to sit in the garden and kiss. Exactly! What the fuck? What the hell? You can't do this to me. I was so excited. She had thought Magdalena's early morning greetings had been a one-off, not to be repeated. Evidently, she had been wrong. I gotta remember the voices I was doing for them. I keep forgetting precisely like the pitches and accents I had for them between like I guess between streams. God, they're so fucking beautiful. Dude, they're so fucking pretty. Every time we see Micah in this dress, I like have to take a sec because she genuinely takes my breath away. She's so fucking stunning. Oh my god. A half-asleep Micah was roused by a rapping of knuckles upon her door, which then swung open to reveal Magdalena, pale of face and hair, her under-eyes dark and smudged as though with pencil lead. Magdalena bore in her hands a tray, upon which was a pot of tea and a plate of 2 buttered scones. Here you are, my lady. Wait, also, by the way, can you guys see my mouse? I need to check that, because I have a custom mouse. Oh, you can't see it! Whoops. You can see that. You see my little box Aqua mouse. Wait, let me put my mouse away. Where's the fucking don't capture cursor? Anyway, don't mind me. Magdalena rested the tray upon Micah's lap, who still sat in bed, with an exaggerated flourish, then a neat curtsy. I hope today's breakfast finds you well. Oh, thank you. Clipping that? Crimson, you didn't even clip when I was Cinderella before after you said that. I don't believe you. I'm fine. I'm not worried. To what do I owe the pleasure? Do I need a reason to check in on my favorite prisoner? I thought only that it had been a while since I had paid you an unexpected visit, and it would do well to keep you on your toes. Oh, I did? Then why didn't you put it anywhere? Why didn't you send it to me? Huh? 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 I would so hate for us to fall into a routine. They're awfully dull. You may accuse me of being cruel as much as you want, but I can't bear the thought of being called boring. She's so real. I love her. Oh, you are anything but that. Micah reassured Magdalena with a small smile. By now... Oh, wait, I should also check. I forgot to... Is my mic okay? Because I turned it up before the last stream, and then had to turn it down because it was peaking, and then turned it up again afterwards. So let me know if that's okay, too. By now, the surprise of Magdalena's visit had begun to wear thin, and Micah had begun to feel a strange stirring in her breast. I know what that is! It's cold fury! It was not fear nor anxiety. It's lesbianism, as it had been in the beginning, but something softer and sweeter, called lesbianism. It was hard to put a finger upon what it was exactly. I'm sure Magdalena can. Sorry. But you should pour yourself some tea and quickly before it gets cold. That would be an awful waste. I think you will like today's blend. It's apple tea with a touch of honey. I only hope it isn't too sweet. Lena's dialogue there is literally just me, right? Oh, no, it's fine. I like sweet food. I know you do. You have the palate of a small child. Magdalena smiled, her cheeks dimpling despite her obvious exhaustion, and gestured to the teapot. Go on, drink, do. You need to preserve your strength. Thank you. That is very thoughtful of you. Oh, they're so much more familiar with each other now. They're so cute. They're like so comfortable around each other. Ah! Micah reached for the teapot and began to pour. A stream of amber-colored liquid spilt from the spout of the pot and into her cup, all the while exuding forth fragrant steam. The tea both looked and smelt delicious, as sweet and fresh as an orchard. Micah let her fingers curl about the handle of the cup, and slowly she brought it to her lips. She blew upon the surface of the apple tea to further cool it, and sipped. As she drank, she became aware of Magdalena's eyes affixed upon her own. Magdalena's gaze was steady and disconcertingly serious. She's so in love, despite her previous stream of prattle, as though meaning to commit Micah's every contour to memory. Was she anxious that, at any given moment, Micah might disappear like the steam which unfurled from her teacup? The experience was not wholly pleasant, and it made Micah's skin prickle. Sweet though the tea was, Micah found she could not focus upon it, not when Magdalena's gaze was so doleful. Did Magdalena know something she did not? Perhaps there was a reason beyond her visit, that cool, overcast Wednesday morning, beyond mere whimsy. Was today to be the final time Magdalena would serve Micah breakfast? The final time they would sit together and talk as though they were equals? Perhaps that night Magdalena meant to end it all. The regular bloodletting sessions had left Micah feeling drained, and the inside of her arm stung horribly when she tried to sleep. Anxious thoughts festered inside Micah's head like mushrooms did in the dark, until they threatened to overwhelm her. The tea all of a sudden tasted too sweet upon her tongue, and she choked upon it. Oh, Micah! Magdalena started forth to rub Micah's back with her right hand, her fingers uncomfortably cold even through the fabric of Micah's nightgown. Are you all right? Here, let me help you. Magdalena patted Micah's back until her coughs subsided, her expression one of concern, like that of a friend, or perhaps even a lover. I promise I'm gonna be normal. I promise I can be normal and serious about this game. I promise. But I'm so excited. Micah could feel Magdalena's breath upon her cheek like a puff of Arctic air, devoid not just of warmth, but of life. As a being which had already died, it seemed unlikely that Magdalena needed to breathe at all. She only continued to do so because she was accustomed to it, and maybe because she was to cling onto some fragment of her long-lost humanity. Damn! Oh, I love... The writing in this game is so gorgeous. I've said that like 50 billion times. But I love all of the ways that they remind you that Magdalena is dead. Like, not just inhuman, but dead. They really have an interesting take on vampires, because it's like, it's still such classic vampirism, but oftentimes it's like, yeah, they're like, oh, they got bitten and now they're undead and they're spooky. But like, they really remind you that Magdalena is basically a walking corpse, and it's so painful. I love it. They're so comfy. Yeah, right? They're so much more comfortable with each other. It's so cute. I love them. It was all an act, though. She was a monster. Or was she? Micah had never known a monster so kind before, or so considerate. Thank you, Micah murmured, abashed, as she set down her cup of half-drunk tea. She felt overwhelmed by her feelings for Magdalena, and found she could not look her hostess in the eye. There's no need to thank me, dear. I brought you that tea as a token of kindness. I would hate for you to choke upon it. Magdalena giggled, irreverent as always. Her breezy chatter could not, however, hide how very tired she was. She reached one hand to her temple to brush back a few misplaced strands of her ashen hair. As she did, one of her sleeves rolled back. Once again, the corset ties which bound her wrists had come undone. Had she been too busy preparing breakfast to tighten them? And Micah could see a large expanse of Magdalena's skin. Even more marks marred Magdalena's skin, marks which were deeper and angrier than the ones Micah had seen before out in the garden. These marks were accompanied with bruises, black and blue and green, which stippled Magdalena's skin from her wrist all the way down to her elbow. Oh my god! What the fuck? Her skin seemed like a canvas upon which a demented artist had worked, spattering paint here and there with no rhyme or reason. Vampires couldn't bleed, but they could bruise. They could be hurt, and perhaps they could even be broken. It was an uncomfortable sight which made Micah forget her own impending fate at once. How could she worry about herself when it was clear Magdalena was in so much pain? Why, there are even more marks on your arm than before. What in the world is happening to you? It looks horribly painful. Oh, this? Frowning grimly, Magdalena drew her sleeve back down and said, It is an occupational hazard. Then it is part of your job? Magdalena nodded, a thin smile capturing her lips anew. I'm glad you're so quick to catch on. It saves me the effort of explaining myself, which isn't something I care to do at the present. It is too early in the morning for it, and the story behind these bruises is not so very interesting. I'm accustomed to them. Then this happens often. More so than I would like, yes. What? But that... you... Micah's mouth opened and fell, as a fish's might, yet no words came out. She did not know how to articulate her horror, nor what would be appropriate to say. Oh my god. god. I'm so fucking terrified and curious about whatever the fuck her, what, she called him, did she say like her master before? I'm so, Magdalena, what the fuck is going on with you? You're a vampire, so where the fuck are they biting you? How is she bruising with no blood? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. She made it sound as though it was no issue, and perhaps, being a vampire, these wounds hurt less than it appeared, but surely it must have been for her to receive quite that many marks. I don't think that anybody should endure such treatment, even if they are used to it. Familiarity does not make abuse any better, nor any easier to bear. In fact, I think it makes it even worse. It's not always easy to bear, indeed. But why are you worrying about me, silly thing? Smiling, Magdalena poked Micah's nose with the tip of her index finger. Worry about yourself first. I will be fine, no matter what misfortunes might befall me. I cannot say the same for you, though. You humans are awfully fragile. Perhaps I am, compared to you. But it seems you vampires are surprisingly fragile, too. Magdalena, for all her pomp, was not indestructible. Micah knew that now, to look upon Magdalena's bruises. Had the rest of her body been subject to similar abuse? But for what cause? The thought made Micah feel sick. The scent of the apple tea, once so homey, now made her stomach churn. Micah had lost most of her appetite, but at Magdalena's bidding, she forced herself to eat. While aware she was being silly, for all she knew she might be dead come the setting of the sun, she did not want to let Magdalena down. It was clear that she had endured enough already. Several minutes passed, neither Micah nor Magdalena speaking, as Micah partook her breakfast. She chewed her scones, which now tasted of wallpaper, and washed them down with sips of apple tea, which reminded her of washing up water. Once finished, her plate cleared of all save crumbs, her teacup empty of all save dregs, Magdalena took the tray and set it upon her bedside table. There now, how do you feel? Refreshed, I hope. Yes, very. I'm glad to hear it. Now, do you wish me to help you with your toilette? You can hardly sit abed all day in your night clothes. It's pretty dress, certainly. Must be, being one of my own. But you can hardly wear it all the time. The fabric is much too flimsy. Micah looked down at herself, amused. Do you mean to help me dress myself? If you wish, I might as well. I feel like pampering you today is all. Aren't you accustomed to this kind of thing? You must have had servants help you dress growing up. Was that not Henny's job? She did help me, yes, but you needn't trouble yourself on my behalf. I'm old enough to know how to dress myself. Micah! Micah, I feel like you're not picking up what she's putting down, Queen! Micah! Age does not factor into it when one is a lady. I feel awful that I've been treating you in so abysmal a manner. If I had a spare lady's maid to offer you, I would, but alas, my castle is quite deserted. Quite deserted, thought Micah, save for Magdalena's mysterious mistress, but she did not comment upon this. She's pampering her girl, she's just like, see, exactly! Micah, let her dress you up, girl! Let her treat you right! Please, Micah! Please, I beg! Micah had no desire to make things awkward between herself and Magdalena, not when it had been several days since they had last spoken. She didn't want Magdalena to leave, but neither did she want Magdalena to act like a servant. It seemed beneath her. Girl, you were not understanding. She's not gonna act like a servant. She's going to act like their wife! I thought you were a lady once yourself. You shouldn't need to dress me. Oh, yes, that is true. But one gets tired, you know, of being a lady all the time. Won't you let me indulge? I thought it might be fun to experiment, and I fear I'll not get such an opportunity in the future. Well, if you insist. Micah capitulated with a small sigh, but she was not truly upset. She was intrigued, rather, at the prospect of having Magdalena act as her servant. Intrigued and somewhat abashed. The thought of Magdalena's fingers lifting her nightgown, knuckles brushing against her bared arms, her back, her shoulders, was startlingly intimate, but not unpleasantly so. Do with me what you will. I shall entrust myself to your capable hands. That is the answer I was hoping for, yes! Thank you for trusting me so, dear Micah. I promise I will take very good care of you. I've been hoping to get my hands on you for a while now.
No, why do you make that sound so salacious?
My, do you really think it sounds salacious?
You know it does. You are doing this on purpose to make me blush.
And do you blush when your Henny helps you out of your night clothes and into your day dress?
No, but that isn't the same. Henny is Henny, whereas you are...
Yes? Magdalena took Micah's hand, then helped her stand, her red eyes glinting wickedly. Micah hadn't expected this, and she stumbled, but she never did hit the floor. Magdalena! Magdalena snaked one arm about Micah's waist, and pressing their bodies together, she softly said, "What am I, exactly?"
You are...
I am...
Impossible! If you mean to be my maid for the day, you're acting in a most impertinent manner.
Perhaps I am, but alas, it's not in my nature to be pertinent. One has to wonder what you were expecting.
I wonder myself. I must be going mad.
I can't blame you for that, my dear Micah, not when you've been imprisoned for as long as you have. I myself have often wondered whether I've not become similarly addled. And I have been entrapped far, far longer than you have.
No!
Magdalena smiled, all brightness anew, a smile one which easily rivaled the weak, watery sunshine which crept in through gaps in the drawn curtains. We have tarried too long. Let me first relieve you of your light gown, my lady.
Oh my god!
Okay, the thing about this game, every now and then, I gotta, like, make sure I lock in so that I can voice act and I'm not squealing between everything. So then you'll, like, hear me do everything normal for a sec, and then I have to take a fucking minute to let it out. Oh my god. I love them so much. The little, like, the tension. The little, I love the way Magdalena's, like, basically, she's like, use your words at this point, you know? Oh, the little, I also, like, I really actually like how Micah's not just there being like, what do you say? No, don't do that. She's, like, not actually as helpless as I would have expected her to be, you know? Like, obviously she doesn't know what Magdalena's up to half the time, but she still, like, teases her back. In a way, their dynamic is so much more equal, and it makes it really nice. Micah stood there, feeling very exposed, as Magdalena moved to undress her. Her face reddened still at Magdalena's touch and the brushing of her fingertips. But still she stood there, pliant as an antique doll, as Magdalena slid her nightgown upwards. Micah's nightgown, which was long, was lifted above her knees, her thighs, then her chest, and finally her head. I'm a bit scared. I'm a little bit worried that I'm gonna have to censor something soon. I'm really scared. Magdalena cast the flimsy garment aside with a deft movement, though she was careful not to crease it. Oh, my mic's falling down. My mic fell down! More! What the fuck? I started fixing my mic and putting it back into place, and it just fell down all the way. What the fuck? Folding the gown with experienced hands, in a manner comparable to Henny's, she set it aside, then stood back to examine Micah. Goodness me. You really are lovely. Micah was not yet wholly naked. She wore a chemise beneath her nightgown, which was eggshell white and shapeless, but she felt naked nonetheless, exposed before Magdalena's wondering eyes. Oh my god! Henny had often helped Micah dress and undress, and while Henny had been prone to complimenting her mistress, her eyes had never wandered thus. Magdalena's irises were burning, and Micah too began to shiver. These shivers only increased further as Magdalena drew in, her fingers seeking out the buttons which rang along the front of her chemise. Now, why don't you let me take care of this? It is fiddly work, but I don't much mind. It is well worth it to spend more time with you like this. I know I tease a lot, but I'm being serious when I tell you this, my dear Micah. I really did miss spending time with you. Oh, I was so scared I was gonna change to a cutscene or something. Oh my god. Oh wait, no, that's so mean! That's so mean! We're cutting there! Ah! No, what the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? Cutting the scene there is so cruel. I'm gonna cry. What the hell? What the fuck, man? Once Micah... Once Micah was fully dressed and her hair neatly brushed, Magdalena suggested that they go for another walk in the garden, as they had earlier in the week. I need to sip some of my water. Micah, who had been shut up in her room since their brief excursion, agreed swiftly. She had begun to fear, cloistered away as she was, that she might never feel the sunlight upon her cheeks again. Not that there was all that much sunlight to be had, the day being so grey and gloomy. The sun was largely concealed by clouds, its rays tempered by a cool breeze which snaked down the nape of Micah's neck and the back of her dress. She shuddered upon standing outdoors, goose flesh rippling across her arms. I was about to have a heart attack. I was! And I'm sad that they're not gonna let me have it! We're going back to them going outside. But you know what? At least they're spending time outside together. I'm still happy about that. I wanted them to have a tender moment as their hair gets brushed. Right, exactly! It's okay, they're going outside again. They're spending cute time together. I am a bit scared, though. It really... Micah was saying that she was worried that she could, like, die tomorrow or everything. She was panicking before. But, like, everything about how Magdalena's being, especially if they've spent the last few days not being together at all, it's really terrifying. These are very much death flags, you know? It feels like Magdalena's preparing for Micah to be gone. I'm really fucking scared. I'm really fucking scared. Well, it was not a pleasant day by any stretch of the imagination. At least it wasn't raining, not like last time. That was something to be thankful for. Micah supposed it was on account of the general unpleasantness and the malaise which hung in the air that Magdalena had suggested they go outside at all. Had it been a bright, sunny sort of day, it seemed unlikely that she would have been able to endure it even with the aid of her wide-brimmed hat. Magdalena and Micah strolled about the garden together for a few minutes, the only sound that of their footsteps as they depressed the tall grass beneath them. These overlong fronds of grass brushed against Micah's ankles, all studded with morning dew, dampening Micah's socks so she shivered further still. Cupid's... I actually still don't know how to pronounce this. Is it Lickin? Is it Lickin? Lickin? I've seen this word a million times before because of a game that I play. Those who know. But, I'm gonna go with Lickin. Or maybe Lichen. I don't fucking know. Cupid's licked spotted remains looked every bit as grim as Micah recalled. Why am I hiccuping? Oh my god. Can I get through one fucking sentence normally? Please. Cupid's licking spotted remains looked every bit as grim as Micah recalled, and the fountain itself looked very dull when framed by the cloudy, monotone sky. The whole garden was grey, really. The grass and the dirt and the wildflowers, save for the violent, riotous explosion of bright red offered by Magdalena's favourite roses. Ah, so pretty! I love this CG. I love every single CG in this game. I say lichen. Okay, that would make sense. Sorry. I have to keep drinking my water. My throat's being really weird this morning. It was by these roses Magdalena paused, as she had during their last walk, and with a small smile she reached to caress one of the monstrously large roses with the tips of her fingers. I always forget how pretty these roses are. I barely ever have cause to see them during the daylight. My kind is not known for our affinity to the sun. It does make one forget, however, how lovely the world can look when it isn't smothered in perpetual darkness. I'm starting to feel like I've been missing out. Though humans like you, I suppose, take the daylight for granted. Magdalena glanced over her shoulder, her red eyes finding Micah's, and smiled wanly. This is how the world has always been for you. You live in a world of warmth and brightness, where everything is bathed in color. You've no idea how fortunate you are. My days weren't as bright as you might imagine. I didn't spend my days frolicking outdoors in the sunlight, if that is what you are thinking. My mother never would have approved. There was little she did approve of, in fact. Was she a stern disciplinarian, then? I can imagine nobody stricter. She was my mother, and I suppose she was looking after my best interests. I know she loved me, and I loved her. But sometimes, I think I resented her. Micah exhaled, feeling lightheaded suddenly at her own confession. She had never spoken of her feelings about her mother to anybody before, not quite this earnestly. Henny knew Micah's feelings towards her mother were cool beyond the veneer of cordiality she extended to the Von Essen matriarch, but Micah had never once spoken of her bitterness, her anger, or her hurt. She had kept these ugly feelings buried deep inside of her, keenly aware of how ungrateful her complaints must have sounded to a woman like Henny. What did Micah have to complain of when her family was genteel, and she lived in a sprawling manor house? Micah had thought it churlish to bemoan her lot in life. Others were suffering more than she. Children were abandoned on the streets every day by penniless mothers unable to care for them, or else sold into service. And yet, Micah had possessed all a young woman could have asked for, but she had not been truly happy. Her mother had seen to that. Part of Micah hated herself for her unfilial feelings, but she had been unable to help them. She had been harboring these feelings for such a long time, she could no longer remain quiet. My mother thought of herself as being a very grand and noble lady, but this came at the expense of how she regarded everybody else. She was cruel to the servants. She would snap at them for the smallest of misdemeanors, and she often threatened to fire them, though she knew many of them needed the employment. They needed our money. Not that we had much of that, it was all for show. That was another thing that rankled my mother. She liked to act as though she was untouchable, but she was more aware than most of our precarious finances. I think that was why she was so obsessed with appearances. We had little else to cling to. It was she who devised my wedding to Walter Gerhardt. I think she saw it as an opportunity to claw back some of our past wealth and our past prestige. She did not care that I disliked him. When I told her of my feelings, she told me that I was being selfish. She said that if I truly cared for her and for my family, I would obey. I tried to protest. How was I being selfish? I had always done what she asked. But she didn't like that very much. My mother rarely liked what I did, but she liked it even less when I tried to stand my ground. I say tried, because it didn't work. She slapped me as though I was a naughty girl. I was over 20 at the time. She cut my cheek with one of her many expensive rings, which she refused to pawn no matter how dire our straits were. She would rather sell me off than her rings, or her brooches, or her fur coats. Then she sent me to my room in disgrace. I spent most of my days in my room, staring out my bedroom window, dreaming of escape. Maybe that's why I'm so good at sitting inside, my head bowed like a good little prisoner. I have a good deal of practice. You could say that I perfected the art. Though I was never able to improve my skills at embroidery, no matter how much time I whiled away indoors. I've never been able to become the accomplished lady that my mother desired, despite her needling. I've always been lacking. I was too flighty, too stubborn, too thoughtless. My mother often said I was a poor daughter, but in those respects I think I was quite a lot like her. I made a perfect Von Essen, at the very least. You poor thing. Magdalena sighed once Micah had finished her missive, her red eyes shadowy from beneath the rim of her hat. It sounds as though you have suffered too. I had not known. Forgive me for speaking so carelessly about your lot in life. It is a bad habit of mine to act like a know-it-all when I understand very little. I used to be scolded for that myself when I was a human. Did you often get into arguments with your mother? Not my mother, no. I rarely had cause to speak to her, but I had a figure in my life quite like your own Lady Von Essen. She thought she was very righteous, but she used her righteousness as a weapon. It was an excuse to be as cruel as she wished to those she considered beneath her. It was frightening when my home was sacked, but I was not at all upset when she passed away. She deserved it. Magdalena pulled a face, then sighed. Now, why am I speaking of so dreary a subject? I wanted to come out here to cheer myself up. All of this melancholia rather defeats the purpose. I suddenly relate to Micah so much more, right? Oh my god. She's... Oh. It's so... I really like how every character is thought out in such an interesting way. Even with Lady Von Essen. It's like she's obviously so fucking horrible to Micah. But the details of stuff like how they, like, didn't have as much money as they looked. They were trying to remain, like, noble people. Like, they were trying to remain noble, so that was part of why she acts... It's like, she has reason to do it. She's not evil for the sake of being, like, an evil fairy tale stepmother. But her reason doesn't make it better, but it does make it real. I love it. Especially for the time they're in. Hello, it's I'd drop in for it since I'm off today. Huh? Welcome, welcome, welcome. It's lesbian time. I'm sorry. Now it was Micah's turn to apologize. Abashed, she bowed her head while brushing a strand of her hair behind the shell of her ear. I just thought... I don't know. I've not been able to speak about my mother to anybody before, so when I started, I couldn't stop. The words all came tumbling out. It was improper of me, and unfair, too. My poor mother has not yet been dead a full month. I feel like I should at least wait a year before beginning to slander her. That sounds like standard protocol. Don't you worry your pretty little head about that. I'm glad that you trust me enough to open up to me, particularly on a matter so personal. I only worry I won't be able to offer an appropriate response in return. I'm still dreadfully tired, you see. Yes, I can see that. Magdalena looked wearier than she had during their first stroll about the garden, when she had fallen asleep on Micah's shoulder. Magdalena seemed so tired, in fact. It was a wonder she was even able to remain upright. Her left hand had quivered when she reached to brush her fingertips to her favorite roses. Have you not been sleeping very much this week? If I was, I would be abed right now, inside my chamber, but there can be no rest for the wicked. Is that how the saying goes? It's a popular adage, yes. I don't know if you're wholly wicked, though. Only partially, then. I don't think anybody in this world is fully good or bad. We're complicated creatures, even vampires. Maybe I thought you were a cruel monster at first, but I think my initial opinion was unfair. Really? Magdalena smiled, her red eyes mischievous even despite her evident exhaustion. I'm glad you've since changed your tune, though I do have to wonder why that is. I hope you don't pity me. I feel worried for you, maybe. I don't know if that's the same thing as pity. Such feelings are cut from the same cloth. As a vampire, I've no need to court the concerns of humans. You are lowly creatures, far beneath me in the pecking order. I ought to find your worry insulting, really. But... Magdalena looked, now at her feet, uncommonly abashed. She cleared her throat. Had she been a human, Micah wondered whether she would have blushed, and said, It has been a long, long while since anybody worried about me. I'd almost forgotten what it felt like. It's not entirely unpleasant, I suppose. But I do wish you wouldn't. And why is that? Your sympathy is wasted upon me. I don't deserve it. While it is true we all have good and bad within us, even monsters, I did kidnap you, and I am holding you a prisoner. Do you voice act? Not gonna lie, when I dropped in, I thought the game had voice acting too spooky. I do sometimes, yeah. It's something I do sort of as like a hobby. I do it occasionally. I like voice acting, and I like doing different voice acting roles, especially when I'm singing. I want to voice act in more things. So that's part of why this game is fun for me, because I get to voice act my ass off. But I'm glad it was that convincing. I'm very flattered. I have inflicted almost a dozen wounds upon your poor arm, and I've taken a lot of your blood. I'm making you suffer. You've no reason at all to worry about me. You ought to hate me instead. It's what I deserve. You say that, and you would be correct to do so, but... Micah took a step forth, depressing the scrubby grass beneath her soles, then examined Magdalena, a few inches away from the protective lip of her parasol. Magdalena was still looking to the ground, her eyes obscured in shadows. She was shivering, but Micah did not think this was from the cold. She did not think a vampire like Magdalena could feel the cold.
I don't think you really wish to hurt me. Not for the sake of it, at least.
And what makes you think that?
You do! You always look apologetic when you take my blood, and a few days prior you said as much yourself. Aren't you doing this for your mistress's sake?
Yes, my mistress. You would be right in that score. I would not be doing any of this, had I choice in the matter. But my wants are irrelevant. My mistress is hungry, ravenous even, and she has the tendency to violence when I cannot satisfy her. I've been doing her bidding for many years, but I don't believe I've ever once been able to make her happy. I don't know if she is capable of feeling such an emotion. She is a selfish creature, and she always demands more from me. I know she cannot help herself. She has her own extenuating circumstances, but it does get wearisome, being forever at the beck and call of a tempestuous being like that, even during my afterlife. I had hoped, as a vampire, I might be able to do what I wished for a change, but fate has not been kind to me. I mean, streams are the optimal way to read because of the voice acting. Yeah! Yippee! Honestly, if me voice acting is decent enough that it makes it like easier for you to sit through a whole visual novel like this, then that's a fucking win for me. Because this game is peak. This game is so gorgeous. I'm so glad to share it with people like this. If God does exist, which I doubt, he must surely be laughing at my plight.
I'm sure he wouldn't. I know that I don't think any of this is funny, not in the slightest.
Well, you wouldn't. You're rather too kind to laugh at the misfortunes of others. I sometimes fear my own suffering has been so egregious, however. I feel like laughing at it myself. When I do not wish to cry, of course. I mean, your voice acting makes me want to play more visual novels. Yay! That's literally the best reaction to have to it. I'm glad. Play more visual novels. Visual novels are great. I love this game. I really want to check out, so I've mentioned this before, but this game is published by the same people who made A Date with Death, but the game itself isn't developed by them. It's by a different person whose name I need to double check. I think it's hehe, but I might be wrong. It's made by a different person who then teamed with 2.5 Studios to publish it. But I want to check out more of the writer's work as well, because it's so stunning. It's written so well. It's like illustrated so well. Every single thing about it is so gorgeous. Hello, Emmy. Hi, Kinley. But I don't have access to any right now that I haven't completed. Well, that's okay, because then I can play more of them with you, and I'll look for more. I'm going to introduce you to more visual novels, trust. Real visual games without much interacting aren't really my jam, but I'd sit through them with Emmy's acting. Ah! So sweet. That's so sweet. Yippee! Well, again, you know, that's great for me, because like, yeah, this game has no choices in it at all. Actually, it's literally just like a story of its own. And games like that, I know myself, they can be hard to sit through and play, but if you get to enjoy them like this, then win. I love that, because this game is gorgeous. More people deserve to experience it, but I know not being able to make any choices or interaction in it really, like, is a what's the deal breaker for some people. So now you get to come here, and now you get to see it this way. Yippee! Magdalena paused, then frowned. She shook her head once more, her eyes darkening, and said, "Oh, listen to me, talking so much. I must sound awfully tedious."
I don't think so. I'm happy to learn more about you.
Even though I will kill you one day.
Even so.
You don't hate me.
Not at all.
Yes, I suppose you are too busy worrying about me for that, sweet girl that you are. Stupid thing. Magdalena scuffed the ground once more, agitated, then looked to Micah with those intense eyes. Ugh, it's so unfair. I didn't mean to grow as attached to you as I have, but it is too late to worry about that. I like talking to you and walking with you. You brightened up my dreary home considerably. Why, I even like cooking for you, to watch you eat and brewing you tea every morning. I have no desire to kill you, but I fear I must if my mistress is to be satiated. I've been searching the forest these last few nights, hoping I might find some stray thieves or bandits I might offer to my mistress in your stead, but I've yet to find so much as a single vagrant.
Magdalena!
Micah blinked, improbably touched by this proclamation. Oh my god, dude! Wait, what the fuck? Who? Oh, I didn't think she'd be the first one to be... I thought it would be Micah regretting how in love she is first. Recap. Okay. So, recap time. Recap time. So basically, right, yeah, Gloomy's missed the whole thing, and Kinley's, yeah, wasn't there for the rest of the last stream. Okay, how do I go through this? This game, so the one with the red hair is Micah. She is a noble lady from a nice little noble family, and she also has a maid named Henny. The game started with her and her family in a carriage on the way to meet her fiance that she was, you know, going to go marry. But their carriage got attacked by bandits. Her parents got killed in front of her, and her maid took her hand and ran away into the forest with her for their dear life while they were being chased by the bandits into the woods. They passed out there as they saw this vampire lady, this monster as they thought, killing all the bandits in front of them, and then they woke up in a cell in some unknown like castle or something. Turns out the vampire lady who kidnapped them was Magdalena, this beautiful gorgeous vampire woman here. Henny, Micah's maid, tried to say like, oh, kill me, don't kill my lady, but Micah did a little switcheroo thing where she was like, no, that's actually I'm the maid, and that's the noble lady. We just swapped clothes to make sure that it's safe when we're traveling. Yeah, so let her go. So her maid was like set on her way. Magdalena let her loose, but kept Micah imprisoned in a room in her place. And they've been slowly bonding since then, Magdalena and Micah. Magdalena drains her blood every now and then, but she's never bitten her. She doesn't bite her and suck all of her blood to like kill her or anything. She comes in every few nights with a knife, and she sits there and she very carefully drains her blood into a little jar and takes it away. Because as it turns out, we haven't seen this lady, but Magdalena says she has a mistress, some other being that's locked away in this building that she gives the blood to that cannot be satiated. Micah heard her like a scream in the castle a few times that she couldn't understand with it. So Magdalena isn't drinking any of this blood herself. She's just here all on her own, and they're falling in love because they're beautiful and they're in love and they're so sweet. But Magdalena keeps giving her blood away to this mistress and Micah, slowly getting more drained, but they're also slowly bonding with each other more and becoming more comfortable with each other and everything. And also in the meantime, we've been getting snippets of the story of Henny, Micah's maid, who ran off, well, like, who Magdalena set free. She ran away through the woods until she made her way back to like civilization. And there, she went to the home of Micah's planned fiance, and she tried to tell him everything. Tell him that she was with Micah, and that like the parents had been killed by bandits, and that Micah had been kidnapped by a vampire. But this rich old man, obviously, just thought she was insane. Fuck that guy. Hate that guy. He decided, he was like, oh yes, okay, so probably what happened was that all of them died, and you were so traumatized by Micah dying that you started spouting nonsense about vampires because you're hysterical or something like that. So that didn't work. Her fiance just thinks she's dead. Henny then, which I'll show you guys later when we get there, found out about someone else who could help her, so I'll talk about that once we see those guys again, and is trying to find a way to get back to Micah and save her from here, because she obviously doesn't know that Magdalena and Micah are falling in love. So that's where we're at, but I'll recap more of the Henny side of things once we see her again. I hope that helped at least a bit. Oh my god, I love seeing Lena's growing feelings too, right? Because we saw so much of Micah's, like, confused growing feelings at first, but seeing some more of, more of Magdalena's like these, her being so honest about it, the fact that she can't bear to let her go even more than Micah can, fuck! Oh my god. I do like when the game gives you choices that really lets you feel like you're in the game. Also gives me a chance to absolutely let me shut up people like able to have them cast for. Well, yeah. I do love games with choices as well. But ones like this without choices, when they're written this well, I really don't mind. Because like I said, it feels like this game has such gorgeous descriptive and like beautiful writing that it feels like I've just picked up some kind of like stunning gothic novel on its own. It didn't even need to be a game and I would have read it. But then I get to see it here with all these stunning visuals and everything. So it's like win-win. Let me sip some water, hang on. Micah supposed it should have been unnerving that Magdalena had been searching for fresh victims in her stead, but she had spent enough time with Magdalena that she had sensed that such senses had been blunted. It was foolhardy to regard Magdalena as she would a human. Why can't I speak now? I yapped too much of my own. Now I can't get back into my reading proper voice. Also, Henny got in contact with a well, yeah. I was gonna explain that when we see Henny. It was foolhardy to regard Magdalena as she would a human. Magdalena might have looked as she did, though paler, but her morals were skewed towards those of the undead. To her, humans must have looked like cattle. She ought not to have cared for Micah at all, but she still did. She didn't want her to die. It was a sweet sentiment, if nothing else.
Have you really been toiling that hard for my sake?
I have indeed, like a blasted ox, or perhaps a mad woman. Who's to say? Maybe I have gone mad. I must have to care for a human this much. To such a degree I'm losing sleep, all for your sake? Magdalena laughed without humor, her lips curled into a grim facsimile of a smile. Now, do you understand what I meant when I said that God would laugh at me? I've been toiling for your sake, but it's all been in vain. I've nothing to offer my mistress save myself, and my blood ceased to flow a long time ago. The descriptions of the mistress sound to me like a total different myth in the most tragic possible way, right? I'm so fascinated by the myth, and I'm terrified. The art is so eye-pleasing, I'd say I want to eat it, but it feels almost disrespectful and meant to be marveled. Exactly! Exactly! Especially, the CGs in this game are so beautiful. You haven't even seen the half of how gorgeous this can be. It's so stunning. I really love the way they draw the skin of each character as well. It's like, they render it in a way that on one hand is so simple, but also is so painterly. It makes every texture look so soft and gorgeous. Mad with love, yeah? I can only bleed if I've recently fed. If I do not, then what runs through my veins might very well be made of ash. Oh, that's interesting! So she can bleed, that's why the bruises. Just like only specific cases. Look. Magdalena removed one of her gloves with an artful flourish, then reached out once more for the rose bushes. This time, however, she did not caress any of the flowers. Instead, she seized one of those slender stems between her fingers, all thorns, and gripped tightly. These thorns would have lacerated an old person's flesh, bringing forth bright red blood. When Magdalena drew away, however, there were only a few droplets of crimson streaking her palms, far less than Micah would have expected. Though her skin had been punctured from the rose's thorns, she appeared otherwise unharmed. Though she could bleed, she did not bleed as freely as a normal human. That must have been something she had given up many, many years ago. I really am a monster. I've no need for your sympathy, Micah. If you show me too much kindness, it will poison me. I don't deserve it.
Magdalena.
Micah murmured the other woman's name, but it did not sound right upon her tongue. There were too many syllables, which seemed to put between them an uncomfortable amount of distance. Micah paused, then tried anew, fingers reaching out to cup Magdalena's own scarred ones.
No. Lena.
I'm normal. Micah looked into Magdalena's red eyes, which seemed uncommonly beautiful, then said,
I don't hate you, Lena, no matter how much you might wish I did. How could I when you confided so much in me? I know you do not mean to hurt me, even if you do. And that, I think, is enough for me to forgive you.
But if you stay with me, I will kill you.
And if I'd married Hergert Hart, then he would have killed me too, albeit in a slower, more indirect manner. My mother was likewise killing me slowly, by keeping me shut up inside, with little to distract me save that awful embroidery hoop. She hurt me every day, in all manner of insidious ways, and she was supposed to be my mother. She should have put my own needs first, above all else, but she never did. I don't know if she was fully aware of how much she hurt me, but if she was, she never apologized. She was my own flesh and blood, but I don't think she understood me half as well as you do.
Also, Hergert Hart, when they say that, that's her fiancé. What if the mistress is a cannibal? That'd be kind of interesting. Oh, you're right. I'm so, like, she could be a cannibal, she could be a zombie, like Crimson said. I'm so fucking terrified, but so fascinated. I love this whole mystery.
At least you seem to care.
Oh, I can't deny that. I do care, much more than I should. I care so much, I fear that I might go insane.
You aren't the only one. I must be insane too, to care so much about a woman who means to kill me. But I can't help how I feel. I've never had much of a life, and I've had few in the way of friends. I understand how you feel, having been shut away inside this house for so many years. I've also been horribly lonely, but I'm less lonely now that I've met you.
This two remind me of two characters from webcomics called Nevermore. I'd highly recommend it. Ooh! Wait, let me note that down. I'll check it out later. I need to read more webcomics, honestly. I used to read so much of them every day, but then I kept forgetting. I mean, we've not heard of any form of sentence from this mistress, and it screams of hunger and stuff. Yeah, true. We don't even know that she's, like, fully human. We've just heard occasional screams. That's literally it. We've never even seen her.
While part of me wishes it had occurred under better circumstances, I really am glad I met you. So please, don't feel guilty. I won't hate you, even if you kill me. I might thank you for it, even. If you weren't the one holding the knife to my arm, then it probably would have been me, and I don't much want to bring my own life to an end. I'm too cowardly for that, and I don't much like the pain. I'd rather you do it. That way, at least my own conscience will be clear. And when I do die, I might be able to go to heaven.
Holy shit! Micah! Also, yeah, this is set in Germany. Oh my god. Micah! Also, I love this CG. Once again, every single time we look at this CG, I have to take a second to, like, take deep breaths and be fucking mindful, because she's so gorgeous. She's so fucking surreally gorgeous. She's so gorgeous. But my god! Holy shit. The fuck. Oh, that was such a. To say that when she dies, she'd rather Magdalena kill her, because if it's not you holding the knife to my wrist, it would have been me, and I don't much like the pain. And then at least my conscience will be clear, and I can go to heaven. Oh my god! Don't fucking. You know, when I first checked this out, I was like, yay, it's gothic, but it's so good. It's gonna be lesbians, and they're so pretty. Yay, gay people! Oh my god, just start playing Date with Death. We'll move to new gay people, and I'll be all like, yeah. But instead of Kya, I'm like, ah! Oh my god. Okay, I have to drink my water. Oh my god. Stay demure, Emmy. I'm trying my best. It is very hard to be demure and mindful when I'm looking at a woman like this. She's so fucking gorgeous. This painting, her hair, the dress, the way that the dress on her, and It wasn't until later that night that Magdalena paid a second visit to Micah's bedchamber, carrying with her a ceramic bowl and a sharp-bladed knife. Micah had been lying in bed when Magdalena arrived, attired in her nightgown. It was late enough that she had wondered whether Magdalena had forgotten about their nightly ritual, but evidently not. Micah had endured these sessions with Magdalena numerous times, and now knew what to expect from them. God, she's so gorgeous. She's so gorgeous. Hey, Magdalena, me next. Can I have a turn next? Can I have a turn next? Magdalena did not even need to ask Micah to present the inside of her arm this time. Micah did so without complaint, though she still winced when Magdalena pressed the blade of the knife against her flesh. I'm sorry, Magdalena said softly, so softly Micah could have feigned deafness if she had wished, while steadying her hand. I don't wish to hurt you, though I know my apologies mean very little. They cannot undo the pain that I'm making you feel. They are utterly pointless. Magdalena's expression twisted as she collected Micah's blood, her fingers trembling all the while. Micah's blood soon stained the ceramic, bright enough to be garish during the otherwise understated night. Magdalena must have cut more deeply this time, because her wound burned more intensely, and her blood spilled more freely. During their other sessions, Micah's blood would emerge almost shyly, a few anxious drops forming about the thin, hairline cuts Magdalena inflicted upon her. It was not so tonight, however. There was so much blood, Micah's bedroom began to stink of it. The stench of blood combated the other unpleasant odors Micah often had to contend with, those of dust and mold and neglect, until it was all Micah could smell. She could taste it, too, in the back of her throat when she swallowed. The air seemed to have taken on the tang of copper. Micah's wound stung as Magdalena squeezed it, freeing yet more blood from within her. What did the world do to deserve these beautiful women? I know, right? They're both so gorgeous. Like, it's not even like I can just say, oh my god, I want Magdalena so bad. I want to be Micah. Or, oh my god, I want to be Magdalena. Micah's so pretty. I want both of them. They're so gorgeous. They're so beautiful. They're so perfect. And they're so perfect for each other. Except also doomed for each other and thus the worst for each other. Oh my god. Micah winced and bit the inside of her cheek in an attempt to stop herself from gasping. She did not want to cry out, not when Magdalena looked so tense already. She did not want Magdalena to feel guilty about hurting her. But surely that was foolish? Magdalena, as her tormentor, ought to have felt guilty about the pain which she was inflicting upon Micah. Micah had no obligation to worry about Magdalena's feelings, whatever they may have been, and yet... Alright, I think that ought to be enough. Magdalena took a handkerchief from her pocket, then dabbed at Micah's wound. That better not be a bad ending. Crimson, there's no choices, so there's no different endings. It wouldn't be possible for there to be multiple endings because there's no choices at any point in this game. It's just a story. The lukewarm water against her skin. Oh wait, you mean like the ending itself could be bad? Yeah, that I'm worried about. I do not know if this is gonna end happily or not, and I'm very scared. I literally cannot tell at this point. The lukewarm water against her skin stung, and Micah had to bite the inside of her cheek again, harder this time. I mean, the only ending, but not bad. Yeah, okay. To stop another encroaching sound of distress. She counted to 3 inside her head, trying to soothe herself before she spoke. Lena. Oh, she's still using... Oh my god! What is it? I just wanted to tell you. Micah yawned, then leaned back against her pillow. Magdalena was still dabbing at her arm and at her wound, but all of a sudden Micah felt too drained to remain upright. All of her strength had voided her body, leaving her an empty shell. She always felt exhausted after having her blood drained, but this exhaustion settled upon her more heavily tonight. Micah's arms and legs felt leaden, her fingers and toes quite numb. She could barely curl them if she tried. Her breathing was regular at least, but shallow, and still the air tasted of blood. Micah might have felt terrible, but she did not blame Magdalena for her plight. If anything, she pitied her. Thank you. Micah spoke softly, her eyes affixed upon Magdalena's, unblinking despite her fatigue. What? Magdalena drew back, clutching her blood-spattered handkerchief in one hand, and frowned. What could you possibly have to thank me for? Don't tell me I've taken so much blood your thoughts are growing adult. Perhaps they are, somewhat. But I'm not so confused I don't understand my own feelings. I know that you're being as considerate as you can be, given the circumstances. Considerate? Magdalena laughed, though it was without humor. And I know that you don't mean to hurt me. You're trying to console me as best you can, aren't you? I'm trying, yes, but... Micah... Magdalena gripped her handkerchief hard, crumpling it in her right fist. It was still damp with Micah's blood, not that there was much of it. Magdalena had been thorough in emptying Micah's veins into her bowl. The little blood which did stain Magdalena's handkerchief, however, soon stained Magdalena's palm in turn, stippling her dark glove burgundy. How can you say that to me? Do you mean to hurt me? What? No, I would never. Yes, I know you would never. You are a good, kind woman, unlike myself. You're so very kind, in fact, you would seek to sympathize with a monster like me. I am hurting you. Surely you must be able to feel it. But still, you place my feelings over your own. I don't understand how you can do it. How could you bear to thank me after all I have done for you? If I didn't know you better, I would think you were trying to make me feel guilty. Lena, I've no desire to make you feel guilty. It would be a pointless enterprise. Why would I bother when I can see that you feel guilty already? Magdalena stiffened at this. She pocketed her bloody handkerchief, perhaps to stop her anxious hands from rending it in two, then frowned. Yes, you're quite right. I do feel guilty about this. Yet I fail to see what that will feasibly accomplish. My guilt hasn't stopped me from hurting you. It is a worthless emotion that exists only to satisfy my own ego. I'd like to believe that I'm not wicked, so I cling to my guilt. It proves, at least in some sense, that I still have a sense of ethics, that I'm still human, at least in part. But no ordinary human being would inflict suffering like this upon another. It's all posturing.
I don't think it is. How can you be posturing when you're being so sincere?
Maybe I am, but what does it matter?
It matters to me. I would hate you if you gleaned any enjoyment from treating me like this, but I can see that you don't. This is hurting you too. In fact, I think it hurts you more than it does me.
Whoever made the soundtrack for this game cooked. I know, right? The soundtrack is so gorgeous. It's so stunning. They have all these gorgeous little sound cues and little moments as well. You get like pulses and little breathing and rushing through certain moments, combined with this stunning fucking composition. It's so beautiful. It's only one person who did all the soundtrack as well. There's a really small team behind this game.
I don't know all the particulars, but you wouldn't be doing this if you had a choice.
Micah took Magdalena's hand in her own, and, squeezing it, she said in an imploring voice,
Is that right?
Is that what you think? Magdalena sighed wretchedly, but did not try to pull away from Micah. Instead, she leant in, squeezing Micah's hand in turn before elaborating. I am sorry to disappoint you, Micah, but I'm not the hopeless victim you seem to believe. I do have a choice in this. I always have. It is my own foolish fault that I chose, and continue to choose, a poor one. I don't have to hurt you. I don't have to do anything. If I wanted, I could wash my hands of this farce and move far away, put all this bloodshed behind me. But
you can't, though you say you could. You have your mistress to worry about.
Indeed, I do. While I could leave her, I would not wish to. She would be hopeless without me. She can't look after herself. She needs somebody to sustain her. I just so happen to be that unfortunate somebody. I procure victims for her, and I keep her fed, but I'm afraid it is not enough for her. I think I might even be afraid of her. Oh, God. Magdalena's expression twisted. It must sound so pathetic. Micah thought of the lurid marks she'd seen on Magdalena's arms, a riot of red circles, like full-headed flowers, and winced in sympathy with her.
I don't think you're pathetic, Lena. I think you've been trying very, very hard for a very long time. And I think you need somebody to console you. Perhaps I'm wrong to feel this way, and perhaps I'm being presumptuous. You can scold me if you want, and I'll relent. But Lena...
Oh my God, this is so beautiful. Oh my God. Overwhelmed with sympathy, Micah leant in and wound her arms about Magdalena.
You aren't alone. You have me. You can talk to me. If something is the matter, I would like to help you. I care about you, and I don't want to see you so upset.
Micah. Oh, Micah. Magdalena sniffled, her eyelashes trembling. Her shoulders began to relax, her body draining of tension. But even as it did, she murmured, You don't have to pity me. I've no need of the sympathies of a mere human, particularly not when said human is one of my victims. You should be cowering away from me, not holding me even closer.
Maybe I should. But as my mother always said, I've never known what's best for me. That's why she arranged my life for me down to the smallest detail. Now that she is no more, I think I ought to do what I want for a change. I'm tired of listening to other people.
You won't even listen to me.
I will, if you wish me to. You can push me away if you like, but I thought it might help.
I don't know if there's anything you can do to help me, Micah. You or anybody else. The only person who can help me is me. Magdalena sighed. I ought to tell you to keep your distance, and yet...
And yet?
It has been a long time since I was last embraced. It feels very nostalgic. Relenting, Magdalena leaned forth. Oh my god, the heartbeat effect! I'm gonna cry! Addie! No, Addie, you're real as fuck, actually. Relenting, Magdalena leaned forth, then rested her own chin upon Micah's chest, wherein her heart continued to beat. I can't believe this. I'm seeking solace in the arms of a human of all things. I thought I was stronger than this.
You are strong. You must be, to have endured so very much for so long, all alone. But everybody has their limits.
Yes, you might be right about that. I think I hit my limit a good while ago. I've been trying to soldier on. My mistress needs me after all. But... oh, God. I can't even cry! But I'm still shaking! What is the matter with me? I must look utterly foolish.
I already told you, you aren't.
Are you sure?
Well, maybe a little.
Micah laughed softly, which recurred from Magdalena and offended. Hey!
But I don't like you any less for it. In fact, I think I might like you even more. It's nice to know there are more sides of you than meets the eye. I knew there was more to you than the aloof, dignified vampire you first showed me.
Sorry, I forget there are children here. I mean, not really. You're fine, you're real. I am so in love with both of them.
You might not be a human, but I don't think your feelings are so different from mine.
Oh, if only. Oh, no! Oh my god, they're so beautiful. I'm losing it. This is so cute, right? Oh! The hurt comfort in this game is so insane. Magdalena drew back from Micah, though still her arms were looped around the other woman. Holding her close, she looked into Micah's face and said, "You're too kind, Micah. If you keep acting as you are, I'll have second or third thoughts about harming you further. You don't deserve any of this." I need the surround sound. Thank you, Addie. I wish I could save you, but...
It's fine. You saved me once before, remember? If it weren't for your timely intervention, both Henny and I would have been slaughtered by those bandits. You saved me. How could I not love you after all that?
Micah... I'm going to cry. I am going to cry. I am mindfully taking my water, drinking my water, so I don't fucking cry. Magdalena's ruby red eyes widened, and abashed, she looked away. If I had the blood to blush, my face would be pink right now.
I'm not embarrassing you, aren't I? Am I?
Alright. Am I? You are horribly so. But you're perplexing me too. You're a foolish girl, do you know that? Your sympathy towards me is unwarranted, not to mention all this cloying, sickly kindness. I'm drowning in it. Your trust in me is going to get you killed one day. One day soon, in fact. It's killing you already.
I know, and I don't care.
You said that earlier when we were in the garden. But do you really mean that?
Every word. Right now, I only care about being with you.
Gotta stay demure. Yeah, I'm staying demure. I'm wiping a tear from my eye. Well, that is quite the proclamation. If I did not know any better, perhaps I would take it as a confession.
Perhaps I want you to take it like that.
Oh my god! Wait! Okay, no, you know how I literally just said earlier, I love how the dynamic is so much more equal than you expect, right? Because when they first got here, especially for any of you guys that weren't there, Micah didn't even know that, like, lesbians existed. Dude, She didn't even know you could be gay because Magdalena was like making little like innuendos as she was bringing her into this room about like being in bed with her or something like that. Like the little passing things because she kept calling her like beautiful and stuff the whole way through as well. But Micah was like, "What? How could they?" And then like every time Magdalena's been like flirty with her or been more like Donna or bold, she's been like so flustered by it and been like, "I'm no. I'm just confused." But oh my god. Oh, okay, hang on. Let me run that back a sec and be normal. If I did not know any better, perhaps I would take it as a confession.
Perhaps I want you to take it like that.
Honestly?
Maybe. I know at the very least that I don't hate you. I've grown, quite fond of you, in fact. When we're together, my heart starts to beat harder, and, well, you might not be able to blush, but I can.
Yes, I can see that for myself. Magdalena's eyes trailed across the contours of Micah's face, marveling at how delicate her mouth was, how long her lashes, how flushed, like freshly picked primroses, her skin. What blood Magdalena had not drained from Micah seemed to be resting beneath the surface of her cheeks, warming them, heat exuding from her like that of a flickering flame. Their descriptions are so gorgeous. They're so beautiful. She looked so very enticing. Magdalena hardly knew what she was doing, even as she pressed 2 fingers beneath Micah's chin. Raising her head thus, their eyes meeting once more, Magdalena said, "You really are an idiot. But, if you wish, you can be my idiot. For tonight, at least. I think that might, at least, make me happy." My Micah. I'm going to move away from my mic for a sec. Okay, here we go. Oh my god! Magdalena dipped her head as though compelled by a powerful magnetism and sought out Micah's mouth with her own. Her cloak fell from her shoulders as she leant in, revealing just how slender Magdalena truly was, how delicate as her palms found Micah's. Their fingers pressed together, their eyelids falling shut as they indulged in one another. It was Micah's very first kiss, and it was not as her mother had designed, with Walter Gerhardt. Magdalena's lips were cold, as was her skin, and Micah shivered against her. The kiss was not what Micah had imagined over the years, when she had been sequestered away inside of her parents' old home. Many times Micah had wondered what her first kiss might be like, had imagined ghostly scores of them as she lay in her bed at night looking out of the window. Never before had a woman like Magdalena factored into Micah's fantasies, with white skin and red eyes and a heart which did not beat. This was not at all what Micah had anticipated. It felt even better. Oh my god! Ow, I hit my leg too hard. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Guys, they're fine! Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, hang on. I'm fucking lightheaded. From the voice acting this game, especially Micah, makes me like lightheaded because it's so airy, but screaming over that. I've got pineapple juice and I've got water today. We did it! We kissed girls! Yes! Guys, okay, see? Women's Day has been celebrated. It is officially over now. Okay, end of stream. Bye-bye. I'm kidding. Sorry, Miku, you don't have to do all that. Let's go! Let's go! Oh my god. Micah, are you sure this is alright? Oh, whoa! Hang on, I'm scared. Where's my thing? Hang on. So I should mention, I have the adult patch installed for this game, which adds, some scenes. some scenes, so I'm a little bit worried. Hang on. If it seems all okay, then I will let you guys see the scene, but I'm gonna check first. Oh! Okay, this might not be okay. This might not be okay to show what's next. Oh! 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 Hang on, hang on. Oh! Okay, so I will put this in Blasphemy Channel for you guys, yes. So, I can show you a bit. I can show you a bit of it. It is not, we're not getting, like, immediately full peanuts on screen like with Date with Death. But they are doing stuff, but this game has really flowery, beautiful descriptions, and this starts off with them just like kissing and slightly touching and stuff. So I will show you guys that, and then I will cut it off, and I will play that myself later. Micah, are you sure that this is all right?
Elena.
Oh, actually, God, I forgot the worst part of this is gonna be voice acting it. That's part of why I don't want to show it, actually. It was the same thing with Date with Death, where it was like, well, I had the option when I was playing Date with Death, and that I have with this, of, like, showing the whole thing, but, like, censoring it slightly, but then I still have to voice act it, so. Micah sighed. The curve of her spine pressed to Magdalena's stomach as the other woman knelt behind her. Their kisses, though they had begun in a chaste manner, had soon descended into something more fervent. They were fiery, despite the cool chill of Magdalena's skin. Now, Magdalena embraced Micah from behind. Her fingers slipped beneath the hem of Micah's nightgown to rest against the inside of her thigh. No, the best part of it is voice acting. Yeah, but I don't want to do all that voice acting on stream. I'm not gonna sit here with like a half-censored scream moaning. Micah herself was positioned between Magdalena's thighs, her own legs spread. She shivered with each of Magdalena's caresses, which grew more insistent as the seconds elapsed between them. Magdalena's fingers stroked her skin, her touch deceptively gentle for the strength she possessed. Micah knew if Magdalena had willed it, she could have crushed the delicate bones which resided beneath her skin to powder. But, though this knowledge should have perturbed her, it instead served only to make her shiver. Oh! Okay, I see you, girl. That's real. Being a prisoner in Magdalena's arms was not such a terrible form of captivity, really, not compared to all else Micah had endured. Magdalena seemed to accept Micah for who she was. She accepted her unruliness and her ardor, and now she accepted her kisses, too. You see why I'm screaming? You see why I'm screaming?
Lena.
Micah's skin felt warm and flushed despite the coolness of the night and the breeze which whistled against her window panes, but she still continued to shake. She glanced back over her shoulder, her eyes meeting Magdalena's, and she was struck anew by how tenderly she had come to care for Magdalena. Micah tilted her chin upwards to better angle her lips against Magdalena's and pressed their mouths together once more. They kissed, and as they did so, Micah's hand found Magdalena's wrist, secreted beneath the folds of her nightgown. She gripped it, digits tightening about it, then pressed her fingers, not against the inside of her upper thigh, but between them. Micah sighed at this close contact. I'm not voicing that. Her body twitching. Her body might have been flushed, but Magdalena's skin remained cool to the touch. Micah might have thought her insensitive, had she not felt Magdalena's body stiffen at her ministrations. Magdalena could not blush, but Micah was sure she would have done so had she the blood to do it. Micah. Magdalena sighed her name, breathless, though of course she did not need to breathe when their lips parted. Looking down at Micah in her disheveled nightgown which was pulled up above her thighs, she said, "This is all progressing very quickly. Even I've never done anything like this before, and I've lived for over a century. Are you sure you can bear with it?"
"I can do more than bear with it. I want you to do it. I want you to touch me."
Okay, I'm gonna cut it off there. I'm cutting it off there. Yep, cool. So that was that scene. That was that scene. Hope you guys enjoyed it. While I'm skipping through the rest of the dialogue, do any of you guys want some candy? I've got a candy jar here. I've got gummy babies again. I got jelly babies. Who wants a jelly baby? I got pink ones. I got green ones. I got purple ones. Oh! Okay. Showing you this line quickly. I want you to feel the original, Elena. I've always dreamed about doing something like this, I suppose. Just once in my life. Something like this? Magdalena cocked her head to one side, her expression querying. With a man, you mean? Or maybe...
No, not a man. I don't think I've ever much cared for them. When I learned that I was to marry Hergert Hart, it felt like a death sentence. But even if he had been the nicest man of all of Bavaria, I doubt I would have cared for him. I've never been able to relate to the heroines in romance stories who fawn after mysterious strangers. I thought maybe I was naive or immature. But sometimes, as I was laying in my bed, my thoughts would wander, and then... I would think all sorts of things. Things no young lady is supposed to contemplate.
Okay, cutting it off there again. But let's go lesbians! I just wanted you guys to read her lesbian moment. Pink flavor is good. Okay, Addie, you can have a pink one. Be grateful, because I normally keep the pink ones only myself. This is crazy, what I'm reading right now. Oh my god. Ah! Wait, okay, another peek for you guys. I love the rest of it later so much. Wait, hang on. You know what I'll do? I'll save here. I can show you the rest later. Look at them! You people! Oh my god! Wait, okay. Hang on. Let me eat this thing and voice some more of this. It's like I wanna keep my stream safe, but this dialogue is so fucking good that I can't not show you guys some of it. It's so beautiful.
This is what I wanted. Not to be poured at ineffectually by a man, but by somebody like you. No, I think it could only be you. Lena.
Yes, Micah.
I thought you were pretty from the moment I first set eyes upon you. I was afraid of you, but I think part of me wanted you, too.
Dear Micah, my sweet little fool. Okay! Ah! Ah! Okay, the descriptions are getting more explicit now. I'm gonna have to skip through this. Anyone else want some candy? I got more gummy babies. I also got, mints. I've got a packet of Mentos, and I've also got a packet of Mentos that for some reason is Fanta flavored. They're kind of shit. They suck. Whoa! 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 Sorry! I was like skipping through it just absent-mindedly and like barely reading while I was talking about my candy, and then I looked at the line and I was like, whoa! Whoa! I love watching you guys react to this in chat. They're talking more about her being a lesbian right now. I think the Phantom Mentos. Okay, cool. You guys can have those. They suck. I don't want them. The only candy I want is women too. Real. That's what Micah's talking about. She look, they're having conversations. They're talking about stuff she used to imagine by herself.
And my own fantasies too. The women I dreamed of were all apparitions, which could be blown away like so much smoke. They weren't real. Not like you are. They didn't mean anything to me. It was all a fantasy.
The conversation is fucking crazy, by the way, just so you guys know. I can't say all of it. Like, serious. There's another peek for you. Hey, Chad, hi, Abby. Oh, hi. This is how I'm doing. I'm doing great. I am doing great. Having a fascinating time trying to figure out how much of this to show you guys. Hi, LJ. How's your day gone? We're talking about candy. We're talking about what candy I have in my candy jar.
I want to give myself to you in my entirety. You can have me. All of me.
That seems awfully rash. Are you really sure you don't mind?
No, I don't. Not one bit.
And you won't regret it?
I would regret not doing more, I think. But even if I should come to regret it, which I doubt, I would not have long to regret it regardless. I won't be alive for very long after all.
Yes, that is true. Then, if you're certain... What? Okay, they're doing the stuff! This line is crazy. This dialogue is so good. The writing is so good. I wish I could show it to you. I'm so serious. Yeah, LJ, what candy do you want? LJ, do you want what color jelly baby you want? I got let me see what colors I get if I pull it out. Do gotcha. Okay, I got green, I got orange, I got oh god, it's over. Okay. I got green, I got orange, I got purple, and I got white. The white ones are mostly mine though. I got you took too long. I ate all the white ones. I don't have white anymore. You got orange, green, and purple. Oh my god. That was fucking crazy. Yeah, we have mints too. We got Mentos and we also got Fanta flavored Mentos. We got a whole selection. Green! Okay, you can have the green ones. I don't like those ones very much. Yeah, don't worry, Kinley. For those of you in chat that are already like that are already friends, I will DM you what the scene was like because the writing was absolutely beautiful. Genuinely. I need to refill my water in a sec, but I'll do it when we go to the next scene. Like oh my god, it's so. The writing has been stunning for this entire game, but when I say that it's like, it was so intimate even before much that was explicitly sexual happened there, it was so fucking stunning. Like, their dialogue was so sweet, but also had like such like a gorgeous tension to it. But then they had like little moments of giggling about stuff and like being really sincere about their lives. And oh my god. I love them. It was so beautiful. It didn't feel like a sex scene for the sake. Like, since it was like the adult patch, I thought it would just be something freakier, but it didn't feel like a sex scene just for the sake of being a sex scene. It felt like a sex scene that was such a beautiful, tender moment of them opening up to each other. Oh my god. Micah lay in bed later that night, not long after Magdalena had left her, a ghostly vision in white upon her red sheets. She lay back upon her thin, aged pillows, her hair fanning outwards like a halo. Though she felt tired, sleep refused to come. It remained nothing but a distant dream. Images of the day passed, and all she had done with Magdalena flickered before her open eyes like the ghostly images in a what the fuck is that? Phenakistoscope. The writing in this game is so good that I've been learning a lot of words I don't know yet. Is it like a kaleidoscope? Oh, okay. Kind of. Yeah, it was very detailed and everything. You can tell they really focused on how much they love each other. Yeah, no, trust me. There's so much that I couldn't show you guys there. There was actually like so much of it that I was like, whoa, but also so much that was just so stunning. This writing is so beautiful and moving. I want what they have. When do I get a vampire girlfriend and also a pretty rich human girlfriend? I want both of them. Images of the day passed, and all she had done with Magdalena flickered before her open eyes like the ghostly images in a phenakistoscope. Micah saw Magdalena holding her breakfast tray, a small smile upon her lips. Magdalena reaching to brush her hair behind one ear, her sleeve slipping down to reveal her bruised arm. Magdalena standing in the rose garden, her head bowed. Of an enemy stream later. She saw Magdalena too, as she had been while pressing a knife against the inside of her wrist, with her red eyes full of guilt. Felt so tender and genuine, far from what Fred saw. Exactly! And later, Magdalena with her pale eyelashes sewn shut, her lips pressed against Micah's own. That had been Micah's first ever kiss. She had not been so intimate with Walter, though he had been her fiancé. Not that Micah saw this as any great loss. The thought of kissing Walter, or any man for that matter, had always turned Micah's stomach. Oh, okay, so this is where they explain that her, like, realizing she was a lesbian over time, if you didn't get to see the sex scene. She had liked reading stories, but romance scenes had left her cold. Micah had thought she would be happy if she never had to kiss a man, and that belief still stood. Magdalena might have been a woman, and a vampire besides, but kissing her had felt right. Even now, long after their lips had parted, Micah could remember how it had felt. Her lips throbbed with phantom kisses, and blood pooled in her cheeks. Micah pressed one hand to her chest, fingers splayed, and sighed. She knew not how she would go to sleep now, with such thoughts racing through her mind. She feared, as she lay there, the darkness pressing in upon her, that she would never sleep again. Magdalena had stolen her ability to rest, just as she had surely stolen away her heart. Oh my god! Oh. Oh no! What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? This is the opposite of aftercare. You gave me a beautiful, tender moment, and now you're gonna just tell me to kill myself. What the fuck? While Micah lay abed that night, trying to sleep, Magdalena sat at the bedside of another, holding in her hands a dish filled with bright red. Here you are, my mistress. Magdalena proffered the dish to a figure who lay upon the bed before her, her expression one of fearful reverence. I procured it a brief while ago. I fear I tarried a while to see you, and it may have gone cold. It is still fresh, though, and its flavor should not be compromised. I hope it is to your tastes. The shadowy figure rose, the metallic chains which bound her clinking, then shifted forth. Her nostrils twitched, savoring the scent of the blood in the dish, before she brought her tongue to it, her red lips parting like an awful oozing sore. Magdalena tried not to wince as her mistress pressed her tongue to the quivering meniscus of Micah's gathered blood, nor when the damp, wet sounds of her soughing filled the room. This feels like a fair place to leave. See you all on Saturday. Bye bye bye! Thank you for stopping by anyway. I'll see you on the weekend. You're welcome for the candy. The sound of the mistress's feeding was interspaced only with the lowing of the breeze outside, as it rattled against the window panes. It sounded sad and mournful, which seemed rather appropriate. Magdalena had never much enjoyed these feeding sessions with her mistress, but she enjoyed it rather less now. It was hard for her to remain emotionless, a Grecian figure carved from marble, when she knew so intimately the woman whose blood filled the dish. She had not wished to exploit Micah further, nor to hurt her. She could hardly bear the burden of her wicked deeds. They weighed heavier and heavier upon her shoulders with each day that passed. What was she to do? If she did not bleed Micah, her mistress would suffer in turn. Her mistress, weak and feeble that she was, needed somebody to look after her. She had no way of procuring blood on her own. Had Magdalena not provided for her, throughout the years she would have been long dead. Sometimes, Magdalena thought this might be for the best, but these thoughts seemed wicked, and they made Magdalena shudder. She could not abandon her mistress, no matter how onerous caring for her had become. They were alike, she and her mistress, two birds of a feather. Society would shun them both for being a pair of misfits. They were both monsters. Magdalena's mistress was the only creature like her she knew of. She was all which stopped Magdalena from being utterly alone, and all which had granted her a purpose. So she is a vampire? Question mark? Magdalena had vowed when first they were turned that she would protect her. So she is a vampire! Okay. Oh my god. By the sounds of this then, they were like friends or something before too. This isn't just like some person that she's indebted to. Oh fuck. I was willing to become the wickedest of villainesses for your sake. I have debased myself, committed vile act after act, and for a while I thought my humanity forfeit. Magdalena sighed, her lips pursed, as her mistress, heedless as always of her words, continued to drink. But I fear I must be softer than I thought. I have killed many, many men without flinching, but the thought of killing Micah... Magdalena sighed again, a sigh which seemed to issue forth, not just from her chest, but from a deep, shadowy recess inside her. When she exhaled, it left her almost breathless. I don't know if I can do it, not even for you. I want to make you happy, dear one. Dear one! Oh! I want to make you happy, dear one, but if the price of your happiness is my Micah's life, that seems like too steep a price to pay. So it's another vampire used to be a human friend or partner. Yeah! I'm so curious! If I keep going as I am, I fear something inside me might break. If it has not been broken already, that is. Unable to face her mistress, or herself, Magdalena let her eyelids fall closed. Her lashes melted together, long and spiky, like albino spiders' legs. She did not cry, but she felt phantom tears prickling her eyes regardless, sobs she could not make racking her slender shoulders. All the while, her mistress continued to suck as a cat might. Her pointed tongue lapped Micah's blood, her head bobbing back and forth. Her mistress was, in many respects, like a pet. Eating always contented her, but eventually she would show her claws. Magdalena had been on the receiving end of said claws more times than she could count. Her arms were littered with bruises, which were all the thanks she received for her labor. Aiding her young mistress had never been the most thankful of tasks, but Magdalena had persevered. I had thought that her mistress would be her sire when we first heard about her, but with the way this is describing it, it sounds like they were both turned at the same time. I thought it would have been her sire when we first heard about it, would be someone who was like literally in charge of her. But with the way she's treating her and like the way she talks to her, looking after her mistress had been Magdalena's only purpose in life for nigh on a century. It had been her only reason to keep going. Now, however, I wish you knew what I was speaking about. I wish you could understand how I felt. I wish that none of this had ever happened to me, and especially not to you. You never deserved any of this. My poor dear Crystal. We got a name! Crystal. Oh my gosh. Oh my god. Fascinating. What the fuck? Yeah, so this definitely is not her sire. By the sounds of it, this really seems like someone that was turned with her. And like a friend. Also, it's about to be Henny time again. Which also means we're gonna see Heidi very much. I love it! But it is about to be Henny time again. So recap for anyone who missed that. Henny, Micah's beloved maid. So she's been staying as a maid at the house of Micah's fiance, because Micah's fiance did not believe her, decided she's gone fucking crazy and hysterical, and just saw Micah die. And he's like, yeah, Micah's dead. Definitely, Micah's dead, no matter what Henny says. But she talked to another maid who said that she knew of a priest in town who could help her, because he helped her family with something horrible. And when she went to meet this priest, it turned out that he has a little... evil little vampire girl, I absolutely love her, named Heidi Marie, living there at the fucking church. The priests there all know about this vampire, and she helps them. She, like, is a vampire who hunts other vampires for the priest, but this priest, like, he lets her drink her blood in as, like, a exchange for it. Also, before we read this, because Heidi Marie takes a lot out of my voice, I'm gonna go fill up my water really quickly. Hang on. One sec. Let me, you know what, I have my text here. I'll just one sec, I'll be right back. I'm back! Okay, I've got water. Because, yeah, doing Haida Marie's voice is a tricky one, so I needed to make sure I filled up in water because it was empty. We also get to see Johan and Henny, my beloveds. See, this is where anyone who likes my voice acting really gets to see it, because I get to be silly. My specialty when voicing characters is either to do mature-sounding women or to do really bratty-sounding children. It was late at night, the moon round and full, when Henny ventured into the woods, Johan and Haida Marie in tow. The woods were every bit as eerie and inhospitable as Henny remembered from her wandering weeks prior. The boughs of the trees were curled like claws, as though meaning to grab her, and the uneven floor was strewn with loose leaves, twisted roots, and creeping fog. It was a cold, windy night, and the breeze which ran through the boughs of these skeletal trees seemed almost a sob. The breeze nipped at Henny's fingers and at the hem of her sensible black maid's dress, so she shivered. Oh, that was not a hiccup, that was a burp. That was a hiccup. Wow. Combo. Henny knew where Magdalena's home was, more or less, yet she had been in such a state as she ran away from it, she felt disoriented. The forest was so full of tall, skinny trees, it was hard for her to get her bearings. She hoped only that she was right in her recollections, and her footsteps were leading her closer to Micah's side, rather than further. Please, Micah, Henny prayed silently, her soles depressing the twigs and the leaves beneath her. Be safe, that's all I ask. I love Haida Marie so much. I love Haida Marie and I love Johan because their designs are so gorgeous. They're both so cunty in such opposite ways. They're so fun. I love them. I love them. I love them.
Well, isn't this a beautiful night?
Haida Marie spoke in casual tones that belied the seriousness of the situation as they walked. She, for her part, seemed quite at ease. Though perhaps that was because she was a vampire. She was accustomed to the stillness. I read that all wrong. Though perhaps that was because, as a vampire, she was accustomed to the stillness of the night. Certainly, she would have preferred it over the heat and the light of the day.
The moon is so lovely, yet lethal. Lethal? But of course! Werewolves aren't the only beings who undergo significant changes during the full moon. It also imbues us vampires with strength.
Just like in Sims 4! I know that one! Sorry, don't mind me. My Simsism is not activating. Haida Marie flexed her fingers, extending them as the pianist might before setting them down to play a symphony.
For a being who has been dead for so many centuries, I feel quite alive. I'm positively tingling with excitement.
I need to... wait, hang on. I need to make sure my, I need to make sure my, noise suppression is on a... I have to turn my noise suppression onto a lower quality one when I'm voicing her because I do so much squeaking. Yeah, the designs are so beautiful.
It's been a long, long while since I had a job to do.
Haida Marie's lips split into a grin, wide enough to reveal her incisors. They glistened at the front of her mouth, sharper and more deadly than needles.
I hope it doesn't disappoint. I'll be upset if this Magdalena does not put up a fight.
No, Haida Marie. We didn't come out here to have fun. Frau Henrique wishes for our help, and we must do all we can to aid her. This is serious. A woman's life may be on the line.
Well, of course I know that. I'm aware that this will be a delicate operation. But I think that makes this even more entertaining. It's been a terribly long time since I got to rescue any fair maidens. I do so love being a brave, noble hero. Though I must give you a few words of advice, Fraulein. There is a chance that your beloved mistress may have already departed from the world of mortals.
Henny stiffened at this, and Johan's disapproving frown deepened. Haida Marie, please, be more considerate.
And by that, you mean ply her with false reassurances?
No, I just...
Such sweet lies might come easily to you, Johan, but they don't sit right with me. I might be a depraved monster, but I don't like to deceive people.
I don't deceive people. I spread the word of God.
And you truly believe in the eventual reckoning and salvation and heaven?
Yes, of course I do. You know I do. I wouldn't preach of such matters if I didn't. Heidi Marie pressed her lips together before eventually capitulating.
Yes, I suppose you're right. You've always been an awful goody two-shoes. You're not a liar either, Johann, though you are misguided in your optimism. I know you wish only to think on the most positive potential outcome, but life often does not work out as we might want.
Heidi Marie looked again to Henny, one arm resting on her hip.
Powerful though I am, I'm not privy to everything that happens in Augsburg's vicinity. I cannot say for certain that your mistress will be unscathed. Eats you— No! Chewie, don't eat me! No! Chewie's chewing on me! No! Chewie, you can't eat me, otherwise I can't—
By which I mean, hi, Chewie! Heidi Marie has the same logic when it comes to lies to me. I autistic honesty. Yeah, that's real. Except you slay harder. Well, she is quite hunty. And you even both slay. That's a better way to put it.
Though I'm certain I will be able to dispatch with this Magdalena in due course, it may be too late for your mistress. Please come to terms with that during our travels. It will save you a lot of unnecessary grief later.
Well, I suppose you have no ill intentions by saying this. Johann clicked his tongue while Heidi Marie tittered. But you don't need to sound half so gleeful while praising your concern. It makes one doubt how genuine you're being.
You think I'm not being genuine?
You really are. You're a menace.
Woe is me!
Heidi Marie staggered back dramatically, one hand pressed to her breast, as though she had been mortally wounded. Had Henny not been so tense, perhaps she would have smiled at Heidi Marie's antics. As it was, however, she found herself incapable of seeing the funny side in the young girl's capering. Her thoughts were too full of Micah to pay the mischievous Heidi Marie much heed. She knew Heidi Marie had a point. Micah could very well be dead, but Henny did not wish to come to terms with such a possibility. If Micah was dead... Oh, if Micah was dead... Well, Henrika? It was Johann who spoke next, after the pause rent by Heidi Marie's warning, his voice softer and gentler than the moonlight. I know Heidi Marie speaks callously, but she does have a point. There is no guarantee we will be able to save your mistress. But if her heart beats still, then Heidi Marie and I will do all in our power to save her. You can rest assured on that score. Please, place your faith in us. I would never seek to betray your trust, not when you went to the effort of seeking us out as you did.
Yes, Johann is right. If there is a damsel to recover, she shall, of course, be rescued. And if she's a corpse, well, we'll simply have to pay her our respects. Either way, you'll get the closure that you want. By the time this night is up, we will know exactly what has happened to your beloved Micah.
Thank you. I don't know how Micah has been faring, or what state she may be in when we find her. But I suppose I'll find out soon enough, before the night comes to a close. Everything will be sorted then, one way or another, for better or for worse.
Yes, that's a good way of looking at it. It's best not to get your hopes up too much.
Heidi Marie giggled to herself anew, as a young girl might, while Henny continued to traipse through the woods. She had been walking for almost an hour now, and could feel the chill air growing colder as it settled about her shoulders like a shroud. Henny shivered, winding her arms about herself, and thought about Micah. If Micah was alive, she supposed she would be asleep right now, perhaps in the very same cell she and Henny had once played Joker in. Oh, right, yeah, because, God, oh, I forgot that Henny doesn't even know that Micah's had, like, a room and everything, or been treated nice. As far as Henny's aware, Micah's living in a fucking cell rotting away for this whole week. Oh, God. Henny hoped Magdalena had been giving Micah enough to eat, but she doubted it. Magdalena had not, for all her pretensions, been the most hospitable of hosts. Hospitable? Hospital? Hospitable of hosts. Henny could only pray, with each footstep she took, that Micah had been able to endure all her suffering. She was a strong person, far stronger than her fair skin and delicate features suggested. Henny could still remember how, when they had been children, Micah had confessed to her mother that it had been she who had first hit upon the bright idea to enter the family's mausoleum, she who should be punished rather than Henny. Micah had always come to Henny's defense, heedless of what might happen to her. Henny had always admired Micah for her sense of justice. Hobdal. She thought her good, honest, and unwavering. Now, Henny meant to display similar qualities for Micah's sake. She continued to walk on, the top of her head illuminated by the milky moonlight. Foliage rustled about her, and overhead, an owl hooted. The fog swirled about her ankles. It was so thick, Henny could hardly see where she was going. Henny's eyes were not golden like Heidemarie's, but those of an ordinary human, and they were unaccustomed to the gloom. Henny stumbled several times while walking, and Johann had to support her. Normally, Henny would have thanked Johann for his consideration, but she was so focused upon her task that she hadn't the words to spare for him. Every beat of her heart seemed to call out Micah's name. Her every thought was laced with her dear friend and of her fate. Henny knew it was a possibility that she might be too late, but she soon discarded it. Micah would be fine. She had to be fine. Henny still had hope. It swelled within her, growing stronger and stronger the closer she grew to Magdalena's home. Henny kept going, placing one foot after the other in a grim march until...
Ah, yes. We must be on the right track. I can smell it now.
Smell what?
Death.
Heidemarie's answer was a simple one, yet it made Henny shudder all the same.
Vampires often cloak their abodes in magic, but these parlor tricks only work on mundane creatures such as humans. To a fellow vampire like myself, such enchantments are mere child's play. Try though we might, we vampires cannot hide from one another. The stench of death is much too strong. The soil beneath our feet is soaked with blood. When I strain my ears, I can hear the screams of her victims in the air. We must be very, very close indeed.
Heidemarie smiled, her incisors razor-sharp in the gloom which swelled about her.
Now, I must prepare myself for coming face to face with this young vampire. Oh, I would hate to look a mess.
Oh, we finished the third act! Oh! Act 4, A Maid and Her Mistress. Oh, shit. Is this the last one? I feel like this has got to be the last one, you know? Oh my god. Oh my god. But guys, I don't want it to end. I don't want it to end because it's so good, but also because I don't want it to end because I know it's going to end in death for someone. And I don't know who it's going to be. I'm really scared. It took Micah almost a full hour before she was finally able to drift off that night, lulled into the world of slumber by the stirring of the breeze beyond her bedroom window. In her dreams, Micah saw herself and Magdalena as she wished they were, smiling, arms linked, like a pair of ordinary women. In this dream, Micah was not the sole daughter of a once noble one Essence, and Magdalena was not a vampire. They were both young ladies from moderately well-to-do families, both young and fresh-faced, with no outside pressures forcing them to wed. In this dream, Micah and Magdalena were of a like age, equals who had formed a fast friendship. Together, they would promenade about their families' estates, play cards, and help one another with their hair. They flipped through fashion magazines, offered helpful critique upon one another's clothes, and often, during quiet moments, they would sit together and devour books like sweetmeats. They would read plays and poems and prose, and once they had finished with their tomes, they would talk about them to one another excitedly. Gosh, why can't I read? Nobody condemned their friendship, and nobody sought to come between the pair of them. Henny gladly gave Micah and Magdalena her blessing, as did their parents. Micah's mother, in her dream, was not the exacting Lady von Essen, but another woman altogether, a woman kinder and more accepting, who did not smack books from Micah's hands, nor revile her for being too willful. Micah even dared in this dream to pursue with her fictional Magdalena a relationship deeper than that of close friends. There were covetous glances, and brushing fingers out in public, arms linked with heads dipped just a little too close when they shared secrets. In private, meanwhile, between their reading of books and their girlish chatter, they came even closer together until... But Micah knew that these dreams could never come to pass. She was tormenting herself by indulging in a fantasy which could not be realized, but still she continued to dream. She did not want to give her fantasies up. How could she? Micah had been lonely for most of her life, and she was tired of denying her heart what it wanted. She was smoldering. Micah turned beneath her covers, lost amongst her wonderful, impossible, painful dreams, when... Ah! Ah! I don't know if you guys heard that! The sound of a scream awoke her. It was distant, but loud enough to penetrate her bedroom door. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Mom, come pick me up! I'm scared! Micah sat up with a start, her mind jumbled. One hand flew to her chest, fingers splayed, beneath which her heart beat wildly, caught between sleep and waking. Oh, it happened again. The screaming continued, high and hopeless. It was hard to gauge her on the voice. Micah thought it belonged to a woman? Was it Magdalena? Had she been caught off guard, her home laid waste? Micah knew not what kind of creature could make a vampire scream, but it must have been a frightening one. A trembling Micah rose from her bed, then dashed barefoot to her bedroom door. She took the handle between her fingers and tried it, but she was soon scuppered. The door, as always, was locked. Micah took a step back, fingers clenched at her front, deliberating. How was she to escape? Brute force was an option, she supposed. Micah was not very strong herself, but Magdalena's home was ancient. Everything was crumbling. The lock must have some give in it, enough to be sprung, perhaps, by her shoulder if she applied enough force. Maybe she could try to jimmy the lock with a more elegant method. Maybe a hairpin. Micah had several, which she kept in a ceramic tray by her bedside, which she used to style her hair. She had never tried to pry open a door with such an inelegant method before. When she had broken into the family's mausoleum all those years ago, she had simply stolen a set of keys. It seemed imperative to try, however. If Magdalena was being hurt, then Micah wanted to protect her. Girl, you protect her with what? Please, baby girl! Do not put yourself in the line of danger! Micah knew she could not simply stand idle and do nothing. Micah padded to her bedside and lit the candle, which sat there with trembling hands. Then she selected a hairpin from the dish by her bedside for the job. Clutching it tight in her hand, she then started back for the door. Micah paused by the door, making to slide the slender pin into the lock, but her attempts at escape soon proved to be unnecessary. The door opened outwards, creaking as it did, before she had a chance to make use of the hairpin. Okay! Oh my god! Okay! There was somebody standing in the entrance of Micah's bedchamber. Somebody that Micah knew well, despite the darkness which swelled in the hallway. It was Henny? It was Henny?! Oh my god, she got here! Oh, Micah! Micah, thank goodness! Oh, I'm so glad to see you alright! Henny threw herself forward so Micah had a chance to speak, and tightly wound her arms about her mistress's waist. The hairpin Micah had grasped now fell from her hand, her fingers falling slack. It hit the threadbare carpet, and there it lay, illuminated by spots of moonlight which crept in through the worn curtains drawn about the windows. The moonlight lit Henny's face too, or half of it, and Micah could see tears beading upon her lashes. Micah didn't think them tears of sadness, however. They looked instead to be born of relief. It had been almost a month since Micah had seen Henny last. Now they had finally been reunited. It was all so sudden and so very unexpected it still did not feel real. Micah wondered whether this was not a continuation of her dream, now taking on a different bent, but that seemed unlikely. Henny's body was soft, as Micah remembered, but it was unyielding as it pressed against her, her grip too tight to be made of fancy. Micah had read a good number of books in her time, but her imagination was hardly good enough to conjure up a scene this vivid. It really was Henny in the flesh, come to rescue her just as she promised. Henny! Oh, Henny! Micah began to sob herself, in both surprise and relief. She returned Henny's embrace, resting her head upon her shoulder, and for a while neither woman spoke. They only stood there, in the entrance of Micah's bedroom, and sobbed, clinging tight as though their lives depended on it. What the fuck? Come pick me up, I'm scared! The screams, however, did not abate, and a fresh volley of piercing cries made Micah's body stiffen. Concerned, she drew back and, looking at Henny, said, "What are you doing here? How did you get here? Did you do something to Lena?" "There's no time to explain right now. First, we need to escape." "Escape? But where?" "Outside! Hurry, Micah, before she catches us!" "She?" Micah's brow furrowed. "Are you talking about Lena?" "I mean that monster, yes! Marie is still holding her back, but I don't want to hang around while they settle matters. I've spent more than enough time around monsters to last me a lifetime, and I bet you have too." "Oh, it was horrible, Micah. The things I've seen tonight trying to save you." "Oh, no, what the fuck have they done to Magdalena?" I drink my water, I need to drink my water and not panic. But I don't want to dwell on it. It doesn't matter. Come on, let's go. But I'm not dressed. I can't wander around the woods in my nightgown, not barefoot. I need some shoes at least. Wait, please, Micah, let's hurry. You need to run. But... Micah tried to protest, but Henny refused to listen. She squeezed Micah's hand in her own and turned, pulling her through the hallway and away from her bedchamber, away from her prison cell, away from her life with Magdalena. Micah— Whoa! Whoa! What music is this? Holy shit! Whoa! Micah called after Henny, bidding her to stop, but Henny did not listen. She continued instead to run, her soul slapping against the stones. Micah tried to twist her arm free from her friends, but she hadn't the power for it. Magdalena had taken too much of her blood that night, and had left her weak, anemic, as with the kiss and the caresses which had followed afterwards. Micah had always been thinner than Henny, her colouring more delicate, but in that moment Henny's strength seemed indomitable. This must have been the measure, Micah supposed, of how greatly Henny cared for her. But oh, Micah was glad to see Henny. She did not wish to leave Magdalena's side. Not like this! If she was to leave, she at least wanted to speak to her once more, to tell her what had happened. Micah tried to dig her feet against the cold floor, but it was to little avail. Henny responded only by asserting more pressure upon her hand. She was gripping Micah's fingers hard enough to hurt, hard enough Micah feared she might leave bruises. We need to keep going! We're almost there, just a little further! Henny tried to console Micah, but her comforting voice fell upon deaf ears. Micah's attention had been taken, not by Henny's rescue attempt, nor her own concern for Magdalena, but by a door thrown ajar a few paces away. Micah had not been assigned any rooms inside Magdalena's home save her own, so could not help but to cast a curious glance at its interior. Oh. The room was dark, the curtains drawn, yet Micah could make out several shadowy shapes within it. There was an armoire, an escritoire, and an impressive oaken-hewn bed, not so very different from the one in Micah's room. There was one factor, however, which differentiated the room in which Micah had stayed from this one, and that was the chains looped about the headboard. These chains, which glinted in the dappled moonlight, ended in manacles, which were still sealed tight about the limbs of a creature which no longer stirred. The creature which laid upon the bed had 2 slender arms and 2 slender legs, and it wore upon its body a gown which might once have been fine, but now was hopelessly tattered. Its legs were bare and it wore no shoes. Its hair, long and dark, was matted about its face, its eyes closed as if in slumber. Micah could tell it was a small creature even lying down, a good head shorter than herself, and far skinnier. Why, Micah realized with a gasp, the creature was not a creature at all. It was a girl, and a very young girl at that. She could not have been much than 4... What?! She could not have been much more than 4 or 5 years of age. She was still a veritable infant, an innocent child. And she was dead. Somebody had driven a decorative blade into her chest so deep its pointed tip threatened to pin her to the mattress upon which she lay. A single rivulet of red ran from the girl's mouth, staining her alabaster skin, and her arms and legs were bent at awkward angles, as if they had been hopelessly broken. Micah! Henny turned to look at her friend, fearful of what she had spied, and upon seeing her harried expression, winced. Please don't look at it. It will only upset you. God knows it upset me enough seeing Hyde and Marie do that, but it had to be done. That was her mistress! Yeah, her mistress was a child! No wonder she cared about her like that! Her mistress was a child! Hi, Kinley! Oh my god, the others made it to Magdalena's manor, and apparently now they're fighting Magdalena, but they found the mistress that Magdalena's been feeding the blood to, and it was a child! Oh my god! But it had to be done. She wasn't human, Micah! Micah could see that well enough, what with how horribly pale the girl was, but still she grieved for her. She couldn't overlook how very young the girl was, nor how fragile she looked. It seemed a gross cruelty to treat a child so. Who could have killed her so callously? Micah's stomach churned. She heaved. Then, with bitter, acrid tears beating in her eyes, Micah! Micah turned her head and vomited all over the stone floor. Oh my god! Oh my god! Holy shit, this is not how I thought this would go! Micah felt woozy after rejecting the contents of her stomach upon the floor, yet hadn't the time to properly regain her bearings. While sympathetic, Henny was anxious to keep moving, and after consoling Micah, soon took hold of her hand again. I'm sorry, Micah, but we really have to run. We can't stay here, not any longer. I need to get you to safety. Micah would have argued if she could that she felt perfectly safe with Magdalena. It could not. There was a sharp, sour taste at the back of her throat which prohibited all words, and in any event she knew the words she wanted to speak were untruths. She was not safe with Magdalena. How could she be when the other woman had caused her so many wounds? If she continued to stay with Magdalena, it seemed inevitable that she would die. Henny knew this too, and had traveled all this way to rescue her. Yet, Micah appreciated it. An ungrateful part of her wished she had not bothered. Micah had already made peace with the thought of dying. She had made peace with it long ago, before Magdalena had taken her as a prisoner even. She had always been a captive in some form or another, unable to say what was on her mind, or to do what she truly wanted. Yes, Hyde Marie killed a child! Her mistress was a child! She broke all of her bones and stabbed her! Oh my god! She'd, living with her parents had been no true life. It had been a hollow, empty existence which had parodied living, yet had been too full of waiting, all without consequence for it to mean anything. Micah had never truly lived at all, not in all her 25 years. This had only changed after meeting Magdalena. Magdalena meant to kill her, but at least her company had led Micah's pitiful existence some sense of purpose. Micah didn't want to leave her. She couldn't leave her. But Micah knew not how to communicate this to Henny. She did not think Henny would understand, regardless of how close they were. How could she? Henny had witnessed Micah's loneliness for herself with her own eyes over the course of many years, but she knew not just she knew not just how it had hurt Micah, wearing her down until death began to seem preferable to the purgatory she found herself in. She had no idea. She thought she was saving Micah, but in actual fact she was only wrenching her away from all that she cared for. What would she do, Micah wondered, if Henny really was able to liberate her from Magdalena's abode? Where would she go? To Augsburg, she supposed, to marry Walter Gerhardt as her parents had planned, but that was too horrible a fate to contemplate. Micah would rather have died. She would rather have died with Magdalena. Come on, Micah, just a bit further! Henny led Micah into the entrance hall of Magdalena's home. It was a vast, empty shell of a room, which might once have been grand, but now was choked with dust. Micah took in, though vaguely, the chandelier suspended from the ceiling, festooned with spiderwebs, and the old piano in the corner, the lid closed, the keys untouched. The air was stagnant, and it stunk of decay. The entrance hall was dark, too, illuminated only by a few weak, wavering bands of moonlight which spilled in through the windows. The moonlight was bright enough, however, that Micah could see that the hall was not deserted. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Please, Lena, please be okay! Please be okay! She could see figures, one hanging back, obscured by shadow, while the other two faced off against the other. One of these figures was Magdalena. She was glowering, her lips pulled back in a snarl which revealed her teeth sharp like knives. The other figure, meanwhile, was unfamiliar to Micah. Her stature was diminutive, her heart-shaped face dwarfed by the swathes of her fair hair. This figure, this girl, seemed so slight. Micah wouldn't have put her age as anything past 8 or 9. She was so slender there was something fairy-like about her. The girl looked innocent, but a glance made it apparent she was no ordinary child. Her skin was as white as milk, and her eyes were liquid gold. She must have been like Magdalena, and like the girl, Micah thought with a shudder, shackled to the bed and pale through the heart. She was a vampire. Come on, Micah! Let's try and get around them while they're busy. We've got a bit of way to go, but I think we'll be able to make it. I don't think they've noticed us. Henny led Micah down the stairs. She followed, barefooted, dazed by all which had occurred. True to Henny's words, Magdalena seemed not to notice her. She was too busy glowering at the young vampire girl, a truly awful expression upon her face. Goodness me! Is this how you treat all your guests? You aren't the most hospitable, are you? I thought you would have been glad of the company, living in a lonely pile like this for so very long. But I suppose not. Please don't tell me you're one of those curious people who enjoys being alone. If that were the case, I doubt you'd be such an ardent practitioner of kidnapping. Shut up. Don't you take that tone with me, you monster. Don't you dare. Oh. The girl raised her eyebrow. Sorry, I don't know why that sentence came out entirely flat. A monster, am I? Yes, you are. You're an unpardonable monster. Don't act so high and mighty when you know what you did. You killed my mistress, you coward. You killed her in cold blood while she was chained up, unable to act, and she was only a child. Yes. I suppose I did do that, didn't I? You suppose?
Indeed, I did, and I must apologize for that. I fear I must have made quite a poor first impression. Perhaps I ought to have sought your company out first, rather than heading straight to the little mistress in her chamber. But I thought it common courtesy, you see, to talk to the lady of the house before her servants. You might have had years to perfect your deception, but I can tell at a glance you're not a proper lady. You're just a common scullery maid. It's very amusing that you thought you could act above your station like that. It's so funny I might laugh. Oh, but I suppose that would be rude too. Goodness me! I really can't do anything right.
Fascinating. Hang on. Okay, give me a sec because I'm fucking... I love Heidi Marie as much as I hate her for killing the mistress. I do love her as a character. And holy shit, wait. Oh! So, back when... Yeah, fucking crazy twist. That's why she calls her a mistress. Oh my god, that's why she calls her a mistress. This makes so much more sense for why she let Henny go, right? Because when... Fucking... Magdalena knew that Micah was lying the whole time at the start of the game. She admitted that right away. She knew Micah was lying when Micah said, like, no, actually, I swapped clothes with my mistress. That's the mistress. I'm the maid. Let her go. And then when she let Henny go, when she said that to Micah, but she commented on their relationship with each other. So Magdalena was also just a fucking maid who was trying to serve her poor mistress, her poor lady. That's why she noted it. That's why she cared, and she let them go anyway, because Micah was giving herself up for her maid. It reminded her of her mistress. And she commented on the fact that Micah was pretending to be a poor person when she didn't know how as well. But then this whole time, Magdalena's been pretending to be rich? Fuck! Either Marie. A third figure, this one a tall, slender man who had been half hidden in the shadows, stepped forward to caution the young girl. Don't make such a scene. Murdering a child is nothing to gloat about, not when she was incapable of fighting back. Now, let us stop this silliness and focus on the task at hand. We still have one more vampire to dispose of before we can consider our job done.
Oh?
The vampire girl, Heidi Marie, Micah supposed her name was, inclined her head in the tall man's direction, then pouted.
That isn't any fun, Johann. You should know how much I love talking. It's rare that I get a chance to interact with one of my own.
I am aware, but you shouldn't let yourself get distracted, not while we still have a job to do. You need to focus.
Oh, what a pain! You never let me have any fun!
Fun! Magdalena stared Heidi Marie down, her red eyes looking more than pinpricks in the whiteness of her eyes. You would kill my young mistress, and you would call it fun! Have you truly no heart? You are reprehensible!
Perhaps I am, but you've no right to chastise me yourself, vampire. How many innocents have you murdered yourself over the years to satiate your own bloodlust? This house has quite the macabre history. You can pretend otherwise, you've been doing that for decades, but you can't hide the truth from me. I can smell the blood in the air, and all of the death. Now, I think it's high time I put an end to your wicked ways. It shouldn't be that hard.
Heidi Marie's golden eyes flickered languidly over Magdalena.
You aren't at all in your peak physical condition. I can see it in that pinched, pained look in your face, and in the way that you slouch your shoulders. That little mistress of yours, who you kept chained up like a rabid dog. She hasn't been treating you very well, has she?
That is none of your business.
You've been sustaining her over the years with the fresh victims. Don't think I don't know what's been going on, but she hasn't been at all appreciative of your efforts. I imagine she gets violent when she gets hungry. I wouldn't be at all surprised if she bites.
Be quiet!
That's the problem, of course. When our kind are turned too young, these poor, pathetic fledgling vampires tend to lose their rationality. They can't handle the strain of immortality, and their mental faculties abandon them. They lose their sense of self, and they become nothing more than monsters. They can't be reasoned with. They can scarcely even think. They exist solely to satisfy their own hunger. But we vampires are greedy, selfish creatures, and we're never satisfied for long. It's impossible to keep young vampires like that from lashing out, no matter how hard you might try. That girl was obviously a lost cause. I have no idea why you thought it was a good idea to keep her alive for so long. I was doing her a favor when I killed her. She was an aberration. I said be quiet! I might not be in my best condition right now, but I'm more than a match for a coward like you, who murders small children for sport. I won't let you escape unpunished, not after what you did to my mistress! Now that is funny! It's awfully hypocritical of you to want to fight me when I was turned before my 11th year. Dude, the amount of I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my fucking mind. I'm trying to focus on voicing this, but the amount we're fucking learning here, oh my god. So Heidenreich really is just a little child. She just got lucky enough to not be so young that she couldn't handle being turned into a vampire. Like, oh my god! Oh my god! In human terms, I'm still a young girl myself, but please don't get any funny ideas into that empty head of yours. I'm not so weak as that creature you call your mistress. I never did lose my sense of self, though I've been alive for centuries. I am one of the oldest vampires in Europe, and I am certainly the most powerful. Do you really think you can best me? If so, I admire your optimism, but it's very much misplaced. It would be easier if you simply submitted to me. But never mind. I'm more than willing to teach you a lesson. Micah had been watching this exchange halfway up the grand staircase, frozen in horror, but now Henny seemed, at long last, to have had enough. Micah, come on! Henny tugged at Micah's hand, trying to chivvy her along. We need to move! Micah knew Henny was right, yet she could not tear her eyes away from Magdalena. Heidenreich was fast approaching Magdalena, supremely self-confident despite her short stature. The vampire girl might have looked like a child, but Micah knew she was anything but. Her smile was genial enough, but her gold eyes were cold, and contained within them no mercy. It was she who had killed the child chained upstairs. She had driven a stake through her heart and had listened, perhaps to her dying cries. She was the every-inch killer, just as Magdalena was. Now she meant to put an end to Magdalena too, and Micah feared she might be successful in this endeavor. How could Micah run away with Henny and let that happen? She could not. She had to protect Magdalena. I'm sorry, Hen, but... Micah, with a burst of newfound strength, wrenched her arm free from Henny's grasp and dashed forth. I need to help Lena! What? Micah! Henny called after her friend, her right arm extended. Why would you do that? She kidnapped you! You don't owe her anything! She might have kidnapped me, but that doesn't mean I don't care about her. She's a good person, really, and I don't want to be her to be hurt, much less killed. Now wait! Oh, please wait! Micah's feet slapped against the ground as she ran, her white nightgown billowing about her legs. Coming between Magdalena and Heidenreich, she spread out her arms, in the hopeful yet ultimately futile gesture of one who meant to stop the whistling of the wind or the lashing of the rain. Don't do this! Please! Don't hurt! But despite Micah's good intentions, she was unable to finish her entreaty. That's not even— holy shit! I only just processed! That's not even a fucking knife! That is Heidenreich's arm! That is her entire arm! Heidenreich had been moving too quickly, far more quickly than any human eye could hope to follow, and though spying Micah, she had not been able to slow in time. The young vampire was soon upon Micah, her right hand extended. Her nails, which were filed into dangerously sharp points, pressed against Micah's back, then pierced straight through her chest. Heidenreich's right hand penetrated Micah's ribcage as if her flesh was ephemeral, made of nothing sturdier than spiderwebs. Though Micah cried out, it took a few moments for the pain to fully hit her. Her eyes were wider than goose eggs as she looked down, staring at the arm which penetrated her shutting body. Viscous red liquid was beginning to ooze down Heidenreich's white wrist. It was so vivid in the gloom of Magdalena's cavernous entrance hole that it looked unreal, like something from a dream.
Micah's blood was brighter than rubies and thicker than strawberry jam. Micah's body twitched about Heidemary's hand. She felt herself turning numb by increments. First her legs, then her chest, then her shoulders, and her arms, until she could no longer feel the tips of her fingers. Micah looked at her own— sorry, I was on the wrong toggle. Micah looked at her own blood as it dripped onto the threadbare carpet and moaned. Her blood looked oddly beautiful, and obscene, profane sort of way. But Micah didn't have time to contemplate how brightly her blood shone, nor how otherworldly it seemed. The agony of being rent in two soon overcame her. Micah! Oh God, Micah! Micah! And with a twin series of cries from the two women whom Micah cared about the most, her body tottered. She teetered. All strength she had once possessed fled her, as if that too had been a dream. Can I just say for a moment, the way that this artist renders blood is so fucking incredibly beautiful and real that it's actually terrifying. Micah drew away from Heidemarie with one jerking footstep, thus freeing herself from the young vampire's grasping right hand. Her chest wound, no longer stoppered by Heidemarie, seemed to expand when she shuffled away. It gaped open like the maw of a hungry beast, and more of Micah's lifeblood spilled onto the stone staircase. Micah pressed one white, trembling hand to her wound, and was surprised when her fingers came away stained. She could smell blood in the air, her blood. It was a dizzying, overpowering stench which plugged up her nostrils. Micah swayed. Then, with a hiss of pain, she fell. Micah's body hit the ground, like that of a lifeless, senseless doll. And her vision went black. Micah! Oh, God! Oh, God! Henny watched with wide, anxious eyes as Micah collapsed to the ground. Pressing one hand to her aching chest, the maid cried out as if to rouse her mistress, but to little avail. Micah! Micah, please! Wake up! Oh, this can't be happening! Henny dashed to Micah's side and knelt before her, Micah's head cradled upon her lap. Henny took care not to jostle Micah as she embraced her, the fear of hurting her, but a resultant gasp of pain from Micah's lips would have been preferable to the silence that Henny was greeted with. Micah didn't open her eyes, though Henny threaded her fingers through her disheveled hair. She was still breathing, though barely, but this offered Henny little in the way of solace. Micah's face was so pale she might have been a corpse. The wound Heidemarie had inflicted upon her, meanwhile, was gaping. It continued to ooze blood like a particularly macabre fountain as Henny watched. Henny did not touch Micah's wound. She worried she would only make it worse, but it was bleeding so profusely she soon found herself sullied. The rich, overwhelming stench of blood clung to Henny, but she didn't pull away from her mistress. To leave Micah lying upon the floor, with nothing to cushion her head, seemed callous beyond all measure. Henny was now certain that there was nothing she could do to save her dear friend. Micah had lost too much blood, and her poor face was so very pale. Micah! Oh, Micah! I didn't come here to hurt you! This isn't what I wanted! I wanted to rescue you! I thought I could help someone! More tears fell from Henny's lashes. They rolled down her cheeks and dripped upon Micah's body, mingling with the bright red blood which stained the front of her gown. Why did things work out this way? How did I make such a mess out of everything? Why am I so useless? These queries forced their way from Henny's throat in a low, pained moan, almost like that of an animal. Her tears were so intense that her body seemed ready to collapse in on itself. Henny knew crying would not help, but she could not stop herself. There seemed nothing to do but cry, with Micah in so sorry a state. Why, her body seemed to be growing colder with every passing second. Micah's blood, however, was very warm, and still she continued to spill it. Oh, God. Magdalena, for her part, was immobile in a manner which almost echoed Micah's. Her eyes were so wide they seemed all whites. Her body quivered, fingers curling into fists at her side as she murmured, "This can't be happening. I don't believe it. I don't want to believe it." Oh, Micah.
Now this is an intriguing development.
Heidemarie surveyed Magdalena arcly, one hand resting upon her hip. Her right hand was still daubed up to the wrist in Micah's blood, which had now begun to congeal. Though Heidemann had been the one to deal Micah that fatal blow, she didn't seem particularly moved by Micah's grisly fate. Lips pursed, she said in a voice cold enough it made Magdalena shudder.
I didn't think you'd be so upset by Micah's injury, vampire. Did you not intend to drain her like this yourself? I only sped the process along, though what occurred was rather unfortunate. I meant to help her, not harm her.
I don't care what you meant! Whether you meant to help her or not is irrelevant now. Look what you've done! How could you?
How could I?
Heidemann raised an eyebrow.
You forget, vampire, that you are the one who kidnapped her. I never would have been summoned here if it were not for your actions. You are the one who is to be blamed for this mess. Why, I didn't even mean to hurt her. I was trying to go after you, but she got in the way. I have no idea why she wanted to protect you. She must have some very strange ideas about our kind. Doesn't she know that we vampires are stronger than any humans could ever hope to be, especially weak, willowy-limbed women such as herself? If I hadn't adjusted the angle of my attack in time, I would have pierced her heart. Then she would not be breathing at all.
Of course Micah knows about vampires. We spent enough time together that she should know full well my strength eclipsed hers. And yet... Magdalena grit her teeth together, overcome by the intensity of her own emotions. She knew that. She knew that, but she still came between us. She must have meant to protect me. Micah has always been like that. She's thoughtful to a fault, to the point of self-sacrifice. Why did she have to play at being a heroine? She should have known that things would end up like this! Oh, Micah. Oh, Micah. Micah, you fool! Magdalena couldn't cry, but her shoulders shook regardless. Her face twisted anew, not with anger, but with grief, as she pressed her hands to her face. You're right. I might have lashed out at you, but the fact remains that Micah wouldn't be in a situation if it wasn't for me. I'm the one who put her in danger. It's all my fault! I never wanted to harm her, but... Another dry sob wrenched its way from Magdalena's throat, one so intense she had to squeeze her eyes shut. The smell of blood hung in the air, dense and heavy. Magdalena could smell it when she inhaled, taste it upon her tongue. The blood was like that of a siren's song. It was sweetly intoxicating, but the knowledge it belonged to Micah made Magdalena's stomach turn. How will I ever make amends for what I've done? Oh, Micah. You sweet, idiotic, adorable little fool. There was no need for you to leap to my defense. I'm no hopeless damsel. Micah! Micah, please! Henny, who was kneeling on the ground, continued to shake Micah to little avail. Micah's breath was beginning to wear thin, even as Henny implored her to open her eyes, to take her hand, to live on despite the odds. Please, don't leave me. Don't go. I couldn't bear it. Magdalena stiffened anew as Henny spoke. She sounded so desperate it mirrored her own feelings well. She didn't want Micah to die either, but what was she to do? What is the point in living as long as I have, if I know not how to help the people I care about the most? What in the world am I to do? Heidemann, who remained hawked despite Henny and Magdalena's evident distress, only sniffed.
There is something you can do, you know, if you wish to save her as you claim.
What? Magdalena drew her hands from her face and raised her head to meet Heidemann's gaze. What are you referring to exactly?
Must I elaborate further? You must know already, vampire, given your nature. Do not tell me you have not considered the possibility of turning her.
I mean, I ought to make her into one of us.
I did not say that you ought to, only that you could.
Thank fucking God! Thank fucking God! Serena, I saw that you mentioned that and you were like, she could still be brought back as a vampire, right? But like, I wasn't sure yet, so I've been really scared. That's why I haven't even taken a sec to stop the fucking voice acting.
If you care about this woman as much as you seem to, then you could still save her. You need only to bite her neck and drain some of her blood. That should be enough to change her. Her heart might stop beating, but she'll still be alive. In a sense, at least. You should be fast about it, though, if that's what you desire. I don't think she has much time left. We cannot transform corpses, only the living. But I suppose you must know that already.
Of course I do. You don't need to explain it as though I am a child. I thought about turning her, of course, but believe me, I have. But do you really think I could go forward with such a great act of selfishness?
You think it would be selfish to spare her life?
Yes, I do! I would be sparing her from nothing if I turned her into a vampire. I would accomplish nothing save making her suffer. I don't want Micah to die, but I want even less to condemn her to eternal death without the reprieve of resting, unless she were to will it. If these are my only two choices, I would rather let Micah pass peacefully. But I would far rather see her live on as a human woman. I just want her to be happy.
I see. So that's how it is,
Hayden replied after a brief pause, one hand now resting beneath her chin.
I had wondered about your precise relationship with the poor dying Fraulein, but it seemed like it was more than that of a captor and captive. You might have kidnapped her for nefarious purposes, but it seems you really did grow to care for her. That you have no desire to turn her speaks volumes for your character. You aren't the sort of monster who would condemn others to a hollow, empty life of eternal undeath, such as those who sunk their fangs into us all those decades prior. Vampire though you are still capable of rational thought. Perhaps that's why the clumsy young Fraulein jumped to your defense as she did. She must have seen there was something within you worth saving. I can't hate you after hearing your response, and neither do I wish to harm you. I would rather this story end on a cheerful note too. This rarely happens in my line of work, so...
Hayden reclicked her fingers, then glanced sharply at Johann.
You know what to do, my charming assistant. Please make yourself useful.
But of course, I am always ready and willing to serve. If I might be able to help Lady Micah, then I shall do all I can to ease her suffering. That is my duty, as a humble servant of the Lord. It was with these words on his lips that Johann bent down by Micah's side. Reaching down, he captured between his fingers one of Micah's limp, pale wrists and offered Henny a small smile. Please forgive me, Frau Henrike. I don't mean to disturb you, but I must if I'm to aid her. I will try to be quick about it, though. Henny's so cute. Sorry, that's off topic, but Henny's so cute. I love her so much. Also, God, the way Micah's drawn here, her face. Oh, the texture for her. Oh my God. Sweetheart, please let this work. She has lost an awful lot of blood. I can see that myself, but what do you mean to do to her exactly? I mean only to aid her if I can. I have helped others before in similar circumstances almost as dire as this. I fear this may be a challenge, though. It may take me some time and no small amount of concentration. Might I ask that you hush so I can carry out my work uninterrupted?
Of course you may, if that will help my Micah, but I fail to see what can be done for her. You don't have any training as a physician, do you?
Please, Hayden scoffed.
Johann's capabilities aren't half so prosaic. He has no need for a needle and a thread to sew together his patients, even unfortunate such as your Lady Micah. Johann has several unique capabilities which normal humans do not possess. He is so very pure and goodly, you see. His hands exude a certain kind of energy, I suppose you might term it, or else magic.
You know that I don't hold with magic. It smacks of the devil. I would prefer to think of my abilities as a gift, or else a blessing, bestowed upon me by God up on high. Yes, I know. Goodness, you're so picky about these things, Johann. I don't think the semantics matter awfully myself. I've been alive too long to care for such petty things. But you humans are all so sensitive. I wasn't trying to insinuate that you have been touched by the devil. You're too much of a good-doer for that. Good-doer? Do-gooder? Why, thank you. I take that as a compliment, I suppose.
It wasn't meant as one. You're so very kind you make my stomach turn.
You would say that, loving chaos as you do. You can never pass up on a chance to make others uncomfortable.
And what of it? I believe I've earned that right, after living for so many centuries. Life gets boring, you know, if one is always trying to be nice. I suppose that is something you would know, though, not having dwelt upon this earth for all that long.
I'm glad of that, too, if living as long as you have would warp me into a ne'er-do-well such as yourself.
You would call me a ne'er-do-well? How cutting! My poor heart bleeds! Oh.
Your heart can't bleed. There's no blood left in it. Your body dried out a long time ago.
And now you mean to call me a husk?
Heidemarie drew back in a display of faux offense, her arms folded. I love her so much, dude. I love her.
Well, I never!
As Heidemarie and Johann bickered, Henny looked at Micah with a pale face, perturbed by her mistress's plight. She could see, even as she sat there, a strange celestial light beginning to gather about Johann's fingers. The light spread over Micah's body, imbuing it in an otherworldly glow which made Henny gasp.
Goodness! I don't fully understand what you're doing, but are you healing my mistress?
Healing? Is such a thing truly possible? It is with my God-given gift, yes. I have the ability to diminish aches and pains with nothing more than a touch of my hand, which is why I work with Heidemarie. Whoa! This CG is gorgeous! Holy all of them are, but like, look at this, oh my god. It is my duty to keep an eye on her, and to aid any unwitting victims who may get caught up in the crossfires of battle. She is not given to restraint, as you might have noticed. Here, Johann sighed. It is harder for me to heal wounds such as this, though particularly when so much blood has been lost. I need to concentrate if I am to have any hope of succeeding.
Oh, yes, of course. Please forgive me. I've never seen anything like this before, so I was curious. If this will help Micah, you can do whatever it is that you want. Whatever?
Heidemarie smiled thinly.
I would be careful when issuing such words forth in the future, Fraulein. You gave Johann rather too much leeway. Fortunately for you, he's kind enough not to take advantage, but you might not be so lucky when it comes to the machinations of others.
Heidemarie snickered unpleasantly while Johann continued to work. I love how much fun she's having. Yeah, I love Heidemarie so much. She's just having a great time no matter what goes on. He gripped Micah's wrist tight and bowed his head, his lips pursed together in silent prayer while he worked. Henny, meanwhile, could only watch, wide-eyed, still holding onto Micah's crumpled form. It seemed impossible that Micah might be restored to her senses after having been so grievously injured. Why, it would take a real miracle to save her. That was what Henny's thoughts. But when Johann's healing hands miraculous in and of themselves— oh my god, miraculous? I know that one. Sorry. Henny had never before heard of any humans who possessed such powers, and she felt rather overwhelmed by it all. She did not begrudge Johann for aiding her mistress, but it unnerved her all the same. Despite Johann's hesitations that his abilities had been bestowed upon him by God, there was something unnatural about the light which emanated from him. Henny had half-minded to pull Micah away from him, and so to sever the connection established between her mistress and the grim-faced father, but this would result in disaster. Johann seemed to be the only person capable of aiding her. As such, Henny had little choice but to allow him to work, despite her own misgivings. Henny closed her eyes, cradling Micah's head upon her lap, and internally she prayed. Please, Henny prayed, with a fervor she had not felt for quite some time, not since escaping Lord and Lady Von Essen's carriage with Micah in tow. Let my Micah be safe. Please let her open her eyes. Let her draw in breath anew, without having to struggle for it, and lessen the burden which weighs upon her body. Please let her get better. Henny prayed, and she prayed, and she prayed, as the seconds elapsed. So entrenched in her own thoughts, her surroundings slipped away. The stench of blood in the air no longer weighed upon her, and neither did the anxious beating of her own heart within her breast. She forgot about Magdalena, who stood still as a statue, and of Heidemarie, who watched with the idle curiosity of a bystander, and even about Johann, whose fingers still clasped Micah's wrist. She thought only of Micah, her mistress, and her friend both. She recalled the times they had spent together when they had been younger, and their ill-fated excursion into the Von Essen family crypt, which had encircled Lady Von Essen's ire. She recalled walks to the Von Essen family's estate, their arms looped together as if they were promenading ladies, and of sitting by the riverbank in the summer months, when the dragonflies were out and about. She recalled games of Joker played in Micah's bedroom and the shy, whispered secrets Micah had shared with her late at night when nobody else had been around. She recalled Micah's fears about marrying Walter Hart and how she had trembled when she had confided these feelings in Henny. Henny had been dismissive of Micah's worries back then. She had tried to cheer Micah up, to tell her things would not be so bad when she had settled in, but now Henny feared she had been callous. Had she upset Micah by failing to pay proper heed to her concerns? Henny wished that she could apologize for any hurt she might have caused. She wished she could have told Micah how much she meant to her. She wished... Oh, there was so much she wished for, and so much she wished to say, but what she wished for most of all was that Micah would recover. Henny clung to this hope as though it were a talisman, her eyes tightly shut. Her desperate desire burned within her, brighter than any star, intense enough to be all-encompassing. She prayed, and she prayed, and she prayed, and eventually... Henny, let's go! Sorry. Henny heard her name being called in a sweet, soft cadence she recognized only too well. The voice was weak, void of any real energy, but still, it was enough to soothe Henny of all of her anxious thought. Henny's eyes snapped open. Fitfully, she sat down at the woman who lay upon her lap. Micah! Oh, my Micah! Micah's own eyes were still closed, but upon her lips she wore a small smile, on which was marred only slightly with pain. Her nightgown was still spattered with blood, but Henny could see that her wound had healed, her skin, visible through her torn nightgown, unblemished. Johann had succeeded after all, despite his earlier cautions. He had healed her. Ah! Thank fucking God! Let's go! Okay, being safe for religion was not my prediction. Yeah, me neither! Holy shit, this game is insane! Micah was safe. Oh, thank goodness! I'm so relieved! Micah! Micah! Henny... Micah squeezed Henny's hand with her own, as though to reassure her, and it was this gesture, so selflessly sweet and so very Micah, which tipped Henny over the edge. She slumped forwards, her shoulders shaking. Then she began to cry. Magdalena, too, was surveying the scene which unfolded before her with wide eyes. Pressing one hand to her mouth, she exclaimed softly, Micah. Oh, Micah. I can hardly believe it. I was so worried about you. If you had died... Oh. A shudder ran through Magdalena's body, as overcome, she sunk to the floor. I don't know if I could have endured it. I have no idea what I would do without you. I'm so sorry you suffered so much. I'm sorry. Magdalena pressed both her hands to her face anew, though she had no tears to hide, and began to sob soundlessly, her shoulders trembling as if she was a polar explorer caught in a frigid blizzard. Heidemarine, for her part, watched on, her arms folded. Her right hand was still dark with Micah's blood, and she paid it little heed. Observing Magdalena's sob, she said softly, It would appear that this vampire isn't half as dangerous as I first thought. The little vampire incapacitated upstairs was much more threatening than she is. Now that she has been taken care of, the older one should have no need to continue procuring victims to satiate her bloodlust. I wonder... Heidemarine? Johann rose on unsteady legs, wearied after his efforts to revitalize Micah, then approached his charge. Are you having second thoughts? Heidemarine nodded.
Tell me, Johann, would you think me awfully weak-willed if I chose just this once to spare our quarry's life?
It would be surprisingly sentimental coming from you, but it's rare in our line of work that we are able to usher in endings as happy as this. Lady Magdalena seems to have no further desire to harm you. As such, you have no reason to engage her in further combat. In circumstances as unique as these, I do not think there is any reason for you to execute her.
That is precisely what I was thinking. She's not doing anything wrong as far as I can gather, other than existing. Yet I know better than anybody that we vampires do not ask to be made as we are. We have little choice in the matter. I believe this poor, conflicted creature is a victim, not a monster, and ought to be treated accordingly. I am not completely devoid of feelings, and I do know how to sympathize with the plights of others. I cannot help but feel sorry for this poor Fraulein.
Heidemarine clicked her tongue, considering, and smiled.
Very well, then. I shall spare you. Let us report to our superiors in the church that we slew the monster in this abode, and she will no longer be an issue. We needn't tell them about Fraulein Magdalena here. She is no monster. I doubt the church will come all the way out here to corroborate our tale, unless the Fraulein here gets peckish and starts picking off more travelers. If you can keep your consumption of human flesh to a minimum, then nobody need know you are here at all. You can continue to live, if indeed your continued existence can be termed as such, and everybody will be happy. Isn't that nice of me?
What? Magdalena stared at Heidemarie, shaking like a newborn deer. Will you truly let me go?
Indeed I shall. I am tired of spilling blood, and it looks like you haven't had much to drink for a while regardless. In your current state, you wouldn't be much fun to play with. I doubt you'd have more than a few droplets of blood of your own to spill anyway.
But you were sent here to kill me. I think I almost deserve it when I think about everything I've done. I've killed dozens, no, hundreds of people.
Only hundreds? Don't make me laugh! I've killed far, far more. Don't forget, I have been alive longer than you, and have feasted far more solely to satisfy my own greed. I am the more immoral of the two of us, yet I continue to live. Who's to say you shouldn't? I'm in no position to judge you.
Now that's funny. Magdalena laughed dryly, without humor. Isn't it your job to judge godless beings such as myself, the executor of the church?
On paper, I suppose, but I don't think of myself as being all that important. I've never been one to care about right or wrong. I only do what amuses me. Fighting you as you are wouldn't be fun at all. Not when I know how pathetic you are. It would feel too much like kicking a poor defenseless puppy. Pathetic.
Oh, sorry, wrong voice. I'd be like rookie numbers, yeah. Pathetic, am I?
You are, yes. But don't look so put out by that. Most vampires are pathetic in comparison to me.
Heidemarie tittered, then spoke anew, in a voice which was a touch more serious.
It was rather naughty of you to harm so many innocents, but I presume you did so only to feed that child you were saddled with. You didn't partake in any of this spilled blood yourself, did you?
No, I couldn't. Seeing Crystal feed turned my stomach. I knew I had no desire to end up like her, a slave to my desires. I thirsted for blood too, like all vampires do, but I've never once drank the blood of a human. Whoa! I knew she was giving most of it to Crystal, but never is fucking crazy. I feed only on the blood of wild animals. All those people I killed, the bandits and the brigands and the vagrants, were offered up to Crystal. I had to hunt for her. I had no choice. Without me, she would have died.
I understand that, but I think killing her might have been for the best. Surely you knew that she was a lost cause. Yes, I believe you did realize it. You must have, serving her for as long as you did. Keeping her alive at all was an act of cruelty when she had no sensible thoughts left in her head and no purpose for living, save satisfying her own perverse hunger. But it is no matter. I believe you suffered enough, and I know your heart was in the right place. I won't condemn you for your actions. I have no place to. Your enduring loyalty to your mistress, though misguided, was somewhat touching. It is almost enough to bring a tear to my eye. Or at least it would be, if I could cry. Now,
Heidemarie looked at Johann, a small smile playing about her lips.
I believe our work here is done. We have defeated the vicious vampire, and peace has slowly been restored. I have no desire to wait it out while the heroines of the story make amends, so shall we depart? I would hate to get in the way of their joyous reunion. And you are in dire need of rest yourself, Johann. You look half dead upon your feet.
I cannot argue with that. I feel awfully weak. I'm unsure whether I can make the journey back to Augsburg unassisted.
It's fortunate for you, then, that you have me to help you. You may lean on my shoulder if you wish, and I can guide you. Is that not kind of me?
Oh, yes, very much so. Your thoughtfulness knows no bounds. I love these. I love the dynamic with these two so much.
That's what I thought.
Heidemarie snickered.
The pair of us shall soon be departing. Do you wish to come with us, Fraulein?
This question she addressed to Henny, who knelt on the floor by Micah's side still.
Or would you rather stay here to tend to your mistress? I believe she will be in safe hands with Magdalena, but I have no doubt you're also worried about her welfare. Oh, yes, I must thank you both for leading me to Micah, and you, Johan, for helping her, but I can't come back with you. Micah needs me to stay with her, and she's in no fit state to travel. I'll stay here with her for as long as she needs me, unless...
Henny looked at Magdalena, abashed. Does this mean we're not going to get a homoerotic vampire fighting scene? I think so. I mean, maybe. We don't know.
You would have a problem with that? I forget this is your home.
You overstep your mark, young maid. You've forgotten your courtesy and your concern. Then I suppose I can't begrudge you for that. I know how it feels to worry for my own mistress, and Micah is far sweeter than Crystal ever was. I will let you stay here, if you wish to tend to Micah while she rests. As a fellow human, you would be better served to care for her than I am. My attempts, I fear, would be quite clumsy. I have no say in whether you stay or leave. This is not truly my home, nor has it ever been. I am no lady. I was only ever pretending.
Oh, she was right! Oh my god, Magdalena was never the lady of the house. Oh my god. Oh, thank you, Magdalena! Thank you very much. I promise I'll do everything I can to help Micah. I won't let her condition worsen, not under my watchful eye.
I'm quite certain that you will. You needn't reassure me. The relationship shared between you two is very special indeed. While I was nothing more than Crystal's maid, I can see that you are, truly, Micah's friend. Why, it is enough to make me feel almost jealous. I fear I could never compete with that. Girl, you're Micah's wife! The fuck? What do you mean compete? Girl!
That's alright. I don't think we need to compete. We both care about her after all. And like they say, two heads are better than one. I think Micah will recover much better if we're both there for her. What do you say? I think, after everything that has happened, I'm very tired. Would you mind escorting me to my room? I need to lie down. Oh, of course! Let me help you to your feet, Micah. You come too, Magdalena. Help me lift her. You're a lot stronger than me, so this should be easy for you.
Now that is funny.
What is?
I thought you would balk at the prospect of me touching your precious Micah. In the past, perhaps I would have... Oh, fuck, wrong one.
In the past, perhaps I would have, but you've proven much how much you care for her. You wouldn't have cried for her sake otherwise. Now come, let's not beat around the bush. Micah needs us. Yes, dear Lena, please come and help me. Hen can't support me on her own. I fear I'm hopelessly heavy. Don't keep your distance, please. It would break my heart.
Magdalena looked between Micah and Henny, one hand clasped to her chest. She inhaled, her lips pursed, then said with a sigh, "Oh, Micah, I'm so glad to hear you say that." Magdalena stepped forth, and with Henny's aid, not that it was necessary, she was able to raise Micah to her feet. Both women shifted her gently, so as not to harm her, each taking one of Micah's pale arms about their shoulders. While all this occurred, Heidemann smiled, then turned upon her heel.
Let us be on our way. There is nothing which can be gained by us continuing to stand here. I know not about you, but I have no desire to stand around gawping.
Right. I'm coming, Ida-Marie, but don't walk too quickly. Please spare a thought for me. I love them, they're so silly. Ida-Marie crossed the airy entrance hall, then pushed open the imposing double doors with but a brush of her tiny, seemingly insubstantial palms. The doors opened with a low creak, like that of an injured animal, and the chill night air rushed forth to greet her. She paused for a few moments upon the threshold of the door to look back at Micah, who was being held aloft by Henny and Magdalena. All the Micah Kinneys in chat, raise your hand. I mean, if you're a Micah Kinney and Serena's a Magdalena Kinney, just saying. Despite their differences, Ida-Marie thought that the three women looked awfully close, just like sisters. This thought brought a smile upon the young vampire's lips not even the lower wind could disturb. She did not wait, however, to watch as the unlikely trio proceeded up the extravagant staircase. She turned anew, satisfied that she performed her job, and stepped out into the night. Johan followed along behind her, limping, and shut the door behind him. The door creaked once more, then slammed shut with a tremendous thud. This thud echoed throughout the cavernous hall of Magdalena's home, once deserted, but now full of life. Are you shipping on? Maybe. Maybe. Just a little. Crystal's corpse still lay in her bedchamber, turning cold, but Magdalena's thoughts were with Micah as she held her, and Henny as she helped her. The night had been one of horrors, but Micah was still alive, as too was Magdalena's hope in the future. Maybe God had not forsaken her after all. Finally, the clouds in her heart had parted, and now she was free. Working together, I need to save. I need to save and drink some of my water. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! I'm so glad she's alive. That's not what I expected. I thought it would be like a really edgy and fruity biting scene or something. Healing her with the power of God. Oh my god, this story always pulls out something else. Like, pulls the rug out from under me every single time I think I'm standing firmly. Oh. Water sippy, water sippy. Like, I kept saying this when we first started, but I really had no idea it would continue to manage to do it so far. Every single time I think, like, I'm getting the general gist of how this is gonna go, they pull out something else, but not in a way that just feels like plot twist. In a way, it always makes sense, but in such a beautiful, gripping way. It's so good. None of it has been as predictable as I thought. I already knew it'd be good, but, like, it's never... yeah. Working together, both Henny and Magdalena were able to escort Mike up the stairs, then across the hallway to her bedroom. Magdalena did not need Henny's help, but she appreciated the other woman's presence, if only because it let her know that Henny had accepted her. She seemed to have recognized, in the wake of Magdalena's breakdown, that Magdalena had grown to care for Micah. Magdalena might have been the instrument which had brought about Micah's suffering, but she had not done so willingly. Henny seemed to understand that, and by extending the olive branch, seemed prepared to offer her forgiveness. It no longer seemed to matter much what Magdalena had done to Micah, not when Micah was still alive. Henny and Magdalena both laid Micah upon her bed, and there she lay, her front dark with dried blood. Henny wet a cloth in the basin by Micah's bedside, then wiped the blood away. As she did, Magdalena soothed Micah, reassuring her in gentle tones that all would be well. I won't let anything hurt you. Not again. I have no further need of your blood. My mistress, she... Here, Magdalena's voice caught in her throat, and she had to look away. She is... no more. No amount of blood could save her now. She is gone, but I'm still here. As are you, and... oh, Micah. I'm sorry I put you through so many hardships. I'm so sorry. Micah was half conscious at this point, soothed by the cool flannel upon her bare skin and Magdalena's hand, so was barely able to offer Magdalena more than a small smile. It's all right. I forgive you for all of it, Lena. You do? Of course I do. I know that you were never meant for me to suffer. I might have hated you at the beginning, but really... Micah yawned, exhausted, and let her eyelashes fall shut. Softly she muttered, in a voice that sounded like a sleepwalker's. A lot nicer than you give yourself credit for. So saying, Micah's consciousness slipped away once more, not owing to the pain this time, nor the loss of blood, but from simple exhaustion. Yeah, this story is crazy. They ate, yeah! I thought Lena was going to die, but then Micah did, and then instead of becoming a vampire, she got prayed back to life, right? You could never, like, they always have something else. You can never quite predict it. It's like, oh yeah, I bet this is gonna happen. Oh, no, they have such a story to tell. It's so fascinating and so incredible. She dozed, her body lighter than the fog which unfurled its wispy tendrils about the forest floor, and as she did, she dreamed. In Micah's dream, she saw herself with both Henny and Magdalena. The three of them were laughing and smiling in her mind's eye, as though they had always been close friends, nothing more than three ordinary women. In Micah's imagining, there was nothing to keep her and Magdalena apart. Henny gave the pair of them her blessing, smiling gently as Magdalena took her hand once more. Then, upon her pursed lips, she pressed a soft, gentle kiss. While Micah lay in bed, tended to by both Magdalena and Henny, Johann had found himself in a rather precarious state. Huh? That's scary. Please don't pull- okay, I know I just said they always pull another thing out, but I don't want them to pull one out right now. I'm really scared. The ashen-faced father was always pale, yet now he looked paler than ever, even whiter than the moonlight, as he dragged himself through the darkened woods, his raven-black hair melting into the surrounding shadows. Johann's face was white enough to be bloodless, his eyes half-lidded from an aggressive, intense pain which refused to abate. The mere act of walking made his breath catch in his throat. It was cold this deep in the woods, almost unbearably so, but Johann's brow was still marred with beads of sweat, his teeth clacking not from the cold, but from pain. He wobbled as he walked, and Heidenreich had to support him, winding one slender arm around his waist to keep him upright.
Easy there.
Heidenreich spoke gently, more gently than one might have thought her capable of, given her nature, as Johann leant against her.
It'll be all right. I'm still here. I have you.
To any onlooker, the current scene would certainly have appeared unusual, if not downright ridiculous. Johann was a good deal taller than the diminutive Heidenreich, yet he was leaning against her for support, was relying upon her to keep him upright as he tried to cut his way through the woods. Heidenreich seemed, at a glance, much too small and slight to aid Johann, and yet she did. She bore him with ease, her brow perfectly smooth like the shell of an egg. Heidenreich had emerged from a spat with Magdalena and her mistress wholly unscathed. She had not needed to exert herself while accomplishing her grisly tasks, not when her victim had been in chains. She had been able to pierce crystals hard with ease. The young vampire girl had not been able to offer up any fight. She had simply cried instead as Heidenreich had dispatched her. Heidenreich had hoped Magdalena might give her more of a fight, but this hope, too, had been scuppered. Micah had come between the two of them and had cut Heidenreich's fun short. She really was a funny woman, that Micah, so impulsive despite being a well-bred young lady. Maybe it was because of her red hair. Heidenreich had heard redheads tended to be tempestuous, that it was simply part of their nature. Perhaps it came from an excess of blood, the imbalance of the humours. Heidenreich did wonder, but it seemed silly to postulate on it for too long, especially when Johann was suffering so. Heidenreich, for her part, had never felt lighter. The full moon's light had imbued her with a dreadful, arcane sort of strength, so she could stalk through the woods with ease, could have frolicked if she wished, through the foliage like a nymph or a dryad. Heidenreich knew she should not do this, however, even if it would have made a pretty picture. A young, slender-limbed girl dancing about the forest late at night, the dense fog swirling about her pretty ankles and her curls fluttering in the breeze. She had to stay to support Johann. I'm sorry, what about redheads? They're right. He had worked hard that night, much, much harder than Heidenreich herself had. For a mere human, one who was all awkward angles, high cheekbones and long, gangly limbs, he had pushed himself well past his limits. Johann had been able to maintain a veneer of composure when bidding farewell to Magdalena and Micah, and the potato-faced Fraulein who had first come to them for aid, but he no longer had the strength to cling to this carefully created facade. He was fading, his body failing. Heidenreich had known, the moment her hand had rent Micah's chest asunder, that the wound she had inflicted was a serious one. It had been apparent that it would require a significant degree of concentration for Johann to heal her. Micah's inner workings had, after all, been reduced to a fine red mist, a gruesome pate of bone and muscle. Heidenreich had not fully believed when Johann had taken Micah in his arms that he would be able to heal her at all, but on this score, she had been mistaken. Johann's faith had, evidently, been stronger than Heidenreich's own. Johann had taken Micah to him, a sheep who strayed from God's light, and he had done all he could to save her. He had poured his own life essence into her, and in so doing he had made Micah whole again. He had healed her, but at what cost? Heidenreich had seen Johann utilize his curious powers on other occasions, had seen him set bones and soothe fevered brows, but never before had she seen him use his powers to close a wound as large as that. Heidenreich did not think Johann himself had ever used this curious gift in such a manner, and now he was paying the price. Johann's gift might have been divinely granted, but it was still a skill he had possessed ever since he had been a young boy. But it did not come without its drawbacks. It required no shortage of mental fortitude for Johann to utilize his healing touch, and no shortage of strength, too. Unfortunately for Johann, strength had been in short supply for quite some time. He had spent the last 4 years working alongside Heidenreich, and during these years he had acted as her primary source of sustenance. Whenever Heidenreich hungered for blood, which was not quite so often as many of her kind, given her advanced age had whetted most of her appetite, she would turn to Johann. Johann's blood was quite unlike any Heidenreich had ever tasted before. It was pure, and it was rich, deeply nourishing, like a mug of hot cocoa served upon a sickbed. It was difficult for her, when she sank her teeth into Johann's pale neck, to stop, to regain her senses, to remember who she was. Perhaps it was because of Johann's miraculous abilities. One would have thought his innate ability to heal would have cut through his blood like poison, but it was not so. Johann's goodly power seemed to pulsate within his lifeblood, his veins full of the stuff. When Heidenreich bit Johann's neck, she tasted miracles, sweet and light like heavenly manna. Johann was simply too delicious for his own good, so much so, Heidenreich might have taken 1 or 2 liberties with him. She had drained his blood, of course, before their excursion into the woods, but perhaps she had taken too much of the stuff. Johann had tried to reassure her to the contrary, when Heidenreich had drawn her lips away from the white column of his throat, but Heidenreich was no fool. She had seen, even if Johann had not wanted her to see, how he trembled when she drew back. Heidenreich had bitten too deeply, had indulged too much, and Johann had already been weak when they had first ventured into the woods. It was to be expected, really, that Johann's body would now begin to fail him. Johann was a lanky, skinny man, and he did not have much in the way of physical stamina regardless. The years spent donating his blood to Heidenreich had not helped, and neither had his liberal use of his healing powers. He had pushed himself to the brink of exhaustion once before, when he had aided the young Becker girl. The girl who had told Heidenreich who told Henny about him. Oh, we do get to know about her. Whose father had undergone a terrifying transformation come the full moon. Huh? What? That's why she didn't talk about it? Her dad turned into a werewolf? Or something? Johann had been able to reverse this wicked enchantment which had befallen the red-headed Herr Becker, but not without sustaining considerable damage. He had been bedridden for a full week after that particular miracle, consumed with a fever that had left him delirious. Heidenreich had sat with Johann while he had convalesced, while his forehead had beaded with sweat, and his fingers had curled into sheets, and she had wiped down his forehead, wondering all the while what she would do if Johann died. Who would the church next assign her? And would their blood be as delectable as Johann's? It had seemed unlikely. Back then, Heidenreich had not worried overly about Johann's own welfare. She had been more concerned about slaking her own thirst. We have werewolves now, I guess, yeah! Now, however... Now, Heidenreich could not help but feel a flicker of sympathy for the man who leant against her. It seemed almost unthinkable that Johann could have been brought so low, when he had sustained no physical wounds, none save for the 2 punctures on his neck, and sides of pinheads concealed beneath the high collar of his robes. Heidenreich had seen Johann initially as nothing more than another handler, a convenient way of sourcing blood, yes, but mostly a nuisance who existed to bind her. In the early days of their meeting, their relationship had not been particularly cordial, but now... It's all right, Johann. I'm still here. Can you hear me? Now, Heidenreich felt rather too attached to the dark-eyed, sallow-skinned father. She had not wanted to care for him, but what could she do? For all the centuries she had lived, Johann was one of the few people who did not seem to fear her, who spoke to her as an equal. For a human, he could be awfully saucy, but Heidenreich appreciated it. She had always enjoyed how much fight Johann had possessed, how often he betrayed her expectations. He did so now, even, though he was on the brink of collapse, a smile playing about his lips despite his rapidly weakening state. Unfortunately, yes, I can still hear you. My faculties have not deserted me. Not completely, at least.
Oh, and what do you mean by that? What could have been so very unfortunate about hearing the angelic strains of my lovely voice, you silly man?
Well, you know how it is.
No, I don't know how it is. Would you mind elucidating? I want to know what exactly you mean by that. No, I fear you're not being at all polite.
Well, your fears might have some basis in reality. I am grateful, of course, that you have thought to stay with me. It really is very kind. But I wish I did not have to hear you worry about me at all. I have no desire to be a burden. And worrying does not suit you either.
What?
Heidenreich glanced at Johann. She cocked her head inquisitively, like a little bird, and frowned.
Do you think me incapable of caring about people, Johann?
You were when I met you. You were so cold and so aloof, just like a little statue. How did you change so much? It really is a mystery. Heidenreich pressed her lips together into a line. She looked at Johann, her golden eyes skimming him up and down, and then...
It isn't that much of a mystery.
No?
No, I might be old, but I am not immutable. I can still be moved, provided the right person comes along to move me, that is. You are so unlike anybody else I know. I fear I might have become somewhat fond of you, which is why I don't want you to die here. I won't allow it. Do you hear that, Johann? If you do perish, I shall be very cross with you.
Is that so? Once again, Johann laughed, but it was a weak laugh, one which made his sloping shoulders shake. My apologies, then. I will endeavor to cling to life to the best of my abilities. But I fear it may be too late for me already. I am but a mere mortal. There is only so much I can endure.
Yes, I know. You've endured so much already. Perhaps it was unreasonable expecting you to walk all the way back to Augsburg, especially when...
Johann winced, his body seemed by a newfound paroxysm of pain. He shifted sideways, pressing yet more of his weight upon the diminutive Heidenreich, and she tutted.
Especially when you're in such a state! Goodness! Perhaps you ought to sit down for a while, try to get your breath back. Would you like that?
I fear it would only be delaying the inevitable, but if you insist... Johann smiled, though it was a strained smile, one which did not illuminate his dark eyes. I would hate to make you worry about me.
Idiot!
Heidenreich sat Johann down upon the stump of a nearby tree, and skimmed a gloved hand against his face, wiped his brow free of sweat. Then she said,
I always worry about you. How can I not when you're nothing more than a human? Your kind is so very vulnerable. You try to act strong, yet your bravado really does make me wonder. How can you live life as you do, knowing how very fragile you are, knowing that your meager existence could be cut short?
Here, Heidenreich drew her hand across her throat.
Just like that. How do you stand it?
Now, that is a good question. I would expect nothing less from you, but let me see. I suppose I can live like this because this existence is the only one I have ever known, meager or not. I know I'm not as hardy as a vampire, but I've never had any cause to envy you. How could I be jealous of something I've never had? Besides... Johann looked at Heidenreich. His smile was crooked, but he smiled still as he said, his face horribly waxy. Envy is a sin. I would not wish to displease God, not when I've spent all of my life trying to serve him.
Yes, that does make sense. You've always been an awful bootlicker, Joe. Do you call him a bootlicker? Sorry. Yes, that does make sense. You've always been an awful bootlicker, Johann.
You would call my face bootlicking?
Well, what else is it? You might act like an upstanding citizen, but I know the only thing you really care about is being called a good boy. You do good because you wish to feel good. You want to be praised for it, and you want to be accepted, too. In that sense, you're awfully sycophantic. But you really should practice some moderation. You can't help everybody you meet. Some people are past saving. And now it's too late. You've given up too much of yourself in service to others, to your flock, and to me. And to God, too.
Johann, yeah, I know, I don't want him to die! This bootlicker is fucking crazy. Heidenreich looked at Johann, her expression impassive. Then, in a cool voice, icy, just like midnight frost, she said,
At this point, it does not matter much what I want. You are going to die regardless. You do know that, don't you?
Johann laughed wryly, though how he was able to summon up the strength to laugh at all was something of a mystery. He looked up at Heidenreich, the little vampire girl to whom he'd become so close, his dearest companion in all of the world, and said, Well, I'm aware, but you could stand to mince your words a bit more. Why, it is almost as though you want me to feel bad.
Perhaps I do. Perhaps I think you deserve to feel bad for putting me in such a bind.
A bind?
Of all of the fathers I've been assigned to watch over me, you are by far the most amusing. Your blood was like none I've ever tasted before. When I think that you will die, and for what? The dowdy Fräulein and her silly, impulsive mistress. I can't help but feel disappointed in you. I know you did what you thought was right, so I shouldn't take you to task too much. But did you never stop to think about me?
Heidenreich. Johann sighed. There was a moment's pause, a soft sigh as the wind blew through the trees, and then, Of course I thought about you. I think of you every day. How could I not, when I cherish your company so dearly?
So why, then, did you decide to throw your own life away? Why are you abandoning me?
I would not say that I am abandoning you, per se. I would simply be moving on to another plane of existence, where my soul might be free from the prison of flesh.
Provided you would grant me such a peaceful ending, of course. I beg your pardon? What are you suggesting? I would suggest nothing. I would not wish to influence you, dear Heide Marie, but you are right. It would be rather rude of me to pass away here and to put an end to our friendship. Johann smiled crookedly. Are we friends? Well, I do not consider you an enemy. And neither do I you. I am quite fond of you, as it happens, and I shudder to think what would become of you if I did die. As mouthy as you can be, I always get the feeling you are on your best behavior whilst in my company. I would not necessarily trust another to keep an eye on you. So, perhaps it would be for the best if I remained upon this earth for just a little longer. I am sure there is more I have yet to give, even if this were to stop my heart from beating. And I would not want you to be lonely. That is the real poison after all, which tends to kill your kind, to drive you mad. Is that not right? Johann! Heide Marie continued to examine Johann mutely, her fair curls shifting about her heart-shaped face. She inhaled, drawing in a breath she did not need to fortify a heart which did not beat. She took a step forth. Then, taking Johann's shaking hand in her own, she said, Are you sure this is what you want? Well, I've no particular desire to die. That seems like a poor way of repaying the charge for taking me in all of those years ago, when I appeared on their doorstep. I'm sure there is more work they would have me do. I can keep going. And things would be easier, would they not, if I wasn't such a weak and fragile human? Once again, Heide Marie pressed her lips together. She examined Johann, saw the determination in his face, the furrow of his brow. She drank in his eyes, in particular, which were very dark, so brown they looked like the carapaces of beetles, set into his pale skin. Then, lightly, she laughed. Johann, I knew there was a reason why I liked you. You might be an awful do-gooder, but you know how to keep me on my toes. I never can predict what you were going to do, or what you were going to say. And I think, if you were to die here, it would be an awful waste. The world needs more men like you, Johann, whether your heart still beats or not. So please, allow me. Heide Marie leant down. She pressed her gloved hands to Johann's shoulders, her fingers curling against the dark fabric of his robes. She closed her eyes. Then, parting her lips, she said, I promise I will be swift. I have a lot of experience, and the moon is very full tonight, and very round. The chances of you turning successfully are very high, given my long lineage, the light of the moon. This should not hurt. Well, not too much, at least.
Yeah, I know. You know what? This is a crazy turn of events. You were literally saying earlier, Serena, that it's like, okay, I expected that like Magdalena would die or something, or Micah would be turned, and then that'd be good. But no, instead, Micah fucking died and then got saved by god powers. But never mind, we are getting someone turned. It's Johann. I love this so much. I really like that they didn't just like leave these characters to leave afterwards as well. I thought they'd be so much less in depth than they are. When we first met them, I thought they'd just be like simple things that I'd like to have that come and like help. Like I thought they'd just be there to move the plot along in regards to like having a threat to Magdalena. But I love these two so much. I adore them. I'm so glad this is how this is turning out. Wickedly, she smiled. Her incisors, filed down to sharp points, flashed in the moon's light. Then she dipped her head, taking Johann's fate between her teeth, and summarily shattering it like a piece of pottery. Damn! Oh my god. I'm so happy that Johann got turned. That's such a crazy turn of events. Oh my god. Yeah, I love these two so much. I would have been so sad if they had been just like tossed aside once we got our ending for the others, because I'm so interested in them. Every single character here is so wonderful. Yeah, these two are super fun characters, right? Micah lay unconscious for 2 days, tucked up in her bed, while Henny and Magdalena attended to her. Drained from her brushwood death, she drifted, unaware of how tightly Magdalena held her hand throughout her convalescing. Micah knew not, as she slumbered, that Magdalena sat beside her, praying to a god she did not believe in for her safety. But when she finally awoke, shaking off her exhaustion as a duck ruffles its feathers free from water, she soon learned of the anxiety her slumber had caused. It was early in the morning when Micah opened her eyes. It was cloudy and overcast, and only weak rays of sunlight could spill through the moth-eaten holes in the fabric, all paled and washed out due to the bower of clouds which hung in the sky. Henny sat at a chair by Micah's side, and when she saw Micah's eyelashes flutter, she cried. Henny! Oh! I'm sorry, fucking Micah! Micah! Oh, my Micah, I'm so relieved! Henny! Micah looked at Henny askance. Her head was pounding fit to burst, and her thoughts, which were far too numerous, seemed to weigh heavily upon her, like rocks. Weak though the sunlight was, it stung her eyes, and she winced. The pain which had pierced her following Heidenreich's attack had vanished, but now she ached all over. Her arms and her legs felt horribly leaden. So being bit normal isn't Tony since you've been bitten before, but it has to be a special magic bite or something that's done intentionally. Yeah, a lot of vampire stuff does it like that, to be fair, because otherwise it means that, like, every single time a vampire wanted to drink someone, they'd end up with more vampires and run out really quick. Sims also does it like that. These aches, at least, reassured Micah that Henny's anxious face was not a fabrication of her adult imagination. This could not be a dream, for she felt too uncomfortable. It took a considerable amount of effort for Micah to sit up in bed. She winced as she did so, and Henny had to lean in to aid her. Cage of Bruises, you come for lesbians, you stay for Heidenreich. So true! So fucking true! Real! I came for the lesbians and I stayed for Heidenreich, my beloved! Ow. I need to stroke my neck. Ooh. Ooh, ouchie, ouchie, ouchie.
Careful, Micah. Don't push yourself now.
You really have been through the wars.
Yes, how could I forget?
Micah smiled wearily.
I apologize. I'll try to be more careful. Yes, you do that! I'd hate for your wounds to reopen.
Though, come to think of it, I'm not entirely sure if that's possible. Johan did quite a thorough job.
There aren't scars. I can't even see any bruises. You don't look like you were injured at all. Really must have been a miracle. A miracle, I suppose it must have been. He is a priest, after all.
Micah looked down at herself. She was wearing the same nightgown Magdalena had bequeathed to her, but the tear which had run through the middle of it had been sewn up. The stitches were neat, thread white, so it was hard to tell from a distance any damage had been done to it at all. Micah recognized this neat needlework. Henny must have fixed this gown for her as she slept. Are we, like, close to the end or something? Definitely! Yeah. It seems like it. We're wrapping up everything now, you know? All the loose ends. Her maid really was dutiful down to the smallest of details. Micah placed one hand to her chest, trembling as she did so. She still remembered what had happened, exhausted though she was. She had come between Heidenreich and Magdalena, and she had been skewered for her best efforts, her blood splattering all across the carpet hall like spilled wine. That pain was not something she would forget in a hurry. Wincing, Micah looked away, and in doing so, saw Magdalena. Magdalena was sitting beside Henny, her pale eyelashes closed, her lips pursed in silent slumber. Her hands rested upon her lap, and her head hung forwards, like that of a doll's. She was quite motionless, despite the big sunlight which played about her pale skin, her even paler hair.
Lena!
Micah sighed, then turned to Henny, desperately seeking reassurance.
Is she all right, Henny? She isn't ill, is she?
Her? Henny glanced at Magdalena, as though seeing her for the first time, and frowned.
If she is ill, it's with nothing more than worry. You needn't fuss so. She's fine, at least as far as an undead being can be fine. She's just sleeping, and I don't blame her for it. She's been sitting at your side ever since we brought you up here. She has not had a single wink of sleep all this time, not until she dropped off a few hours earlier. Really?
Micah's face flushed, and touched at Magdalena's thoughtfulness. Oh, I love them! They're wives! Damn, this is near the end. What game will take care of her spot? I don't know! Don't know yet.
She cares for me that much.
Ever so much.
Her actions made it blindingly obvious. I'll admit, I didn't think much of her at first. Can you blame me after all she put you through? My opinion of her has really turned around. I didn't think vampires could be so caring, but it's plain as day she adores you. She was beside herself when you collapsed, she was. She looked like, I don't know, like a woman who lost all will to live. She fell onto the ground and then, well...
Henny shook her head and smiled. Why are you asking about Magdalena, Micah, after all you've been through? Shouldn't you be more concerned about yourself?
Maybe I should, but I worry regardless. I know I have you to care for me, Hen, and you do a wonderful job at it, believe me. But Lena, she hasn't had anybody to care for her for a long, long time. She's been all on her own. That's why I have to worry about her. Nobody else will. My, you must like her an awful lot.
I suppose you wouldn't have leapt to her defence if you didn't. You were just like a knight back then, Micah. You were just missing the sword and all the shining armour.
And the dignity.
Micah smiled thinly.
I caused quite a scene back then, as my mother might say. But I was so afraid I wasn't sure what else I was supposed to do.
I mean, you draw them off. I do plan to draw them all sometime. Definitely. I need to draw fan out of this game. I love these characters too much.
I could only think about helping Lena, but now I fear my rashness has hurt her.
She's been in a bad way, I won't deny it. But the blame for that can't be laid wholly on your feet.
I think she's been upset about the young mistress of hers too and her death. It was all very sudden. She hasn't had nearly enough time to get to grips with it.
Well, it's almost enough to make me feel sorry for her. And all this after she kidnapped you. I think she's quite the sorry creature herself.
Her mistress.
Micah's brows furrowed. She could remember her own agony clearly, but the events which had led up to her chest being cleaved were less lucid. Her thoughts were disordered, like an unfinished jigsaw puzzle, and trying to slot every piece into its rightful place seemed almost like an impossibility. She thought she could recall, however, a faint memory which had imprinted itself upon her mind. She could remember the stench of blood. Henny had come to her bedroom while she had been in a nightgown and bade her to escape. Taking her hand, Henny had led her through the hallway, Micah's bare feet pounding against the floor. Together, the two women had passed the large bedroom, its door ajar, and upon the bed Micah had seen... Micah winced and pressed a hand to her mouth. Yes, she could still remember that. Micah let her eyes fall upon Magdalena once more, who continued to sleep. As Magdalena had no need for air, she slept quite soundlessly. Her chest did not rise, and neither did her eyelids tremble. Hang on 1 second, I need to get my lip balm. There we go. Wait. Okay, there you go. Putting on my lip balm and taking some water. You gotta remember to do self-care in the middle of voicing lesbian vampires. Okay, anyway. In sleep, she really did look like a doll, one which was devoid of life.
Her mistress wasn't that young girl we saw, was she?
That's right.
Magdalena talked to me a bit about her circumstances while we were both tending to you. If you want to know more about her, you'd be best served asking her. I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to explain everything properly. It's awful complicated.
Oh, but look here now!
Henny glanced at Magdalena, then drew back.
She's beginning to stir. All that talk must have disturbed her. True to Henny's words, Magdalena was finally starting to shift. Her pale eyelashes fluttered, still drowsy from sleep. Her once still chest, meanwhile, rose and fell in a parody of breathing. It was unnecessary, of course, being undead. Magdalena had no need to breathe, but it must have been an instinctive action, something which only ceased when Magdalena's consciousness did. That's really fucking sad, actually. Oh my god, that every time she's awake, she's like basically pretending to breathe with her chest. But when you know she doesn't need to, because when she sleeps, it's entirely gone. Oh my god! Wait.
I think I'll make myself scarce for now, Micah. I'm sure you've a lot you'd like to talk about with Magdalena.
I'm sure she's a lot she'd like to talk about with you. She wouldn't stop talking about you, you know, when you're unconscious. I'm starting to worry she's even more devoted than I am. Girl, you don't know the half of it. You do not know the half of it, Queen. Henny withdrew, laughing softly she did. But before she left the room, she paused to say,
I'll be back to check on you later.
I'm just glad for the present to know you're alright. I really was worried about you, Micah. Here's the question. If both her and her mistress returned, who turned them and where are they? Well, I guess that's what we're about to ask her. I am really curious. I haven't stopped thinking about it. The door closed behind Henny with a thud, leaving both Micah and Magdalena alone together. Magdalena was sitting up now, her red eyes wide, and with a sigh of relief she exclaimed, Micah! Oh, Micah! You're awake. Are you alright? Yay! Yippee! Oh my god, they've been through so much! Magdalena's mocking but is living instead of neurotypical, yeah. Micah began, a response half formed upon her lips, but she hadn't the time to fully formulate it before Magdalena flew to her. Micah felt flattered at Magdalena's affections, and she wanted to relax into a hug, but ow! Micah tensed. Pain began to ripple through her, her every nerve ending on fire. Feeling Micah shudder and hearing a gasp of pain, Magdalena drew swiftly back, abashed. If Magdalena had possessed the ability to blush, her face would surely have turned pink. Oh, I'm sorry, Micah, I apologize. I was just so relieved. I've been watching you ever since you collapsed for the last 2 days or so. I've barely slept at all.
I know you have, Henny told me.
Oh, she did she? I would have expected that she would take the wind from my sails. That maid of yours is such a busybody. She was lecturing me, you know, to take better care of myself, as though I'm not a near immortal creature who's been alive for over a century. She talked to me like I was a hopeless young girl, or maybe a weak human like me. Yes, that's right! No, I don't think you were weak at all, Micah. I love how cute Magdalena can be. It's a really cute touch to their dynamic. It was very brave of you to come between me and Heidenreich like that. Though it was also very, very foolish.
Well, I can see that now. It didn't occur to me at the time, though.
What did occur to you then, pray tell?
Only that I wanted to protect you.
Honestly, I can never play visual novels where I don't get choices, but watching them I can do, even more so with such a great job of voice acting. Yay! This is like I said earlier, honestly, I know that for a lot of people, visual novels with no choices or with very little is like very much a deal breaker, and I do get that. It, like, you know, it's like, it can be very, like, not stimulating, but I like them. So if I get more people to be able to enjoy a game like this they normally wouldn't be able to play, and have fun voice acting the whole time, then that's great for me. It's a win-win for both of us. Protect me? Magdalena smiled, bemused, and shook her head. The sentiment is sweet, but you need protecting far more than I do, now so more than ever before. I'm starting to think it's no wonder that maid of yours is such a fusspot, having a mistress like you to deal with. Looking after you would turn anybody into an anxious wreck. I do wish she neglected me some, though. Her pout is so cute, I love her! But I suppose she meant well by it.
Henny always does.
God, speaking of cute, Micah's smile is so fucking pretty. I've said this before, but look at her. Her smile is so fucking pretty. She's so fucking pretty. I'm in love with both of these women, equally. I love them.
Henny always does. She's a sweetheart. She's always watched out for me ever since we were children.
I could tell when I watched her tend to you. Her concern was palpable. Made me a little jealous, I must admit, to see another fuss over you so. And to know that she was the one alert and funny to awake. I wish to be the first person to see you when you regain consciousness. My foolish body betrayed me. I might be undead, but even I need my beauty rest.
Yes, you do. You haven't been getting nearly enough of it. The bags under your eyes are frightfully dark.
Micah. Magdalena smiled bashfully. Do you mean to admonish me too? I've been getting earfuls from it from that maid of yours already. You can rest assured I have seen the error of my ways. My caring for you might, I admit, have been too effusive. But how can I not worry when you mean so much to me? I was terrified for your sake. Humans are much too delicate for your own good. Magdalena brushed her fingertips against Micah's cheek, tracing the contours of her face. You really must be more careful in the future. If you were to sicken or to get hurt, it would destroy me, especially with that Henrika fussing over you so much. I started to feel distinctly like a third wheel. Micah smiled, touched by Magdalena's concern, and let her fingers rest upon Magdalena's.
Don't tell me you're too horribly jealous of Henny. She's only my friend.
I know that. Yet it hurts nonetheless to know she loves you so. Not that I can blame her. Who wouldn't love you, really? You are so eminently lovable.
I think you're exaggerating.
Hardly! There is a lot to commend you for, though your intelligence might not be on the top of that list. Yeah, Magdalena smiled, as did Micah. The two women shared laughter, soft and pattering like falling rain, Micah subdued by the ache in her chest, which had yet to fully shift. Once the laughter had passed, and Micah had reassured Magdalena that yes, she was all right, and no, her unexpected embrace hadn't hurt, not that much, at least, Micah then dared to ask the question which had been playing upon her mind since she had awoken.
I was just wondering, when Henny tried to run away with me last night, or maybe it was the night before, I don't remember, my head is all a jumble, we passed an open bedroom, and inside, well, I saw a girl, shackled to a bed, lying in the shadows. I didn't get a good look at her, but she seemed very young, and she had been very dead.
Oh, and she had been very dead.
I don't want to pry, and this might be a peculiar question, but was that small girl your mistress?
Silence descended between the pair following this question. Micah glanced at Magdalena from beneath her eyelashes, and Magdalena glanced back, her face deadly pale. For a while, Magdalena was quiet, her lips pursed. Oh, wait. Fuck, hang on, I'm getting a call! my god! Hello! Yeah, the fucking landlord timing tarot is insane! Literally just about to talk about, like, the one final mystery and biggest question we have about this character's story, and I get a call that my landlord's here. That's how it works. I'd be living in timeout full time. Yeah, that's true. Okay. Then, after heaving a small sigh, she spoke. Ah, yes. So it comes back to this. That girl. I thought you might ask about her, and for good reason. She was, indeed, my mistress, and she really was a poor thing. My mistress's name. The poor creature. She was called Crystal, though perhaps she had no need of that title after she was turned. Names are a courtesy only humans are granted, while she... Well, she might have looked like a person, but any humanity she might once have had was stolen from her a long time ago. She couldn't talk. I'm unsure whether she could even think beyond thirsting for blood. She was less a girl than a force of nature. She was always hungry, and she was angry alongside it. It wasn't always that way, though. Crystal used to be a sweet young girl, though I can scarcely believe it myself. She changed so much, but it wasn't her fault. She didn't ask for any of this to happen, and neither did I. It was all very unfortunate.
What happened?
Micah posited this question quietly, her pale eyes upturned.
Would you mind telling me how you and Crystal came to be vampires, and how you came to serve her for so many years? It's fine if you wish to keep it to yourself, but there's so much about you I don't know. I want to get to know you better, Lena. I know I won't be able to undo the past, but talking about it might help, unless you think I'm being presumptuous and asking too much of you.
No, it's fine. I don't think you're overstepping your boundaries. How could you, after all we've done together? You know so much about me already. Spilling a few more of my secrets could hardly hurt at this point. But I'm not entirely sure where to begin.
At the start, maybe?
With my birth to a poor yet happy family in Inningen, of little note or consequence. Oh, that is to go very far back indeed. More than a century ago. I would only get sentimental if I started to talk of my mother and father, not that I could even cry over them if I wanted to. So I think I'll spare you all that. I think I'll begin instead at... let's see. Maybe it would be best to commence my tale when I first met Crystal. Magdalena shifted in an attempt to make herself a touch more comfortable before beginning her tale in earnest. I love seeing you guys be like, oh, I forgot I was crying. I love seeing you guys being like, welcome back, immediately followed by, aww. I was only 15 years old at the time, and naive for my age. Perhaps I was too young to work, but my parents needed the money, and girls younger than I often went into service. It's not so very different now, so I've gathered after speaking to Henrica.
Does that mean you were her maid?
Indeed I was. I was a maid, and I worked in this mansion years and years prior for Crystal's family. Oh, they keep testing my ability to pronounce German. The von Skleefens? Yeah. That was before this house had fallen into wreck and ruin, before the hallways were thick with dust, before the air reeked of death. I was young and fresh-faced, and Crystal. She was not yet 3 years old when I began to work here, and during my employment I watched her grow. She wasn't particularly pretty, bless her, and she was horribly shy. She used to shrink away from the other maids, but she had a soft spot for me. She would sit with me while I was cleaning sometimes, though her parents had warned her against it, and I would try to cheer her up. She was neglected by her parents. When they spoke to her, it was only to chastise her, and she didn't have any friends of her own age to play with, nor any siblings. I think she was lonely. That must have been why she sought out my company. I was one of the younger maids who worked for the von Skleefens, and I tried to pay her special attention. Maybe it's Schlieffens. The SCH is like a throaty... Yeah, that's what I mean, but there's so many... All those letters there, I'm looking at them like, oh, fuck. No, I know this is a mouthful for me. I really do like how interesting all their names are in this game, though. She rarely smiled around anybody else, but my silly stories and jokes were able to make her laugh. She wasn't pretty, like I said, but when she smiled... Magdalena sighed and shook her head. I so badly wanted to protect her smile. I had 2 younger sisters of my own. She had sisters?! Oh! And Crystal reminded me of them. I suppose I've always been protective, and I took it upon myself to look out for her. Eventually, even her aloof parents took notice of their daughter's attachment to me, and they decided to make me Crystal's nursemaid. Crystal hadn't gotten along very well with her previous nursemaids. She'd been sullen and sulky with them, and sometimes she even beat them. Perhaps that was important for what was later to come. But I can't blame Crystal for lasting out. She was constantly being pushed around, at the whims of others. As a lady yourself, I imagine you know how she must have felt, rattling around in this empty house in her lonesome. Yes, I can imagine it. My childhood was much the same, though I never bit anybody. I used to climb the trees in the garden, though, and pick the blackberries in the summer, and once I sneaked into my family's mausoleum. My mother was furious with me. I knew she would be, but I did it all the same. I think I was tired of listening to her all the time. It was stifling. I suspect it was the same for Crystal. This house... Magdalena gestured about Micah's bedroom, at its high ceiling, and the wide window with the drawn curtains, through which the grey garden could be seen. It might be large, but it's lacking in warmth. It was cold even then, when it was full of people. It was nothing more than a cage. Crystal couldn't stand it. In fact, I rather think she despised it. She was at her happiest when the 2 of us were walking through the garden hand in hand, and she could be free of the servants, and her parents, and all their guests. Crystal and I became so close, I would even accompany her when her parents attended luncheons or soirees further afield, in Augsburg and beyond. The von Cleefens were well known, and they were very much in demand. If they didn't have half of Bavaria staring here, they would be paying visits to the nobility all across the county. These near-constant festivities occurred for 3 years, until an unfortunate event put paid to them quite quickly. Magdalena paused now, one hand resting against the base of her throat. Her expression was pensive, her brow furrowed, and it took her a few moments before she gathered the thread of her tale once more. It was on a dark, stormy night. Don't these stories often begin like that? When it happened. The von Cleefens were returning home after visiting a noble family in Regensburg, I think. It's been so very long, I don't remember. They didn't often take Crystal with them when they went on their excursions, but I believe they had stayed with these people for over a week of festivities. Perhaps it was a special occasion, maybe a wedding? I had been ordered to come with them to keep an eye on Crystal, who was too young for dancing and drinking. I remember the carriage was wending its way through the forest. It was a cold, foggy night, and the moon was full in the sky. It was round, just as it was a few nights prior, like a giant eye. Crystal had fallen asleep, and was lying her head upon my lap. I was trying to stay awake myself, but I was also beginning to doze. It was well past midnight, and I was tired, and we had been travelling for hours and hours. A handful of other servants had come with us to attend to the von Cleefens, but they were in a different carriage. We were almost at our host's home, at least I think we were, when it happened. It's really fascinating how similar this story is to what happened to Micah at the start. The parallels between these two. Man! They're fucking doomed! Oops. Magdalena's expression darkened, her fingers clenching into fists upon her lap. We were attacked while we were in the forest, not by bandits as you were, but by being much more sinister. It all happened so quickly, I wasn't entirely sure what had happened. It was only later, with the gift of hindsight, I can say what must have occurred. It was a vampire. They must have been desperate, attacking a carriage full of people with impunity. 2 carriages, in fact. But I suppose they knew humans would be no match for them, no matter how many there were. Perhaps they were not desperate then, but lashed out solely because they could, because it amused them to do so. I have no idea. I cannot say. It happened so quickly, I never saw the face of the creature who attacked us, not for more than a few moments. I don't even know whether they were a man or a woman. All I know is, at one point the carriage was wending its way through the woods, unmolested, and the next... Magdalena's voice trailed off while her fingernails sank into her thighs. She inhaled, perhaps gathering her nerve and her scattered thoughts before saying, I knew something was wrong when I woke up. I hadn't thought that I would ever wake again. I was in so much pain. The darkness had seemed absolute when I fainted, but I soon realized this was not the case. I was lying upon the forest floor among the strewn, scattered leaves like a discarded doll. My head hurt, and so did my limbs. There was an awful taste in my mouth, and I think I vomited. I don't remember. I do remember feeling that something was wrong, that I wasn't myself. I pressed a finger to my neck and found 2 marks there which perforated my skin. That shook me, but even then, what happened didn't fully register until I pressed my fingers to the inside of my wrist. I thought I was being silly, fantasizing maybe. I'd always been one to get swept up in my own daydreams, until I realized I didn't have a pulse. My skin was cold to the touch, and hard. It felt like marble. That was when I realized that, though I had opened my eyes and appeared to live on, it was not the same Magdalena I had been, and I wasn't really alive, either. I was dead. I didn't need to breathe. My heart didn't beat, but I could still think, sit up, and walk. It was quite the shock, but I came to terms with it more quickly than you might think. I had to come to terms with it. Lying in the middle of the forest as I was, I had no other choice. I don't know how I knew, but I was grimly aware that should the sun rise while I was still outdoors, I would turn to ashes. I looked around and soon found the carriage I had been traveling in. It had been tipped to one side, and Lord and Lady von Schlieffen were still inside it, their bodies mangled. They were dead, at least properly dead, unlike me. I didn't need to check their pulses to tell. The other servants they had travelled with had been similarly dispatched. Some were in one piece, but others had been butchered, I suppose is the only word for it. Bits of them were strewn everywhere. Why I had been bitten so cleanly, I knew not. If my assailant had torn me apart like they had the others, I doubt I would have been able to sit back up again. But never mind that. No good will come of trying to guess the motives of my attacker. I don't know who attacked us, or why they spared me, in a sense. It was probably a whim. I wasn't the only one who survived this assault either, though I wish I was. I found her lying upon the forest floor, unconscious, her arms and legs bent at broken angles. I thought she was dead, but when I reached out to feel her pulse, she shifted, and that was when I knew. Oh! Oh my god! So the fucking arms and legs bent at broken angles thing, that wasn't Heidemarie. Oh my god! Crystal had been like that the entire fucking, all of the years. The hundreds of years, well yeah, the 100 years that they've been in this castle. Heidemarie just stabbed her. Oh my god. Crystal had died, but she was still alive. She had been turned. She was only 6 years old. Magdalena winced at this and reached for her chest. There, her fingers twisted, as though seeking to wrench out her own heart which no longer beat. I was able to retain much of my rationality after I was turned into a vampire, but my young mistress was less fortunate. She just existed with broken limbs. Yeah, she was just like that! Oh my god, no wonder she was so worried for her! The sweet, shy, stubborn girl I knew had vanished when she woke up. She had lost all of her sense of right or wrong. I knew nothing save her own insatiable lust for blood. Her desire was so intense, I think it overwhelmed all her other senses. She could no longer talk upon waking, could no longer smile. She was out of control. Sorry, I hiccuped. She was out of control. I did not realize that, however, until I took her back to her home. We made it back before the first rays of the sun rose. Why have I hiccups? Hang on. We made it back before the first rays of the sun rose, with me carrying Crystal on my back. She had been half asleep as I carried her, and had been docile enough, but she changed when we returned to her old abode. There were still servants who resided there, to upkeep the place in the von Schlieffen's brief absence, and Crystal, Magdalena grit her teeth together. I couldn't stop her. I didn't expect it of her. I had no idea that she was capable of such cruelty. I soon learned that I had erred in my judgment, however, when she tore her way through the servants who still resided there. She slipped into their quarters quicker and swifter than a cat, and she made short work of them. She murdered all the scullery maids in their bed, and the housekeeper, and the footman. By the time I had caught her, it was too late. She had murdered dozens of servants, and she was dripping with gore. There were chunks of flesh beneath her nails, and in her hair, and the smell. Oh my god! Right, because when they mentioned that they left in a carriage and got attacked there, I was like, well, how did everyone else die out? Was that just over time? But no! Oh my god! Magdalena pressed a hand to her mouth. But the worst part about it all was the expression on Crystal's face as she carried out these atrocities. She didn't look aghast at her actions, but she didn't seem particularly euphoric either. Her face was just blank, like a slate, and completely empty. Killing didn't seem to rouse any particularly strong emotions within her, but she killed all the same because it was what her instincts told her to do. Like a rabid animal, she knew of nothing save attacking. She bore her fangs in her claws, and she killed them, all of them. The servants' quarters looked like a scene from hell itself, and the blood... I'm ashamed to admit that I found the smell quite enticing, but the horror of it all helped me to resist. I was no longer a human, but I still possessed my sense of morals. I didn't want to behave as Crystal was. She was a child and had an excuse, but I was an adult. I knew better. I told myself that I would act better, too. I knew I couldn't reintroduce Crystal to polite society, or any society as she was. I was afraid she would harm anybody she came across, so I decided to bind her inside, to her bed, to stop her from causing any further chaos. Then I devoted myself to finding victims for her, so she would not starve. I had hoped animal blood would be enough to satiate her, but she turned her nose up at it. She would only drink the blood of humans, and it had to be fresh. I had no choice but to kill on her behalf to sustain her, but I tried to do so without drawing too much attention to ourselves. I've been looking after Crystal for the last century. While Crystal slept, I had a lot of free time, and with it I taught myself to read and how to write. She didn't— oh, right! Oh my god, yeah! Like, not only are they both girls who were just, like, not only was she just a maid girl, but, like, this was 100 years ago, even before the time of Micah, where reading and writing is unnecessary for girls. She taught herself that just because she was alone in these 100 years. Oh my gosh! Magdalena! My baby! I made use of all the books in the library the von Schlieffens left behind, and with this knowledge I fashioned myself into a lady of sorts. After being a maid for so many years, I think I wanted to act a little more important than I really was. I suppose part of me even believed I deserved to act thus, being a vampire. I was stronger now, after all, than any human could ever dream of being. It was quite a rush, I'll admit, when I slew my first victim for Crystal's sake. It was thrilling, almost, to bring down a grown man with such ease. Part of me took delight in my powers, but another greater part of me grappled with the cruelty of my actions. I tried to target people who deserved it, much like those bandits who pursued you and Henrica, but that hasn't always been possible. I've killed any number of innocents to sustain Crystal. I tried to tell myself not like her. I, at least, am rational, but when I consider all the evil deeds I've committed over the years, I have to wonder, am I really any better than she is? I'm a vampire too, when all is said and done. I should have died over a century ago. I can play at being human well enough, better than many others of my kind, and I do try to remember my manners. The fine clothes I wear all for show, as is my affected way of talking. Crystal might have been a monster, but she was never trying to pretend to be otherwise. She was too earnest for it. I, meanwhile, gad about as though I'm worth more than I am, as though I am a real lady. A lady! Magdalena scoffed, though it was without any humor. Though her lips were pulled into a grim facsimile of a smile, her eyes were dark and joyless. I could never be a lady like you, Micah. I wasn't born into nobility. I'm just a hapless maid playing pretend. But no, I'm not even that. I am a monster. A murderer. I've no right to Fuck. I've no right to act with all these airs and graces as though I'm so much better than anybody else. I've no right to be alive at all. Lena. Micah sighed thus, once Magdalena had finished speaking. She looked at her companion with gentle, compassionate eyes, then reached forth. Taking one of Magdalena's gloved hands in her own, she squeezed and said, You might see yourself as a monster, but I don't. I could never regard you like that. No? Magdalena sniffed, her shoulders trembling, though her eyes, as always, remained dry and devoid of tears. You don't think me wicked after I caused you so much suffering?
I kidnapped you, and if Heidenry hadn't killed my poor mistress, I am certain I would have fed you to her in the end, as I have so many others. Yes, I know. But it's not as though you tricked me. You lent me no illusions that, should I remain in your home, I would not meet my end. You warned me, but still I persisted in remaining here. You would have let me go, remember, had I not come to Henny's defense? Well, of course I remember. It was your self-sacrifice which first made me regard you, not as another morsel from my mistress, but as an equal. I thought the way you treated Henrika was admirable. My own mistress, Crystal's mother, that is, never would have been so conscientious. I was never regarded as a friend of the family. I was only ever a servant. In that sense, I suppose I am somewhat jealous that you and Henny are so close. She is lucky to have a mistress like you. And Crystal was very lucky to have a maid like you, who was so unfailingly loyal. You stayed by her while you were alive, and continued to serve under her even after the pair of you returned. That is why you performed so many immoral actions. It wasn't for the fun of it, nor the thrill, that you hunted down all those who traversed too close to your home. You did it because of your overwhelming loyalty for your mistress. You didn't want to let her die. Is that not right? It is right, yes, but Heidenry was right to scorn me. Though I had the best of intentions, I was woefully misguided. The young girl I had cared for died a long, long time ago. She looked somewhat akin to my Crystal, but she was not her. She was not a human. By prolonging her life in so unnatural a way, I only made her suffer more. If I truly loved her, I never would have chained her up indoors as I did. I should have let her starve. That would have been a real kindness. It's easy to say what you should have done now, but I don't think you would have had it in you, Lena. To kill my mistress? Micah nodded. I know you like to posture yourself as a heartless monster devoid of emotion, but that isn't true. You're far nicer than you appear. You say that you should have let your mistress starve, but I doubt you could have let that happen. You would have felt much too guilty. It wasn't her fault, after all, that she was turned. No, it wasn't. You're quite right about that. My mistress was innocent, in a sense. She was only a child.
Heidenry really did put her out of her misery. Yeah, she did. She was right. Like, I was shocked when I first found her and she was a kid, but like, it was the best. Because she was just suffering. She was literally just hungry. And nothing else. Not even a person anymore. And Lena doing all of this murder just for her? God.
I don't think she really knew what it was she was doing. But she was still incredibly dangerous, all the more because she did not understand her own strength. She certainly didn't recognize me after she was turned, though she had always been fond of me when she had been alive. I would sit with her every day and try to penetrate the fog which shrouded her memories, with little avail. If she'd known who I was, I'd like to think she wouldn't have hurt me. But she still did. I knew she was a monster whose existence could cause others untold harm, yet still I could not kill her. I pitied her far too much. She was beyond being detestable, but I can't say the same about myself. I still maintained my sense, even after being turned. I knew what I was doing was wrong. My hands are stained with so much blood, I fear I'll never be able to wash them clean. I'm glad that you still seem to care for me, Micah, but how can you bear to be with me? Don't you think me unforgivably wicked? You might think you are wicked. You've certainly said so enough times, but I do not. You were put in a difficult place, but I think you did the best you could. You're not a bad person, Lena, just an unfortunate one. You never asked to be turned into a vampire, either. I know that, but how am I supposed to live my life now? How can I ever forgive myself? Silence filled the room following Magdalena's exclamation. Her chest rose and fell with sharp, uneven breaths, and her eyelids trembled. Though Magdalena's skin was untouched by age, Micah could see the years of pain and self-reproach written upon her. It pooled in her eyes, which seemed, all of a sudden, unfathomably deep. It was so full of self-loathing, Micah feared she might drown in them. Micah could see now, beyond all of Magdalena's bravado, could see one clear, unmistakable truth. She could see that Magdalena despised herself. Magdalena had despised herself for many, many years, ever since she'd been turned into a vampire. Magdalena could not love herself, for she had become something she considered evil. But Micah could. She had, she realized, been in love with Magdalena for a long while already.
Yippee! I know! So have I!
Lena,
Micah spoke softly, still squeezing Magdalena's hand.
I can't say when, or even if, you'll be able to forgive yourself. That isn't something for me to decide. You'll have to think about all you've done on your own, and try to come to your own conclusions.
Yes, I thought you might say that. It's as I feared. Well, I've had a century to think things through, and I already know what I think. I don't believe that I can be forgiven. It isn't possible. I've done too many awful things. Heidenreich should have put me to death a dozen times over, and not even that would be enough to cleanse all of my sins. They're too great, and they weigh upon me much too heavily. That may— oh. I keep doing that.
That might be true for you, and it's true, too, that I don't know all the pain you wrought.
She realized she's in lesbians with her! Finally! Took her fucking long enough.
I know instead, only, of how you treated me. I know that you did not wish to cause me any undue hurt.
Micah leant in, then pressed her other hand to Magdalena's cheek. Cupping it gently, her fingers splayed, she then said,
And I know that, even if you can't forgive yourself, I can. I forgive you, not on behalf of your other victims. I'm afraid I don't have that authority, but for all you've ever done to me.
Do you really mean that? Micah nodded.
I don't hate you, Lena, and I certainly don't think you're a monster. How could I when I care for you so deeply? You have come to mean a good deal to me during the weeks we've spent together, and if I'm being honest, I don't ever want to be parted from you.
Micah. Oh, Micah. Magdalena sniffled, her pale eyelashes trembling. I don't think I deserve your kindness or your fondness, but I'm not arrogant enough to assume I can tell you what to feel, though I know I've often acted like it. Your feelings are your own. If you like me as much as you say you do, then I suppose I'll have to accept it. I don't really understand it, but... A small smile caught the corner of Magdalena's lips, thinner than a piece of sewing thread. I like you too, Micah.
Lena.
Micah. Micah leaned in closer still, the inches of space which parted her and Magdalena diminishing with each millisecond. There came a brief pause of about a second, like the gap between seeing and hearing a bolt of lightning, as both women stared at one another. They swallowed, as though in unison. Then they shifted. Evie! Oh my god! All we had to do to get there was one of them fucking die! They kiss again! It was Micah who moved first, but Magdalena soon followed her lead. Bridging the infinitesimally small space between them, they parted their lips, then pressed their mouths together. It was a very soft, gentle, tender kind of kiss, different from the one they had shared before, after Magdalene had drained Micah of her blood. This was a kiss born, not from the fear that their acquaintance would soon end, but from hopes, tentative though they were, for the future. The kiss lasted only for a few moments, but might have endured for longer had both women not been interrupted by the sound of a startled gasp. Oh shit! Sorry, Henny! Great timing, queen! Hi! Oh my! Micah and Magdalena pulled away, Micah blushing abashedly, tried to glance over at the doorway. There Henny stood, her eyes wide, frozen like a figure in a photograph. Yeah, okay, Henny, I have a lot to explain to you. So, oh, sorry, I knocked my mic wire. Sorry if that made a sound. So there's this thing. It's called being a lesbian. More go kiss, 3 more until we get a recommended 5 a day. There Henny stood, her eyes wide, frozen like a figure in a photograph. She was almost grey-faced enough for it, her fingers curled about the door handle. Mike had half a mind to try and make excuses, to tell Henny that things were not as they looked, but she hadn't a chance to get out any words. Henny was already beginning to babble. I do beg your pardon, Micah. I didn't mean to walk in on you. If you're otherwise engaged, I can leave. I hate to intrude. I can tell when I'm not wanted. What? No, Henny! Micah frowned, her perplexity overcoming her embarrassment. Of course you're wanted. I'm always happy to see you. You don't need to apologize. Are you sure? It seemed like the pair of you were rather busy. Not that I can blame you for it. You've not had a chance to be alone in quite a while, and I'm sure Magdalena is pleased to see that you've recovered. It's only natural you'd want to celebrate, though I must admit, I'm somewhat surprised to discover how close you are. That doesn't say I'm judging you for it, though. I'm happy, in fact. You are. Of course.
I think it's a wonderful thing that you care for Magdalena so much. Doesn't matter to me that she's a woman, or even that she's a vampire.
You've always been such an individual, Micah. Makes sense that only an unusual person could win your heart.
Not that I meant to insult you, of course. Yay, she's not homophobic! Let's go!
No, yeah, Kinley, I expected that she was gonna be like, but girls can't love girls, but no! Let's go, she's based! And he swung. Yippee! See, I knew Henny would get it. She's too awesome. She's too cute. That's alright. I know that I must seem awfully unusual in the eyes of you humans. I cannot blame you for being surprised at Micah's, how shall we term them? Magdalena smiled, her eyes twinkling. Affections, let us say, towards me. In fact, I'm rather surprised at it myself. I did not think when first I imprisoned her we would ever become so close. She is rather unique, though, as far as young ladies go. She's not at all like the prim, prissy young madam I once believed her to be. Oh, yes, my Mike has always been unique. She used to get in all sorts of scrapes when she was young. Her mother would almost hit the roof, she would, at some of her stunts. I can't believe this is a woke game. That fucking cover festival. It's like, oh my god, Henny support LGBT. Why? I can well imagine. Magdalena tittered, then glancing to Micah, began to toy with a few loose locks of her hair. But you were a naughty girl, Micah.
As a child, maybe. I fear Henny's misrepresenting me, though. I stopped acting half so wayward on my 13th birthday. I thought I ought to start acting more like a young lady, and if I am being coldly honest, being scolded so incessantly by my mother began to grate on me. I thought my life would be easier if I changed my attitude. But it didn't make me happy.
Yes, you had mentioned. Your mother sounded rather overbearing.
She was very overbearing. She decided every aspect of my life, or so it seemed. Sometimes I felt I could not even sneeze without her permission.
As is often the way with nobility. I know of it very well. Having much experience with the elite, I was often punished. It was quite tedious being forever the beck and call of my so-called superiors.
I was at my mother's beck and call too, despite being her daughter. I was supposed to be a lady, but I felt more like a servant. I think I might have had even less freedom than Hen did. My mother decided what I wore, and what I ate, and when I slept, and as if that weren't enough, she also meant to decide who I would love. My poor mistress. I know you never much cared for her good heart, and after spending so much time in his venerable company, I can see why! The man is an arse!
Let's go! I'm so proud of you, Henny.
Oh, he is, isn't he? All that Latin!
Micah pulled her face.
He's such a bore!
Let's go! Oh my god! Finally someone's calling him out for being a fucking douchebag.
He's so stuck up and self-important, it was enough to turn my stomach. And he was small-minded too, for all his airs and graces. Can you believe, Micah, that he didn't get tuppence about what might have happened to you? I told him you'd been kidnapped, yet he didn't even attempt to try to find you. It was as though, I don't know. As though he's written you off as bad business venture, like cargo that had fallen from a trading ship during a storm. That is often how I felt around him, yes. I'm not surprised that Hugo Hart didn't rush to my rescue. It would have been more surprising if he had.
This scene is cathartic, right? I'm getting a feeling she's gonna show up. No, I have zero feeling it's gonna show up. Because remind you, he thinks he's fully confirmed in his head that Micah's dead. He doesn't know where this is. He thinks Micah's dead, and then Henny's just gonna disappear, so he's just gonna assume that she went and killed herself. Not to put it bluntly, but that's... He's definitely not being in the picture.
I would be very happy if I never saw him again.
That is something I can concur with, at least. You've no need for a fiancé now. Not when you have me. Oh my! Henny's face, which had begun to cool during her indictment of Walter Gohard, now began to color anew. She's so not used to them being gay, it's so silly.
Pair of you certainly are close, aren't you? That kiss ought to have given it away, I suppose, but well, this is an awful lot for me to come to terms with, though I suppose it's nothing so very scandalous now no vampires exist, and miracles. When I think about all of that, I don't suppose it should be too surprising that two women might fall in love, just as a woman and a man might. I'll admit, I've never given it much thought myself, but if you two are happy, who am I to judge? You might have kidnapped my Micah, Magdalena, but you've certainly been more than attentive to her needs than her so-called fiancé. At the very least, you seem to care for her. Oh, you needn't worry about that, Enrica. I care for your Micah a good deal. I might have done many wicked things in my life, but I'm not devoid of feeling, and neither am I impervious to love.
Magdalena, I love her boldness, right? Oh my god! Henny, they've done more than I guess. Yeah. I'm still not over that scene. I've been alone for a very long time, but Micah has stolen my heart. Lena! It isn't much of a heart, of course, given it no longer beats. But for what it's worth, my feelings are sincere. I really do love you.
And I promise you that.
And I'm very glad to hear it!
The relationship might raise a few eyebrows, but I don't care much about that. I'd far rather you be happy, Micah, than correct.
He's correct, anyway. I'm starting to think all these rules and customs are made up just to give us little folk, and us larger folk too, more hoops to jump through.
Why can't two women be in love if that's how they feel? I, for one, think the world could use more love, not less. Feelings such as this should be celebrated.
Henny. Micah smiled, touched her maid's impassioned words. So true, Henny! Based! Based!
Thank you for being so understanding. I'm not sure what I would have done if you'd rejected me.
As if I would.
I hope you weren't worrying about that, Micah. What a waste of time if you were. You should know by now that I'd never judge you or desert you.
She's never gonna give her up, never gonna let her down, never gonna run around or desert her. Why I spent...
Well, I spent the last few weeks out of my mind with worry scrambling to save you. Your fiancé,
ex-fiancé, I should say,
threatened to have me thrown in an asylum for worrying about you too much. Oh, goodness. He didn't, did he? Yes, he did. Not just once, but twice. He said he was concerned about my safety, but I don't believe a word of it. He just wanted me out of the way.
Bah! And he turned and spat upon the carpet.
Let's not talk about him no more. It's not like we'll be seeing him again. Good riddance, I say. I've had enough Latin to last me a lifetime.
Micah began to giggle at this, as did Henny. Magdalena, who had not had the pleasure of meeting Walter Gerhardt, was less amused, but smiled still to see Micah so happy. Yeah, sorry, you got rickrolled. L. I gotta do something special to commemorate the end of this game, you know? Once this moment of merriment passed, Henny folded her arms beneath her bosom and said,
Now, it's all well and good saying what we won't do, but I'm starting to wonder about the future. Do either of you have any plans? You don't intend to stay in the forest, do you? In this house?
Oh, no. I have no fondness for this place. I never liked it much when I worked as a servant, and I like it less now that I've been incarcerated here for over a century. This place has always felt like a prison, despite being so grandiose. It's much too big for its own good, and almost impossible to clean. It's practically falling apart about my very ears.
Not wrong about that. This place needs a thorough cleaning for it to be even halfway habitable. And even then, I think it's been left unloved for too long. I doubt I'll ever feel like a real home.
Lady Von Essen would have been beside herself if her house had wound up in such a state. This place, unfortunately, has never felt like a home to me. It is where I was born, and it's not where I belong. My own family came from Minningen, which isn't so far away from Augsburg. I would like to see my parents again, or my younger sisters, but they will be long dead by now. There is nothing left for me in this dreary abode. It is half decayed already. It makes me think of nothing but my young mistress's miserable fate. There is nothing for me in Hinningen either, though, nor in Augsburg. As a vampire, there is nothing for me anywhere. I have nowhere I can call home now. But I think I could make a home, maybe, if I could remain with Micah, and perhaps I could even be happy. What do you say? Would you like to live with me, Micah? I, at least, would never make you work on your embroidery like your mother, and I wouldn't try to marry you off either. You could read all the books you wanted. I wouldn't chastise you.
Oh, yes, I would love that, but where would we go? How would we live?
I'm not wholly sure, but I have a few ideas. Deprecated though this abode is, and crumbling with age, its rooms and halls are full of valuables. Lord von Schlieffen... Oh wow, that was a whole mouthful I did. I'm just gonna keep going. Was an avid collector of curios in the Middle East, and his rooms are full of trinkets which ought to fetch a good price from interested buyers. I think if we were to sell a lot of these old bits and pieces, we would be able to embark upon a new life together with minimal difficulties. There's you hauling! Yeah! As to where we'll go, I'm undecided. But perhaps we needn't settle on a location right now. Anything will be fine, I'm sure. If I'm with you. Ah, they're so cute! They're so wife! I love them! Micah trembled at both Magdalena's gentle words and at her touch. Her cheeks turned pink, as they so often did when she and Magdalena were together, and it was with a sigh that she said, I want to stay with you too. There's nothing I want more. And me! If you need a hand hawking your wares, then please make full use of me. My father used to sell his wares all across the country, and I used to help when I was younger. I'd be more than happy to ferry your bits and pieces to Augsburg if you need an extra pair of hands, and when you gather enough funds, I'd like to move away with you. I wouldn't get in your way, of course. I'd give the pair of you some privacy, but I can't bear to be parted from my Micah, not when she's such a good friend to me. Can't we stay together? Of course we can! I don't want to be parted from you either, Hen, unless... Micah paused to look at Magdalena. Would you have an issue with that? With Henrika? Magdalena smiled thinly. I might be a little jealous, maybe. But no, I would not mind it. I would appreciate her help if she's willing to offer it. Shifting all the valuables from this old pile would be quite a task. I don't know if I'd be up to it on my own. You won't be on your own. I can work as diligently as a cart horse, or so I've heard, and I'm no stranger to menial labour. Let's do that then. It sounds a wonderful plan. If I was on my own, I doubt I've had much of a future. I wouldn't know what to do with myself. Perhaps I would fall afoul of one of the church's executors on purpose that might be granted some rest. I have spent all my afterlife caring for my young mistress. I always feared that, without her, I would be lost. But now, I know that isn't the case. I have found an unlikely friend in you, Henrika, and an even more unlikely lover in you, Micah. And who knows? If I stay with you, even a monster like me might be able to be happy. Oh my god, I'm gonna cry! Later that night, found Micah and Magdalena in bed together, their bodies pressed close, the covers about them rumpled, half hanging on the floor. Genuinely, when they showed up at the house, and Heide Marie killed Crystal, and when she was like when she almost killed Micah, I genuinely thought that we were gonna get a bad ending for Sec. Like, I know there isn't an option here, but I thought we were gonna have like just a sad ending. I thought it was gonna be fully doomed. I was so scared. I was so glad they're not doomed. I love them. They're so wife, and Henny's with them too. Magdalena had stolen into Micah's room, attired in a dark nightgown. Micah had not seen her wear before. Attired in a dark nightgown, Micah had not seen her wear before. A twin of her own, but in black, not white. Magdalena had meant only to lie with Micah at first and to listen to the accompanying beating of her heart to reassure herself that all was well, that they would be well. Wait, hang on, I'm scared. Hang on, I'm a little worried. Hang on. Just in case. Just in case. Hang on. Let me check something. Oh! Okay, there is sex! Okay! Okay, one sec. I will show you guys the text beforehand, and then I will put the censor on again. Yeah, I thought it was gonna be another tragic gay story, right, Serena? I was really prepared for it to be entirely doomed. I'm so glad it wasn't. Magdalena had stolen into Micah's room. Right. And listened to the comfort beating of her heart to reassure herself that all was well, that they would be well. But Magdalena had, alas, been unable to lie with Micah without wishing to kiss her, and then she had been unable to kiss Micah without wanting to touch her. Micah had lent into all of Magdalena's advances and reciprocated until both women were intimately entwined. Micah's nightgown had been removed, exposing her smooth and supple flesh which was no longer marred by Heide Marie's claws. Johann had been able to restore Micah's body to its uninjured state, leaving her skin without a single blemish. Magdalena herself, meanwhile, was in a similar state of disarray, her own gown having long since been removed. Pressed against Micah's arm! One of Magdalena's slender arms wound about Micah's waist, holding her close, while her other was between her lover's legs. Her digits slender and dexterous as she explored her beloved's body. It was a chill night. All nights as of late had been. But Micah herself felt warm while pressed so intimately with Magdalena, her skin tingling at the close contact. I think it's here. It is here. Okay. I can't show you the rest. I cannot show you the rest. Sorry. There's boobs on screen. Sorry. There's boobs. I can't show you the boobies. I will skip through and let you know if there's any really pretty dialogue here again, though. So about the private extra, yeah, I will show you guys later, don't worry. Let me, hang on. I would take a screen. Oh, fuck! I was gonna take a screenshot just of them kissing, and I was like, it's okay, I can crop this boob out, but then the other boob was there, too. Hang on. I'm trying to get a screenshot for you guys that's boobless, just so I can show you, the pretty art. I want to show you the pretty CG. I want to show you. Look how pretty they are! This is all that the scene is, definitely. Trust me. Trust me, bro. Trust me. Whoa! Oh! There's more than boobs on screen! Oh my god! Whoa! Whoa! It zoomed out! I didn't realize it would get further zoomed out! All I'm saying is this art is really pretty. It's really pretty art. You know how I said I really love the way they render skin in this game? It's very true. I love women. I love women. I love women. Oh. I'm skipping through it. But the art is awesome and this is really poggers and cool. really poggers and cool, and they're asking if they make each other happy, and they are both making each other happy, if you understand what I'm saying. Not just Lena making Micah happy this time. Okay, I made it. I got an achievement for reading the 4th act. We finished! Oh my god! Oh, he was right, they were called Embihime. Okay, yeah. I want to look at the credits for this. Yeah, so Embihime was the person behind most of this. Even though I said it was published by 2.5 Studios who did A Date with Death, it wasn't developed by them. So Embihime was the program and writer, and then character. Oh, so Roxy R is the name of the artist. I need to go look them up. The art in this game is so fucking stunning. I haven't been able to get over it at any point. Oh my god, dude. Oh, this game was so fucking beautiful. Oh, and there's the gorgeous musician. Oh my god. I don't even know what to say. Like, after every other thing we play, I can talk for like hours about all the reasons that I loved it. But like, I don't know what the fuck to say. That like changed me as a person. Yeah, it does end with Sesbi and Lex. I mean, if you don't download the adult patch, then it doesn't. It ends off with that conversation with between them all. It only ended with Sesbi and Lex because I downloaded the DLC. Whoops. Oh my god. The only way to end a game, yeah. Oh, epilogue? Oh, epilogue? Oh, oh. Felt like a Disney movie with one sex. Yeah, it felt like a whole movie. It was so wonderful. It was late evening in Paris, and the sun had already set, the moon round and white in the sky like an egg. Oh, fuck! Oh, I actually showed the boobs! Shit! You didn't see that! You didn't see that! Despite the lateness of the hour, however, the streets were still lively. Carriages went up and down. Oh, wait, no. Carriages went up and down the cobbled streets, the horses' hooves striking the ground at irregular intervals, while the vast wheels of these lumbering vehicles rumbled like thunder. It was always busy. Oh, wait, I just processed! They're in Paris! Oh my god! It was always busy in Paris, or so Micah discovered, rain or shine, day or night, especially the Avenue Montaigne, which was full of expensive shops which catered to the most privileged customers. Theatre-goers and opera enthusiasts strolled past Micah, their fashionable hats and coiffed hair illuminated by the street lamps, while their servants hurried in their wake, carrying boxes and bags in their arms from a day's spent shopping. No! I'm gonna be fine. You guys, you guys can't see, huh? You don't have any proof. You don't have any proof. Young girls, meanwhile, some of them not much older than 10 or 11, tried to hawk various goods to those who passed, roasted hazelnuts and wilting daisies picked from the roadside. Most of the passers-by ignored these street sellers, but Micah was less cold-hearted. She paused by one such flower girl, a particularly young thing with dark hair and fair skin, who looked eerily like Magdalena's departed mistress, with a furrow upon her brow. Micah had lived in Paris for well over a year, and had begun to feel almost at home among its streets. The stark disparity between the rich and the poor did weigh upon her, however. Micah could not help but feel for the girl, especially when she herself was wearing such finery. It seemed cruel to simply walk past her, but there were so many similar children in Paris, Micah knew distributing a handful of coins here and there would have little tangible benefit. She paused for a few moments, perturbed, when... Wait, also, by the way, I love how... For both of the two visual novels that we've played so far, both of them, we got an ending involving the pretty white-haired, red-eyed love interest holding sunflowers when they live a happy life together. But oh my god, oh, she's so colorful and happy now! I'm gonna sob! Here you are, mademoiselle, and do keep the change. It's well deserved, for these flowers are so very beautiful. Magdalena approached the dark-haired girl, handing her several coins from her pocket with a flourish. It seemed Magdalena shared Micah's sentiments about the poor girl. Had she, too, seen the resemblance to Crystal in her pale, almost sallow skin and her dark hair? There's a recurring sunflower theme. Yeah, it's so funny. Micah wasn't sure, but Magdalena seemed to be rather enjoying her role as the girl's benefactress. She beamed, now resting a gloved hand upon the girl's head, and said, "Exchange, would you mind giving me your finest bloom for my fair lady? Please, give her something which would set off her lovely red hair and her lovely blue eyes. I want my lady to look her best."
Oh, yes.
The young flower girl, who seemed to be about 12 or 13, older than Crystal then, giggled, then reached into the wicker basket which dangled in the crook of her skinny arm. She rooted about inside the basket, shifting her flowers aside, probably ill-gotten blooms snaffled from some noblewoman's front garden, before she drew from within its depths.
Et voila!
2 sunflowers, larger than the other blooms in her basket, and quite magnificent, with twin riots of bright yellow petals. These sunflowers were large enough to be ostentatious, but Magdalena didn't seem to mind. Instead, she seemed quite pleased with the flowers that the girl had presented her, beholding them as if they were fine treasures made of solid gold. She beamed, though not too widely. It wouldn't do to startle the girl with her sharp incisors, then said, "Thank you kindly, mademoiselle. You are too kind. I'm sure my lady will look wonderful with these."
Oh, I'm sure she will. There's no way she won't. Kind mademoiselle. Not when she's so pretty. These flowers will suit her to a T. And thanks again. God bless you.
Oh? Magdalena paused, standing by the roadside as the flower girl took off, practically beaming from ear to ear. Her sweet, well-meaning appellation, "God bless you," must have struck a chord, because Magdalena looked quite bemused. She blinked beneath the brim of her hat, holding the stems of the large sunflowers beneath her gloved hands. Mutely, she looked out at the crowd into which the flower girl had run, her hair shifting in the breeze. Then she frowned. Would God bless me, I wonder? Often, I felt as if he had forsaken me, but... Oh my god! We get to see their cute little life all together!
Lady Magdalena!
Henny, who had been walking apace with Micah, her hands laden with various boxes from their latest shopping excursion, now paused.
Are you alright? You look very deep in thought there.
What? Magdalena blinked, like one awaking from a long, long dream, and shook her head. Faintly, she smiled, a smile quite unlike any of the smiles Micah had seen from her during her sojourn in the Von Sleufen's old tumble-down manor in the depths of the woods. Then, in a light voice, she said, "Never mind me, Henny. I feel perfectly fine."
Are you sure?
Henny smiled teasingly. Though initially uneasy around Magdalena, she had grown quite comfortable with her during the year they had been together, and she sounded quite cheerful when she said, "If you're not careful, you'll get swept away by the tide and trampled underfoot." Magdalena chuckled at this, then shook her head. "I would like to see this crowd try. If they have any sense, they ought to know to keep their distance." True to Magdalena's words, the crowd were giving her something of a berth. Busy though the streets were, the men and the women, their children too, seemed naturally to avoid her, as if they knew no good had come of consorting with such a maiden. Though Magdalena was short in stature and rather skinny, she exuded a sort of aura which seemed to render most people uneasy. She's aura-farming! Thanks, Queen! No, it's not her red eyes or her pale skin. She's constantly aura-farming. She's on the grind set. She's aura-farming to protect her girlfriend from being bothered. She's just goaded like that. Was it her red eyes, perhaps, or her pale skin? Micah was unsure, but it did make shopping easier than it might otherwise have been, and they were never jostled when they went to the opera either. The flower girl from earlier must have been made of unusually stern stuff. She had not been perturbed by Magdalena. That, or she had been that desperate for gold coins that she hadn't cared much about her sinners as she was. Well, true enough. We've not had to worry about pickpockets with you around.
But you really shouldn't stand about like that. You aren't feeling unwell, are you?
I am quite alright, thank you. I fear the street is too crowded for my liking, however, and it is much too noisy. Let us depart for now. I could use some quiet. I love how much Henny's warmed up to her. She's checking on her the same way she did with Micah. They're besties! They've made a whole found family! Oh. Magdalena turned, Micah and Henny following in her footsteps. The trio of women left Avenue Montaigne, which is busy at all hours, and retreated to the riverside, to a quieter part of Paris, where there were fewer opera enthusiasts and self-styled gentlemen. Oh, whoops. The sounds of the carriages fade away, to be replaced by the running of the water, the discordant quacking of the nearby ducks. It was even darker now than it had been, and the sky was a rich navy blue, a tapestry of stars which fringed the all-seeing moon. The moon's light caught in Magdalena's fair hair, and it seemed to shine like silver, obscured though it was beneath the brim of her hat. Magdalena rarely went outdoors without a hat, but this might have been an unnecessary precaution. She took care never to leave the house when it was too light, when it was too bright. Micah sometimes found it unfortunate that she could not promenade with Magdalena during the sunlight hours, but she never once begrudged Magdalena for it. She enjoyed going outdoors with her partner when the sun was beginning to set, when the cool, crisp breeze was full of secrets, and the grass seemed to shiver as it awaited the dawning of a brand new day. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! They're dressed so colorfully now, I'm gonna sob! Guys, look at that! Before they matched, but they were both in like their black and red and everything. But now they're so colorful and happy. Their lives are so bright and full now. They're no longer emo. Oh my god! Oh my god! Free from the crowds, Magdalena turned to Micah. Also, they're such a cute butch femme duo. I love their little matching with different outfits. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah, they've got style. This is an amazing ending. This is not how I expected it to go. You're so right. I was so prepared for this just to end in sadness. Oh my god. Free from the crowds, Magdalena turned to Micah. Then, very gently, she smiled. She stepped forth, one of the sunflowers in her hand, and threaded it through Micah's copper hair, a delicate gesture which made Micah shiver. Magdalena beheld Micah, her red eyes full of some emotion Micah could not quite place. Affection, she imagined, or perhaps something deeper, as she said, "Now that we are on our own, I feel I ought to relay the young flower girl's message to you. Such kind words are wasted on me, given my true nature. But I hope God blesses you, my Micah. You deserve it." Lena. Micah blinked, a blush rose to her cheeks, pale pink. "That's very kind of you, but I think you deserve a few of those blessings yourself. I wouldn't want to take all of them." Wait, can I, like, see this without the... Okay, no, I can't. Wouldn't that be greedy? Not at all. You can be as greedy as you want with me, Micah. Everything I have, you may take. I do belong to you after all, body and soul. And really, you needn't worry about God blessing me. No. No, after all, I have you. Magdalena's red eyes softened. A gust of wind blew, stirring her hair, the hem of her long coat. The yellow sunflower in Micah's hair was so very striking it might have been garish, especially when contrasted with the shock of her vivid red hair. But it was late, the lights were dim, and the sunflower instead seemed a very soft and lovely thing indeed. That sunflower seemed to carry within it a whole wealth of meaning. It was the sun with which Magdalena could not stand beneath, for fear that she would burn to a crisp, that her body would be consigned to ashes. Magdalena could not step out during the day, but she did not need to. Now, she had Micah. Micah would continue to shine upon her, to smile at her, and in that sense, perhaps Magdalena was very fortunate indeed. Both women had rescued the other. They had allowed one another to escape, and when Magdalena next spoke, Micah felt her heart flutter. Micah stared at Magdalena, who was so divinely beautiful she put all of the goddesses in the Greek pantheon to shame, as she said, "And when we are together, I feel very, very blessed indeed." Oh my god. Guys, I don't know how I'm gonna recover from this game. That was so fucking beautiful. That was so beautiful. Every single part of it was so perfect. That was so... I love gay people. I wish they were real. What the fuck? Oh, that was so perfect. That was so... I don't even know what to say. I don't even know what to say. I'm a professional yapper. Normally, my specialty is that I can yap about the things I like for like 5 hours if you give me a chance, if I'm prompted. But everything I wanted to say, I've already captured, and it's so... This game was so beautiful. Genuinely, this is so fucking perfect. I'm so glad I played this, especially right as it released, so I didn't have any spoilers or anything. It's like, it fulfilled all of my expectations, but then also went wildly beyond them every single time. Because every time I thought I could predict how it was gonna go based on like tropes or how I just expected the story would be, they fucking surpassed it. They blew my mind every time. I don't know how they did it. I love every single fucking character. Like, not even just these two. I love Henny. I love Heidemarie and fucking Johan. I'm forgetting the name of the other girl that Henny met, but I love her too. All of them was so well written. And all of the writing for this game is so fucking stunning. I need to look and see if Epilogue has made more games, and if I do, I definitely need to play them someday in the future, because the writing was so gorgeous. Like, I kept saying this, but it felt like I could just, like, pick up a gothic novel on its own, without it being a game, without it being a whole visual novel. It was written, every single thing, even if you already have visuals, had such wonderful, moving descriptions to it, and the art was so gorgeous! This artist is insane! It's so gorgeous! Oh my god! Oh my god! I see them getting married, me too! What's any extras? Oh, I get a gallery of all the stuff. Let's go. What do you mean locked? Wait, what do you mean locked? I can't show you guys that. Wait, what do you mean locked? Hang on. What the fuck is locked? Why is that one that's locked? Oh, but I did want to look at the gallery because I want to save this image. I want to end on this image. Oh my god, it's so pretty. They're so pretty. I gotta make this one of my wallpapers, dude. Serena, I'm sending this to you for now so I can sort it out for myself later. Oh my god! Oh my god! They were so perfect! Yeah, like, there's not a single character that I'm not entirely obsessed with, dude. You're the only person outside of one other person who's a recent video on this. Yeah, no, that doesn't surprise me, because it literally just came out. And it's not like it's like a popular, well-known thing. It has like the, like, it's, you know, it's still a thing among, like, I don't think Epilogue is like super well-known yet, because I hadn't seen much interaction on most of like their posts about it and stuff. And 2.5 Studios are known for Date with Death, but most of their content about other games that they've like published don't get quite as much known yet. Oh my god! Oh, that was so fucking perfect. That was so perfect. I'm so glad I played this. I'm so fucking glad I played this. This has immediately become one of my favorite games. Can you believe, like, so I talked about the concept of visual novels that don't have choices, right? Sometimes, I understand why a lot of people don't play them. Sometimes I like them, sometimes I don't play them as much, but they're not always quite my thing. But, like, I was so gripped through every single part of that, and there was not a single choice that we made, ever. The writing was just that good, dude. It was just that fucking stunning. Every single moment of writing made me, like, it was like, so, like, they paint a picture in your head, even for things that you already have art to provide for, and it makes it so extra moving. Oh my god, and their relationship, I really like, I said this before, but I really like how they handled the dynamic between the characters, between every single one. Like, every time I think I can predict sort of how the vibe's gonna be between them, it doesn't quite go like that. They avoided really well the trope that often comes about, with relationships like this, where it's like a sort of like doomed toxic thing, or like a vampire and a human and whatever, blah blah blah, where it's like one of them that's really experienced and smart and cool and dominant, and the other one that's just like, naive and flustered. But they didn't do that. Micah and Magdalena's dynamic is so wonderful. You can see that they fulfill each other's lives so much. Like they said, they saved each other. They saved each other! It wasn't just one-sided! And they saved Henny, and Henny saved them too, and she's part of their little found family, and they're perfect, and I love them! I was genuinely hooked for so much of it. Yeah, the visual actually felt like a novel. Exactly, that's what I'm saying. It felt like a novel. It felt like a book that I could find. Some really fancy old book I can find. But it was a fucking game made by like 3 people! Let's not lie. We'd love to have your own cheeky comments in there. No, honestly, no, I would not change a single thing about the way this was written. Not even slightly. Not remotely. And I would not want to get it wrong as well. So no, I wouldn't change a single thing about this game. Yeah, no, it was more so like a story, a webcomic manga. Yeah, it was like a story of its own, rather than being something where we like played choices and stuff, and I'm perfectly happy with that. I love that. It was a beautiful story to tell, and I'm so glad it was told in this medium. Visual novels is so cool, because even without ones having choices and input, you can tell such gorgeous stories and have them like so immersive and everything. And I've really gotta share it with you guys, because there's so many of you that I know don't play visual novels that where you don't get choices, or probably wouldn't pick this up on its own, or like I have heard about it. But I gotta share it with you guys, and you got to enjoy it, because it's fucking amazing, right? And I highly encourage any of you that like missed a bunch of stuff from other playthroughs, please go and play yourself. It's so stunning. It's so stunning. I'm really confused about the one art that it says is locked. I'm really, hang on. Oh, it's showing me this one again too. The hang on. Look, it says locked there. I can show this far. It's locked. I don't know what the fuck locked means. I did everything. It's not like this game has choices in it. I don't know what the fuck makes it locked. This shot was so gorgeous, by the way. God, this game was so stunning. Like, every single part of this game was absolutely breathtaking. The writing, the art, the music. Oh, it was so atmospheric and gorgeous. And I never knew exactly how it was gonna end, even when I thought I did earlier on. They fucking tore my heart out by making it sadder than I thought, and then brought it back by making it sweeter than I thought, and then made it hotter than I thought, and then made it happier than I thought. They kept fucking playing with my heart, and I love it. Maybe it's DLC, maybe there's a plan DLC. Maybe. I can look out for it. Oh my god. Oh my god. If it doesn't mean you play it twice to get a bonus GG. I mean, like, that's possible, but it doesn't really make any sense. Considering this game has no, like, other choice or input, it would be weird to get a bonus art thing just for playing the same exact story all the way through again for multiple hours. That wouldn't make really, you know, sense, really. I don't know why they'd do that. Oh my god. Oh! Also, yeah, I agree with Kinley. I'm believing they're gonna have cute little pretty vampire kids, and they're gonna have red and white hair, and they're gonna be so pretty, and they're gonna be so cute. And Henny's gonna help raise them, and be their auntie, and they're gonna be happy forever, and I love them! I love them so much! Oh my god. I don't want to end stream, dude. I want to just keep looking at them and thinking about them, but I will have to end at some point, because I've got chores to do in a bit. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm so speechless. I am so speechless. This game has taken my fucking breath away, dude. It's perfect. It's perfect. It's so incredible in every single second of it. I don't even know what else to say. I love that. I loved every single second, and I'm so glad that I played it. I'm so glad that I streamed it. And what's next? You're gonna go from another game 2.5? I don't know. There's a lot of other games from them that are cool that I want to check out. But I don't know if I want to do another game from them next. I'll probably try and play something else. I like this feeling. I like this this sort of vibe we have going of playing visual novels every Monday, because it's a nice repetitive thing to do to start each week with the game. But I would like to play more games. Like, I've been thinking lately, I want to do more gaming streams. And more that aren't VN stuff, because I want to do more gaming streams where I can just actually play something and chill. I love these ones, don't get me wrong. Like I said, I have nothing but praise for this game, and I'm so glad that I streamed it, and I've had such a blast doing it. But doing just visual novels, as much as I love them, is like tiring. I want to do more streams where I play games to shake up our, you know, shake up our content and have a little more fun bracky gachi time. And also so that I get to game. Because for visual novels, I'm like voice acting, so it's still like just as much as a, like in the same way that I love doing art streams, but it is still like, you know, like doing a big, like doing a whole big task, you know? So visual novels where I'm voice acting the whole way through, I love doing that, and I think it's awesome and it's really fun for me, but I would like to try some more where I just like play something silly. Roblox, maybe Among Us. I do have plans to play both of those, actually, genuinely. I would like to do Roblox stuff where I can play with you guys and stuff like Gothic Phone and things like that. I'll probably do more things like that in the future when I eventually end up making like a server or something, so then I can share links in places like that without just getting like trolled. I like visual, especially this one is bad for multitasking. I'm locked in or I missed something. Yeah, exactly. And it's not like I can like yap with you guys while doing this as well. But I'd like to do some other like gaming stuff Like, for example, I have other games on my computer that I'd like to play. I'd like to do Sims streams in the future because Sims is my favorite game ever, and it is half of my tism if it's not plastic cow. And there's stuff like I downloaded web fishing a little while ago for the intent of streaming it, but I haven't played it yet. I'd like to do that in the future. I want to play Muse Dash on stream, actually. That's something... Sorry, my PNG went away. That's something I haven't probably mentioned yet. Because a while ago, I saw... fuck, what was their name? Hang on one second. I need to check who this thing was inspired for. But I saw another Yoltaite streamer. I think it was a few years back. On Twitter, who made like a model, a PNG model. Michi, that's it, Swagger Michi. They made like a little PNG model as a test so that it would like change pose depending on what like input they were playing while they were playing Muse Dash, because Muse Dash is a rhythm game available on PC. And I wanted to do that even way back when I saw it, but I wasn't streaming yet, so I've been planning to do it now. I'm gonna make a silly little PNG that dances around with live sticks so that we can play Muse Dash. Because I'd like to play a rhythm game. They're a nice way for me to chill and have fun, and we groove along to music, and I turn my brain off for a bit and just press buttons and have a silly nice time. But then also I can have a silly little light stick PNG, and then it'll be fun. You get to watch me dance. I haven't played The Sims and cast for another character from the novel. No, I probably wouldn't do that. As much as it is a fun idea. I don't normally make other existing characters in The Sims. I definitely don't do it with characters I like from other media. I very rarely sometimes do it with like mine and my friends' OCs, but most of the time I make OCs through The Sims. Like I use The Sims, and then whatever character I make there is like an OC of its own that is a Sims OC. Does that make sense? So I normally play it like that. So what I'd probably do with you guys, because I've thought about it quite a lot before, but I don't know how streamable the way I normally play Sims on my own main saves is, because I very much care about telling my own little stories in my brain and going through everything like the right way, but it wouldn't be as engaging for you guys. So what I'd like to do is do some stuff where we play like challenges while I'm in The Sims with you guys, like doing stuff like 100 baby challenges, or like rags to riches, or different stuff like that, or like a legacy challenge and things like that. Try out some silly things. But yeah, I'd like to play Muse Dash soon. I'm working on a little model for that, so watch out. You'll get a silly PNG-tuber. A silly PNG that waves around light sticks while I play. And I'd love to be able to use that for other rhythm games, but most of the other rhythm games I play on my iPad, so I wouldn't be able to set up that, you know, to like toggle automatically, like I could a game that's on PC. It's a bit complicated. Unless I one day got foot pedals for my PNG, which is something I'd like to do, but you know. Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff I want to play, so I really got to decide. So what I might do, yeah, some challenges are really fun. That's very funny. I love the dancing PNG tuber. Yeah, it's a really silly concept. Hang on, I'll show you guys the sketch. Mate. Let me give you guys a sneak peek. Here's your sneak peek. There you go. There's a preview. It's so handy you can draw your own PNG servers. It is very handy, yeah. Put the Sims in a pool and take away ladder and put up glass walls. See, unfortunately, I can't make a whole stream out of that. That's very simple. If I wanted to do one with dying, though, I'd probably... I do have a lot of mods for Sims also, so I'd probably do some streams where we play with some really silly mods and explore with those. There's your preview. Does anyone want another jelly baby, by the way? I think we've earned some candy after that. Num num. Num num num. Yeah, I'm glad you guys like the idea. Yippee! Oh, sorry, I'm eating my jelly babies. But yeah, so like the way that Muse Dash works, there's only 2 controls in Muse Dash, up or down, but it does also have 4 buttons you can technically press when you're on PC. So what I'll do, rather than, at the moment, my PNGTuber toggle, you guys are getting behind the scenes information, wow. But so, at the moment, my PNGTuber toggles, the emotions are set to numbers. They're 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You see, right? But what I do for this is instead, each toggle, rather than changing emotion, it would change between a pose that I'm in. So there would be 2 of them where I'm like up in the air. So say one like this, one where I'm jumping, one where I'm leaning back, and one where I'm like bending all the way down. And then depending on whether I press up or press down in the game, it'll change like that. So it'll look like I'm cheering along. Is there a candy that'll keep me awake until actual bedtime? It's called Monster. That's what it's called. I have another sneak peek that I can show you guys or something as well. Hang on. So I know I've told you guys before that a plan that I have in the future. Hang on, I choked on my spit. Apologies. Anyway, a plan that I've had for a long time to do in the future is that my my design can change a lot depending on the context, because as I eat like different dimensions and stuff like that, then it can change around and change aesthetic based on, you know, what kind of like concept I've just like swallowed, Kirby style. And what I wanted to do is have a whole bunch of different outfits where I change really a lot, depending on different vibes. The same, like, key things will stay about my design. I'll still always be, like, a cow with the same base body type, with the same ears and the same horns with the same swirls on them, but the colors of all those things will change. And, like, my hairstyle can change entirely, my outfit and stuff like that. You'll still be able to recognize me by the key Emmy features, just the colors that they have and the styles of them will be reorganized, right? And I mentioned before also that what I wanted to do was specifically, first, I want to make, like, I'll make like a whole little team of Emmys over time for all of my like main colors of my design. So there'll be one where like, so at the moment the dominant color for me is this like hot pink that Serena keeps fucking calling red, but it's not red. This like hot dark pink that's on most of my stuff, right? That's my image color. But I'll make a version where say the pastel pink is dominant and then everything else is an accent. Or one where it's cyan color themed, like it's on my little swirly. Or one where it's yellow themed. Or one where it's the dark purple that I use for blacks in my design, and so on and so forth. So I can use them for different vibes. Like a purple one that's edgy, and a cyan one I can use when I sing like really soft, sad songs, and like a yellow one I can use when I do stuff that's really, really hyper and silly, etc., etc. It'll be like a... For anyone that watches Niji, I'm gonna end up probably using them like all of Fulgur or Doppio's different alter egos, but like different Emmy designs. But, what's it? Most of them, I have vague concepts for them in my head, or I have really old sketch things that I did for them, but I don't have much reason for them. But I was drafting some concepts for the pastel pink one the other day. And none of it is even remotely final. It was literally just me drafting like an idea. I was like, I guess, you know, I could go this sort of direction. And I was putting down my first draft ideas so I wouldn't forget it. But what I want to do for the pink one is that's going to be for when I do really cutesy, soft, like moe stuff, right? So like I'll probably use these more with covers than with like streaming. Like, if one day I make a VTuber model for myself, I'm more likely to change outfit more with that. Drawing it for PNGs, it's like, I don't know if it'd feel worth it. But I'll use them most, especially when I'm doing, like, covers and doing original music. So for this, if I'm, say, singing, like, a really cutesy, normal Love Live song or something, rather than doing anything really weird and quirky, or if I did a song like a Magical Cure Love Shot, or something really, really sweet and idly, then I use this. And the theme for this one, because of that cuteness, is to be a strawberry milkmaid! Like I said, this whole thing is just me sketching and scribbling down my initial ideas so I don't forget them later. None of this is even remotely, like, organized or neat or final at all. But I can show you guys that the vision was there, because I thought it's fun to see a bit of the behind-the-scenes process. The final thing you see will probably look not at all like this, but there's the concept. I designed so much pronouns there. I kind of want to make an Emmy. Honestly, you can. If you want to make your own idea for an alternate Emmy design, go ahead. Maybe one day in the future I'll post like a base model, like a little base model of myself without the hair, a bald Emmy, and then whoever wants to can make their own Emmy design with like a different color theme. That's so cute, Yay! Yippee! I'm glad it looks nice and edible. I already knew for a while that I wanted to put a little strawberry milk, like, name thing as the theme for the pastel pink one, because I think that's fun, because I'm a cow. But then I was like, wait, I could make it a milkmaid! Because I wasn't sure what kind of aesthetic I want to do for a cute, soft outfit I could use for idol stuff. But I was like, well, I like maids, I like maid cafes, and I like idols. And a lot of idols I like are also maids, and I like doing stuff like that. And that works perfectly for one that I use specifically for being, like, really cute and soft and nice, so I can make it a strawberry milkmaid! So you'll see that eventually. Bald Emery, let's freaking go! Yeah! That'll probably be the first one of the alternate outfits that I drop, depending on if I'm thinking in my head about all the covers and things that I want to do in the future. But I don't know. When I have concepts for the other colors, maybe you'll see them. Maybe I'll just keep them secrets until they're out. I don't know. I don't know. Just have to wait and see. I'm sorry, eat that art. Sorry. No! You ate it! What the fuck? My art's gone! What the hell, dude? What the fuck? I needed that! What the fuck? What the hell, man? But yeah, so there's some things I'm working on. But yeah, like I said, probably next week, rather than starting another visual novel, I'll put a different kind of game thing on Monday. If I finish the Muse Dash thing in time, it will probably be Muse Dash on Monday. If not, then I'll think of something else and we'll do some other silly gaming. Maybe it'll be a game that you guys can join in with, like web fishing or Roblox. Maybe it'll just be some other silly rhythm game or like little or like some little, like, there's a handful of like little indie silly games that I've been meaning to try for a long time, ones that only take like a few hours, you know? So I'll play something silly. We'll play something silly next Monday, and we'll spend either just that week or a little while doing some other silly games before we dive back into doing another like really regular visual novel. So I can have a break to do silly stuff, and we can, just for all of us, break up the content with other silly things. Especially because I know at the moment, there's been like a lot of new people coming to hang out after the MS Paint stuff. And I don't want my only gaming things to be things where they feel like they're missing all of the context if they weren't there last time. Especially when it's a game this serious, right? Because for like Date with Death, you can kind of get the idea even if you missed a stream. But for this one, you can't. So we'll do some silly stuff for a little while before we dive back into doing a visual novel regularly. Yeah. Wait, I missed the keyword art? Oh, hang on, I can get it back for you, Kinley. It was a concept for a pastel pink themed version of Emmy, as one of my first of like many alter Emmy designs, which is a strawberry milkmaid for when I do really cute idly stuff. Things that are really soft and cute or super idly and super nice. So like this version of Emmy would probably not tell you to fuck off. This version of Emmy will be very soft and sweet for when I do very soft and sweet things and when I use my very idle voice to do idle songs. Yeah, sorry, Crimson. I made you spit it back out. Yeah, you're gonna have to go puke in the toilet now. Cough it back up, bitch. Yeah, I'm glad you like it. Yippee! Yes, I anime so much. I'd have way too much fun. Okay, I'll definitely do that in the future then. I need to make a base for myself. I need to finish a reference for myself. I haven't done that yet. Whoops. But yeah, one day. One day when I organize my own stuff, then I'll make a base for you to design alternate Emmys on. Ugh, I just stretched. You draw so much Emmy fan art for Emmy's not gonna let you. I'm very flattered. I love if you draw Emmy fan art. That would be really silly. We do love small dive Emmys. Yeah, I want to make a lot of alternate Emmys in the future because I think it's fun. And I like a lot of VTubers like a Fulgur over from Niji Sanji, or Doppio Drops from Niji Sanji, or like a unnamed indie VTuber who, like, when they have alternate designs that like have whole different concepts to them, they make like little videos or do streams and stuff where they treat them like different characters. I think it's really fun. I want to try doing it for myself. Since all my different Emmys are this different, then maybe I'll make content like that in the future as well. Like little shorts of the different Emmys talking to each other, you know? They'll be all different guys. Because when I absorb the different worlds, I guess I take on a different personality too, you know? But yeah, so next Monday will either be Muse Dash if I finish that little Wota PNG that I mentioned in time, or it'll be some other silly game, and we'll play other silly games like that for a while. But for the rest of this week, as for the rest of this week, because I'm getting a little bit my head of myself, I will probably, oh wait, one sec. Oh, okay, I gotta hurry. But as for the rest of this week, on Wednesday, we've got more drawing. I'm gonna do more art for B, actually, who we did finish a design for and soon before. This time, I'm gonna draw an album cover for B. I'm gonna draw art for a song of theirs that I'm mostly working on for them, but I can't work on the song on stream. But I can do the art for it, so we'll be doing that on Wednesday. And then on Friday, we've got something I wanted to do for a while, which is we're gonna design some adoptables, because I want to get a try at designing adoptables for once. It's something I've wanted to try for a long time, and I really want to do it now, especially because I'm close to being verified on VGen, and then I can sell them on the shop there, and I think it'll be nice and convenient. I wanted to try it. I always end up with a lot of OC designs I don't always use, so I think it'll be fun. But specifically, a while ago, I made a prompt generator, like this little website. I'll link it on that stream. In fact, it's linked in the caption of it already, because the waiting room is up. But a while ago, I made this little prompt generator website where it generates a prompt for you to design an idol costume, or just a costume in general, just an outfit. So it'll say, like, for example, the theme of your outfit is Lolita, is like Sweet Lolita for a character who is stubborn. Their theme colors will be yellow, gray. The character wants it to have a skirt. Their quirk is they have a prosthetic arm, something like that. It'll pick like a bunch of random things from like a list for each stuff, and then you get a like this idea of a character and what kind of outfit they want, and then you make that. So we're gonna use that on stream on Friday, which I think will be really fun and silly. We will, yeah, we'll use that. I'll use the random stuff until we get prompts and theme fun, and then I'll design adoptables based on that. So then we can come up with some fun designs. I think that'll be a good way to come up with some unique stuff, you know? And then we are drowning in art. You're right, Kinley. We're gonna be drowning in a bunch of art that I'm gonna be drawing myself at this point. But on Saturday, we're going to go back to MS Paint again, as usual, wrap up the week with MS Paint. And it'll be a commission for someone I've already drawn a commission for, actually. The thumbnail for that one, the Saturday stream, so that's for Soraya, someone who commissioned me on VGen. That is an MS Paint thing I did for her in the past. It was one of the first ones I did. But she's commissioned me again, so I get to draw her again, so I'm excited for that. She's a really cool design. But yeah, so... Oh, adoptables are so fun. Yeah, I think they're really fun. I've been waiting to try them out. This is a great chance for me. So that I believe is everything. I've got a rush. I'm really like stalling right now. I've got to go to a bunch of chores. Mary's mom was waiting for me so I can go take trash out with her. I'm very much should have hurried like 20 minutes ago. But I wanted to wrap everything up. But thank you guys so much for playing this awesome game with me. This has been so fucking beautiful. I think I've said everything I want to say about this game already, so I'm going to stop myself from talking about how good it is again, because you've already heard that and I need to hurry up and go. Because I'm wasting time by talking about how much I love these beautiful lessons, but that's not wasting time. I love this game so much. But thank you guys, this is so much fun, and I've had such a great time playing this game. I'm so glad we completed it together. Yeah, I will have fun doing chores. I gotta go, your friends come on to use your chores. Ah, okay, I gotta go then, I gotta go. Serena told me to. Ah, okay. So, I'm gonna go do my chores, and then eat something, and probably rest for the rest of the day. I'm very tired. Whew. I don't know if the rest of you have work to do or if you're gonna have fun today, but I hope you have a good day anyway, because if your day's about to end, then ayasumi, and if it's just getting started, have a very lucky day! Bye! Bye Crimson, bye LJ, bye Serena, bye Kinley, bye Tara if you're still there, bye anyone else who's here, bye! Bye!